Hitler's like go-to things, where he was very good at like, I guess, spinning, like how our politicians do now, where they take something and make it like a learning lesson so that everybody forgets about how fucking terrible it actually is. Like the truth and reconciliation thing, I think that honestly at this point, like that's all that was basically being like, this terrible thing happened and now this is what's gonna happen. And it was basically just to be like,
you should Google Joseph Mengele. You should read what he
like,
did. We can't forget.
You really don't actually fucking care. Because, oh my god, the first time I've ever heard a politician say this was like, it's time to start giving the land back. And everybody's like freaking out. They're like, like, how are we going to fucking literally spin this to make it
after the war,
how it's not feasible and it wouldn't be fair on both sides and they wouldn't really want it anyway? Like, it's just like,
many were sentenced to death.
That's what I mean, and it's not complicated. That's what I mean. Like, it's not complicated. There's not a whole explanation that needs to be done. It's word for word. That simple. If you want to start the reconciliation or whatever the fuck you want to call it, that is a good fucking start. They should give some of the land back and not the fucking garbage land that they can't build on. Like,
they won't give it to us because they can't put a price on it. They say because they put a bunch of houses on it.
Like, and all that like rebuttal shit. Like, it's like kind of like I don't want to hear it. Like, I just like I can understand why I can't even imagine what elders are dealing with, being like, I kind of listen to this again and again and again. Let's fucking know.
That all lie.
You should have sufficient knowledge and comprehension of the element of the subject matter involved as to enable him to make an understanding and enlightened decision. This latter element requires that before the acceptance of an affirmative decision about the experimental subject, there should be made known to him the nature, duration, and purpose of the experiment, the method and means by which it is to be conducted, all inconveniences and hazards reasonably to be expected, and the effects upon his health or person which may possibly come from his participation in the experiment. The duty and responsibility for ascertaining the quality of the consent rests upon each individual who
bring her somewhere,
or engages in the experiment.
We'll pack her with like some fucking like we'll just drug her up. She'll love it. It'll be great. And we'll send her to Mexico and she'll fit it right in.
All right, that's the long one. The next 9 is short.
What is it?
The experiment should be such as to yield fruitful results for the good of society, unprocurable by other methods or means of study, and not random and unnecessary in nature. The experiment should be so designed and based on the results of animal experimentation and a knowledge of the natural history of the disease or other problem under study, that the anticipated results will justify the performance of the experiment.
I don't even have a button on my pants.
The experiment should be so conducted as to
my
avoid
pants are being held up with a
physical and mental suffering
The
and
button
injury.
popped off.
No experiment
They
should be
sewed a legit
conducted where
button
there
on.
is an a priori reason to believe
It
that
lasted a
death
couple
or
of years.
disability
These are from like when me and Liz
except
first met.
perhaps in those experiments where the
there's
experimental
green belt.
physicians also
I found
serve
it.
as subjects.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah, because like the fucking black one, I can't use it, and my
should never
study
exceed
belt keeps
that
breaking.
determined by the humanitarian importance of the problem to be solved.
Ow! I hope I fix the knees.
Proper preparation should be made and adequate
Because the
facilities
knees kind of
provided
like
to protect the
when I
experimental
switch my
subject
knees up.
against
But
even
it's
remote
funny.
possibilities
I
of
don't know if
injury
you
and
can see. Yeah,
disability.
see? Imagine that. Like,
The
Mine
experiment
looks
should be
better.
conducted only by scientifically
Girls wear
qualified
these so
persons.
their
The highest
fat
degree of
folds
skill
come
and
out.
care
see,
should
like,
be
but it was
applied
really
to
bad
all
before at the
stages of
knees, and when I
experiment.
bent my knee, it
And
was
those who
like
conduct or engage
those
in the
balls in the
experiment.
dollar store at the net.
During the course of the experiment, the human subject
Yeah,
should be
I hate
able to
pets.
bring the experiment to an end.
They're,
If he has reached
they're
the physical and mental
Yeah,
state,
girls wear
or
these because they want
continuation of
their
the experiment
something
seems
to
to him
pop
to
out
be
of the thing
impossible.
so guys look at them and look
During
at
the
it.
course
used
of the
to rip
experiment,
No,
the
and
scientist
my
in
dad.
charge must be prepared
because I
to
saw
terminate
pictures of
the
my dad
experiment at any stage
when he
if
was
he has
younger,
probable
and he
cause
had
to believe
knees
in the
and
exercise
stuff
of
at
good
school.
faith.
So I started doing
Superior
it, and
skill
mom
and careful
said, okay,
judgment
my pants,
required.
and I was like, stop playing with my pants. Like,
With
stop
a
playing, hold the
continuation
pants I buy
of
you.
the experiment is likely
You're like,
to
think
result
fucking,
in
I don't
injury,
clothe you,
disability, or
fucking,
death
I don't
of
brush
the
your hair,
experiment.
you fucking scream and run. It's like,
That's
was it
from
Scary Movie 2?
Nazi
The
trials in
clown? He
Nuremberg.
pulls the clown into the, he pulls the fucking black dude.
That was it.
Yeah.
And then the black dude
That-
rapes the clown.
That, it was me having my hair brushed. I would hide in the bed and she would just like grab my ankles. I'd just like, clawing the fucking floor. It's like, you're being ridiculous. It is brushing your hair.
See, 4 doctors not cooperating with investigators into COVID practices, Ontario medical regulator. College alleges one doctor says any attempt to gather records will be resisted. Ontario's medical regulator says it is turning to the courts in the effort to
Yeah, he was
compel
just scared and
physicians
getting
to
dirty with it.
cooperate
Yeah, I
with
guess
its investigations into their practices regarding COVID-19, including the issuance of medical exemptions for vaccines. The College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario says it has launched legal action at the Superior Court against Dr. Mary Elizabeth O'Connor, Dr. Mark Raymond Trotsy,
I told you I
Dr.
would.
Celeste
I
Sheen,
know.
I know.
and Dr. Roshan
Awesome.
Keith. The regulator last week suspended Killing's medical license after previously barring her from issuing medical exemptions from the COVID-19 vaccines. Okay, so hang on.
Sour.
Why?
Guys are stupid.
So these 4 doctors, as far as we
No,
know,
but
they're not prescribing like narcotics to the patients illegally.
Okay.
Sometimes doctors
we
do
can
that.
order you.
Taking narcotics themselves. Sometimes doctors do that. They're not
You could do a shower
stealing from the
and
patients
you
in an
decide what you want to eat.
way. They're not stealing. They're not violating the privacy of the patients. In fact, it sounds like the opposite. They're ferociously protecting the privacy of the patients. Sounds like, but they're being fired and prosecuted and demonized by the College of Physicians and Surgeons for providing medical exemptions to their patients from vaccines that are very much experimental, that have not been fully tested, but we know in some cases cause severe injury or even death. In fact, the FDA says these very vaccines must continue to be tested, for many years to come. In case of Pfizer, to the year 2027. These things are still experimental, and they can only be used on an emergency basis. So you're literally firing doctors and prosecuting them and shaming them. Of course, the state broadcaster, the CBC, is loving this. You're prosecuting them for trying to protect people from medical procedures they don't understand or don't agree with or don't accept the risk from. You know, I don't want to throw around the word Nazi. That's what the CBC does, or that's what the left does. But the entire basis of medical ethics we use today when it comes to administering medical procedures to people comes from what we learned from the Nazis. And to his credit, even Tommy Douglas himself later renounced eugenics after seeing what Nazi Germany was doing. Eugenics are back. Segregation is back. Forcing people to take medical procedures on pain of losing their work and career and position in society is back. How do you describe this massive ethics violation other than what it is? A return to pre-Nuremberg Code values, where doctors did what politicians ordered them to do, where deaths resulted. So you tell me, is there a single thing that has been done in the name of public health these past 2 years that Nazi Dr. Brandt would object to?
That's an excerpt from my daily show, the Ezra Levant Show. Every day I do a monologue on the news of the day, then I interview an interesting guest, and then I read my hate mail. You've got to subscribe. Go to rebelnews.com.
Actions, the exact opposite. Take Joe Biden, for example. He was caught taking a quick nap, enjoying a good shut-eye as the opening speeches began. Moments later, he walked onto the podium to declare, "There's no more time."
This is a challenge of our collective lifetimes.
Indeed it is, which is why it requires a collective effort. And some leaders who arrived in Glasgow were not even able to participate in the proceedings on day one. It was inaccessible to people in wheelchairs. Here's what happened. The organizers refused to let the minister's vehicle enter the compound. They insisted that she take their shuttle instead. But the shuttle was not wheelchair accessible. The organizer was away. And from there, she tweeted, She condemned the conduct of the organizers. She said, and I'm quoting, "I came to COP26 to meet with my counterparts from around the world. It is sad that the UN, which promotes accessibility for people with disabilities, does not provide accessibility to its events." That's a fair point, we say. How will the UN take care of the future, the climate, and global warming when it can't even take care of its delegates, the ones who arrived for its conference? This is a question that many in Israel are asking. Or to promote the brand of the British monarchy. Because the royal family's involvement in this year's summit is a bit too much. The Queen is not in Glasgow, but she has sent her family. They're rubbing shoulders with world leaders, preaching climate action. Their own record is not so glorious, though. We'll discuss that in a bit. First, look at these images. They're from Monday night. An evening reception was held at the Kelvin Grove Museum. World leaders arrived in a double-decker bus. The royals came in their luxury cars. They had a fancy dinner, they relished some good wine, and then they huddled together to hear a message, a video message from the Queen. What did she say? She briefed world leaders about their duties towards the planet.
Books yet to be printed will describe you as the leaders who did not pass nations. But you left this conference as a community of nations with a determination, a desire, and a plan to address the impact of climate change, and to recognize that the time for words has now moved to the time for action.
Time for words has moved to time for action. Wise words, but take them with a pinch of salt, and I'll tell you why. The royal family has 810 tons every year. Now, for the sake of perspective, the average Brit has an annual carbon footprint, part of the problem, not the solution. Plus, last year, the Queen was accused of lobbying to exempt herself from climate laws. So much for their climate activism. The royals should restrict themselves, perhaps, to bringing glamour to such events. The hypocrisy is being called out. Royals who pollute and preach, and world leaders who land in 400 private jets to talk climate action. This is not lost on the world. Protesters gathered outside the venue of this evening gala. I can't. Controlled largely by Iran. They also flew over the Red Sea and Egypt's Suez Canal. Tensions have been high in all of these waters. Ships have been targeted in the Strait of Hormuz. American and Iranian vessels have faced off there. The Red Sea is witnessing a shadow war between Tehran and Israel. So America sent a bomber to these locations. Fighter jets from the West Asian partners escorted this bomb. Such flyovers are frequent during the Trump administration. It's like an act of reassurance for allies, also a show of force to Iran. Joe Biden has been in power for almost a year now. One of his signature promises was to revive the Iran nuclear deal. It hasn't happened yet. In fact, tensions have only escalated between Washington and Tehran. At the climate summit, the US president vowed to respond to Iran's actions, including drone strikes. Doesn't sound good. The threat of a military escalation seems to be working. Tehran has decided to return to the negotiating table.
Clear that Iran's continued nuclear escalations are unconstructive, that they are inconsistent with the stated goal that Iran has put forward of seeking to return to mutual compliance with the JCPOA. We've also been very clear that Iran's nuclear provocations and escalations won't provide Iran with any additional negotiating leverage when talks resume.
The talks are on again, but to keep them on track, the US president needs help. And that's why he's rebuilding ties with the Saudis, with the hope that military pressure can rein in Tehran. The strategy work? We'll keep track. For the moment, we'll turn to the cricket pitch. Australia have postponed their first ever Afghanistan cricket test match. The decision comes after the Taliban placed a ban on Afghan women from playing cricket or any other sport. Here's a report.
It's not always that the Afghanistan cricket team finds itself playing kingmaker at an ICC event. On Sunday, committed and casual supporters of the Indian team will join cricket fans in Afghanistan in praying for an Afghanistan win over New Zealand in the T20 World Cup. It's the only way India can go through to the semis after defeats against Pakistan and the Kiwis at the start of the tournament.
It's a funny game, and Afghanistan have played good cricket. A lot of our hopes rest with them as well. So all the very best to them. Really wish we can provide any physical support to Sanjeev. We can get him onto the field and the park, and that is all I think we can hope for. They play good cricket.
But that good cricket hasn't translated into any goodwill from Cricket Australia. The Australian board has stuck to its guns and postponed the one-off test match against the Afghans that would have served as an Ashes warm-up.
Good evening and welcome to Gravitas and Palki Sharma Upadhyay. Let's get started. After 16 weeks of back and forth, Covaxin has finally got a WHO approval. You must have heard about it. This is the Made in India vaccine. It's now WHO approved. The World Health Organization stalled this approval for months, citing lack of data. What kind of data? Vaccines are approved by regulators based on data from clinical trials. The first vaccine to be approved by the World Health Organization was Pfizer. It's one of the most expensive vaccines in the world, and Pfizer holds governments hostage to sell its shots. We've reported all of this in detail in the past. The kind of terms that Pfizer sets for governments before selling its shots. Tonight, we'll talk about how Pfizer's data may be compromised, how Pfizer's clinical trials may have been falsified. A whistleblower has made some very serious claims, and this is not the only version questioning the veracity of Pfizer data. On Gravitas tonight, we'll discuss how regulators overrode these concerns to give the green signal to Pfizer and what it means for the vaccine. Also on the show, there's panic buying in China after the government asked people to stock up. Biscuits and meat are trending online. What is Beijing trying to hide this time? Satellite images show a Russian military build-up on the border with Ukraine. President Putin said Crimea is an integral part of Russia. We look at how the conflict is shaping up. Pakistan is using one terrorist group to negotiate peace with another. Taliban is mediating talks between the Pakistan government and Tehreek-e-Taliban Pakistan or TTP.
Fucking laws of science.
And national and international
fucking bleed consecutive days without dying.
Or something else. We look at politics versus science. We begin as always with Gravitas Global Headlines.
Ayatollah Akhundzada, the supreme leader of the Taliban, warns that there may be unknown entities in the Taliban's ranks who are working against the will of the government. The statement was circulated widely on social media. Reports say that a Chinese journalist jailed for her reporting on China's handling of the coronavirus pandemic, which first emerged in Wuhan, is nearing her death in prison. Human rights activists are calling for the immediate release of Zhang Zhang, who is on a hunger strike in jail. Her brother says she is severely underweight. The World Health Organization warns of a resurgence of coronavirus cases across Europe.
It's a warning shot for the world to see what's happening in Europe despite the availability of vaccination.
With winter months expected to see 500,000 deaths due to the infection. The global body has sounded an alarm on the pace of vaccinations in parts of the continent. In a landmark move, Pope Francis has appointed the first ever woman to head the governorate of the Vatican City. 52-year-old Italian nun Sister Raffaella Petrini will become the highest-ranking woman in the world's smallest state. Petrini will oversee administrative operations at the Vatican museums, post office, and the police. Two significant deals announced at the COP26 climate summit may signal some progress in making the crucial shift away from fossil fuels.
Today, I think we can say that the end of coal is in sight.
The agreements include a pledge by 25 countries in Glasgow to hold financing of overseas fossil fuel projects by the end of next year. On the first anniversary of the crisis in the Tigray region, Prime Minister Abiy Ahmed's government battles to ward off the rebels, who are now only 300 kilometers from the capital Addis Ababa. This comes as African and Western nations call for an immediate ceasefire in Ethiopia.
I mean, it's probably not. I'm just wait.
Reports say that Sudan's coup leader, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, has agreed with the U.S. on the need to speed up government formation. His office released a statement after he spoke with the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken. This comes after the general had dissolved the transitional government and detained leaders in a military coup. Russia continues to battle a massive surge in coronavirus cases and related deaths. Nearly 1,200 COVID-related deaths have been reported in the last 24 hours, attributed to the more contagious Delta variant. FC Barcelona are all set to appoint club legend Xavi Hernandez as their new head coach to replace Ronald Koeman. Qatari club Al Sadd, where Xavi has been manager since 2019, had initially refused to release him midway through the season, but Barcelona have struck a deal by agreeing to pay a reported buyout fee of €5 million. Xavi won 25 titles with Barcelona in a 17-year playing career. The chairman of Yorkshire, Roger Hutton, has resigned over the cricket club's response to racism experienced by former player Azim Rafiq. An independent probe found that Rafiq was a victim of racial harassment and bullying, but the club did not take any disciplinary action against those involved. The England Cricket Board has hit the club with sanctions, while many sponsors have also pulled out.
The World Health Organization has finally cleared the Made in India Covaxin this week. Do you know how long they took to give this clearance to Covaxin? 16 weeks. Do you know which vaccine the WHO cleared first of all? Pfizer. Do you know how long it took for that approval? 6 weeks. So why did Covaxin take 16 weeks? The WHO kept citing trial data. They wanted more, or they weren't convinced. They said their approval process cannot be compromised. They don't cut corners, which is very good because vaccines are a matter of life and death. Now, what if we told you that Pfizer's trials were compromised, that Pfizer's data is not clean? A whistleblower has blown the lid of Pfizer's clinical trials. Others have joined in to corroborate a version. Pfizer has not commented yet. But this is a company that we've been reporting on for a long time now. We've been telling you how it bullies governments to sell its vaccines, the kind of sweeping demands it makes. And I'll come to what the whistleblower has said. But first, let's recap the kind of demands Pfizer makes of governments. It demands sovereign assets as collateral for shots. It demands indemnity, meaning protection against any legal action. It controls donations, meaning even if you pay for the vaccine, Pfizer will decide how and where you can donate it. It even decides delivery dates and when it will be sued, where it will be sued in case something goes wrong. If you buy Pfizer's vaccine, any dispute will be settled in secret arbitration courts, not as per the law of the land. These are the terms that Pfizer sets before governments. And we've told you all of this before. It's shocking. But all of this pales in comparison to what I'm about to share with you tonight. Pfizer's trial data could have been compromised. A former employee involved in the trials has blown the whistle. She says Pfizer trial data was falsified. Serious compromises were made in the process. There were not enough trained vaccinators. Investigators were slow to follow up on adverse events. All of these allegations have been published in the British Medical Journal. The time clashes with Diwali, it's around the same time, and an approaching winter, and the result is a disaster every year. Consider Diwali in 2019. Stubble burning accounted for 19% of Delhi's pollution. Diwali 2020, 32% of the pollution, thanks to stubble burning. Do governments not know about all of this? Of course they do. So why don't they try to fix it? Because stubble burning is a sensitive story, and farmers are a very important vote bank in India. Pulling them up will cost votes. Tracking down on crackers is an easier option. So politicians conveniently blame Delhi's pollution only on firecrackers. The government of Haryana, the government of Delhi, they've all been promoting a cracker-free Diwali, a green Diwali. Ads have been slapped on hoardings, aired on radio stations, and printed in papers. Delhi this year even announced a ban on firecrackers. Didn't work. Did anyone ask the government of Delhi a very simple question? Other Indian states celebrate Diwali too on the same day. Do they not fire crackers? How is it that their skies are clearer the day after Diwali? The answer is simple. Firecracker is not the villain here. Or should I say, not the only villain here. Stubble burning is a bigger problem, but political leaders are afraid to call it out. They're afraid to bell the cat because doing so could cost elections. Doing so will also call for a solution, and solutions need investment. Simply put,
Et si le luxe et la responsabilité pouvaient vivre dans l'unité? Les nouveaux matelas Beauty Rest Unity.
Time for one of our great segments of the week, our partnership with The Daily Poster. David Sirota, the founder and editor of The Daily Poster, he joins us now. David, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you. Thanks for having me.
So, David, you got a new piece that we wanted to highlight here. Let's put it up there on the screen, which is that the democracy crisis that is never discussed. What is the argument you're trying to make here, David?
Look, we hear a lot about January 6th. We hear a lot in the media about the Republican effort to restrict voting rights in some of the states in the country. What we don't hear a lot about in the discourse, in the conversation, is the other crisis that's coming underneath the American politics, the other democracy crisis, which is what people want versus what the government is actually doing. And I think the reconciliation bill debate is almost a perfect example of that. If you take a look at what the Democrats in Congress have been cutting out of their reconciliation bill, it almost perfectly matches up with exactly what the public is telling pollsters it most wants out of that bill. The best example of that is the most popular potential initiative in the reconciliation bill is the proposal to allow Medicare to finally be able to negotiate lower drug prices across the board. That provision is the provision that has been held up from being added into the bill. It has been watered down. It was threatened to be taken out for weeks and weeks and weeks. It was ultimately hollowed out. I mean, the provision that they're now talking about putting in there is the most absolute minimal version of that provision, and it barely got in. And if you go through all of the other things that have been taken out of this bill from the beginning, what you see is it matches up almost perfectly with exactly what the public says it wants. Paid leave, an expansion of Medicare. Look at taxes. Most of the serious proposals, not all, but most of the serious proposals to tax billionaires and the super rich have been watered down or taken out of this bill. Even Joe Biden's pollsters have said that this is the single most popular set of provisions, taxing the wealthy, out of all the 30 economic proposals that they tested. So again, what we're seeing here is the reconciliation bill debate is an almost perfect example of how Congress is doing exactly the opposite of what the public said.
Well, give us this, your take on this in the context of what happened in Virginia.
Sure. I mean, I think, look, Virginia didn't give voters all that much of a real choice. I mean, you had on one side, you had the DNC's corporate money man, Terry McAuliffe. On the other side, you had the Republican former CEO of the Carlyle Group. I mean, this is the classic, worst of all worlds kind of choice. And at the same time, you had the Democrats not delivering, at least not yet, its reconciliation bill, direct help to people. You've had headline after headline after headline for months about the Democrats in Congress and Joe Biden essentially abandoning their most popular proposals. So then everyone wakes up and says, how did Virginia go to the Republicans? And the answer should be obvious. When the Democrats do not use their power to deliver real help to people, guess what? People are willing to vote for the other party. What we see at election after election after election is that voters keep voting for change.
So, fellow villains, how are the diabolical plans progressing? Major devastation.
My mind-controlled nanobots have been inserted into all the world's vaccines.
Excellent.
Viper?
I have all the heads of state wrapped around my finger. They'll do whatever we say.
Devilish. Ignatius, mistress of doom.
All my minions are at key power stations. At my command, they plunge the world into eternal darkness.
Splendid. We are on the edge of victory. Now, if you could just print out your plans so I could look them over.
What's the name of the printer?
Hang on.
I've got giant laser printer. Is that it?
No, that's the printer in the room with the giant laser. This is Evil Plans Room printer.
I see it. I can't connect to it.
It says I'm connected, but I still can't print anything.
Is it Evil Plans Room printer too?
No, that's the printer in the Piranha Room. It used to be in here. We just haven't changed the name.
What's the Wi-Fi password?
Hang on. It's on the modem. It's HQ2 capital L.
Does it have to be capitalized?
What did I just say? R.
Oh, now it's in sleep mode. What the hell is sleep mode?
I don't know.
Can I just send mine to you and you print it out?
How did you get it to connect? I had the IT guy set it up for me. Bring him here.
I vaporized him.
You don't move. You don't move.
When Jean-Paul LaPierre saw men robbing CTA riders on their way to the Chicago Marathon, he didn't sit idly by.
Get down! Get down on the ground!
Look close. That's a gun LaPierre took away from the robber in red. This all started as the train was stopped at Cumberland, and riders were rushing for the doors.
He said, this doesn't seem the right way. He says, no, there's a guy on the train with a gun walking around right now, robbing people. So that kind of made me mad.
He went back on the train and confronted the man entirely on his own. The confrontation caused concern among some passengers.
Okay, you give me a police officer right now.
LaPierre asked for help handling the gun.
I'm about to break your head in one punch.
Just a few hours later, and after finishing the marathon himself, LaPierre told our Shannon Halligan the alleged robber had friends on the train.
They started threatening me, but I just stood stern-faced.
learned that when we send our military into these countries to do colonialism and nation building, that it doesn't work. Not in today's world. Maybe it worked 100 years ago, but it does not work today. And when is the United States going to learn this? You know, it doesn't surprise me. Afghanistan's going to end up like Yemen, with total chaos going on there and humanitarian disaster beyond belief, and all what? The result of another military invasion by the United States government. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm sick and tired of all the money we.
What?
Streaming now on ctv.ca. This say anything, but
Big Pharma is getting a big payday as the latest data shows the companies behind the approved COVID-19 vaccines profiting heavily. In fact, Pfizer and Moderna combined are expected to make around $18 billion from their vaccines just in the third quarter of this year. That's even more than they earned in the entire first half of 2021. But it's a company like Moderna that profited heavily off of taxpayer dollars in order to make the vaccine that is now being scrutinized as mandates roll out across the country. So joining me now to discuss it all is host of On Contact, Chris Hedges. Chris, it's great to have you on the show today. Now, what does it say about the U.S. government when a company like Moderna specifically is given the funding to create a vaccine using taxpayer dollars, but then also gets to keep the billions of dollars in profits?
Well, once again, it exposes the distortion of the entire for-profit healthcare system in the United States, one of the most expensive and least effective in the industrialized world, because it's about making money, as this newest report about Moderna shows, not about solving health issues. So the reason the government poured tremendous amounts of money into Moderna, and the COVID vaccine is the only product that Moderna, which is a new company, actually has on the market, is because these for-profit pharmaceutical corporations don't like to produce vaccines. They're not as profitable as the production of drugs that deal with chronic, especially lifelong illnesses like diabetes, Crohn's disease, or something else. So our whole vaccine production when COVID hit was weak. And yes, the government, through a partnership with the National Institutes of Health, poured money into companies like Pfizer, Moderna. They actually hold a patent on some of the products that are used for the vaccine in order to boost production. And now we're watching these companies renege on all sorts of promises to make these obscene profits. And they, in essence, are in charge of our response to COVID-19. They have produced 300 million fewer coronavirus vaccine doses this year than they anticipated. They have not provided this to low-income or developing nations, focusing on industrialized nations, which can pay a premium. Some of these nations are paying more money than we pay in the United States, or they are paying in Europe. So again, it is the example of kind of profit within this industry over health. And I would just add that the problem is that by not getting these vaccines distributed equitably through COVAX, that's the global procurement mechanism that was supposed to deliver the COVID-19 vaccine to everyone, you are not only sacrificing thousands of lives in poor countries, but almost ensuring that new, perhaps even deadlier variants will arise.
Right, and I know that we're definitely in a case now where it's setting the United States apart from countries like China and like Russia that have been very upfront with their vaccine diplomacy. Now, staying here in the U.S. for now, I do want to bring up the mandates that we're seeing rolling out across the country because this is becoming more and more common among the American people. But at the same time, we've also got health officials recommending that some Americans now get booster shots. And so how do you see that frustration building with the Americans who already are watching all of the billions of dollars in profits that these pharmaceutical companies are getting, yet they're the ones who are now already being asked to get another booster shot? Does that make them feel more like they are a product of what these companies are putting out there?
Well, I think that's led to a lot of distrust of the vaccines. So there is an understanding, which is correct, that the primary concern of corporations like Moderna or Pfizer, Moderna reported 3.3 billion third quarter profits from the vaccine, which again, as I mentioned before, is the only product they have on the market. And then watching them deny that vaccine to poor countries and refusing to participate in these global initiatives to make sure that everyone has access to the vaccine, they understand what they're about and they're distrustful with some justification. So there's huge reticence, especially in red states. We're not even talking about the boosters, we're talking to the entire vaccine itself. Police departments have organized against vaccine mandates. The newest report is that because Biden has imposed vaccine mandates on the federal government, hundreds, if not thousands, of intelligence officials will resign. But everyone knows who's in charge and what the goal is. And who's in charge are large corporations like Moderna, and the goal is to make money. And so there is a natural kind of wariness, which makes it harder to vaccinate the population and spread the check of this virus. And we've mishandled. The United States has we're a quarter of the world's deaths from the coronavirus, and we're less than 5% of the world's population.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for your time and insight on this. Chris Hedges, host of On Contact.
Thank you.
We gonna save that money. We gonna save that money.
Tylenol rapid release gel caps are scientifically designed to quickly release.
Okay, so like fucking now it's fucking everyone's a pill popper and everyone's all up in those fucking meds.
Rapid release, rapid relief.
I'm a hypochondriac. That takes too much fucking antibiotics apparently.
Has been settled. That's according to a Wall Street Journal report citing sources who say the legal action taken against the company's board members, advisors, and shareholders will result in a $225 million settlement. Now, part of that agreement would also see Boeing increasing oversight by bringing in an outside official to monitor internal affairs and ensuring members of the board have experience in aviation safety. So joining me now to discuss the latest is former NTSB official Jamie Finch. Jamie, it's great to have you on the show today. Now, I know when it comes to this lawsuit, we're seeing massive allegations that the board members knew that there were safety concerns with the 787 MAX, and it did not. When it comes to this board members, what is their responsibility?
Well, the main responsibility is
Hold up, like, we were saying that much.
and judiciary the responsibility to the investors to make sure that their investors being protected and they're going to be working for making profits. They failed at this, and so that's what the essence of this law case suit is. So they sued the stockholders and the shareholders sued the company for the board of directors and for the board.
Yeah.
I thought that was funny. Was that funny to you? Funny.
You turned it on? I did, obviously. You're gonna be fucking kicked off my YouTube account. I said you're gonna get kicked off my YouTube account. What? Yo, I get fucking strikes all the time for literally no reason. Oh, not that they don't even give a shit about anymore. I think they just kind of realize that there's nothing they can do about it.
Because of this YouTube video that I had playing, you probably will.
They bleep it.
Huh?
So I find like now more often than not, they'll either just not post the video. So like I know that within the first 5 minutes, someone is checking the video to make sure you're not swearing, talking about anything that's like too controversial. No, you're not. Not within the first 5 minutes. Otherwise, you get flagged. Oh my god, no. I'm very cold. I don't know how. The coffee might get loud unless you. Oh, it was just an accident. Or you even. I'm so embarrassed. I love that ending though. I don't know. It's pretty fucking lame. Well, I don't know. I think I wear it pretty well. Everyone's walking around with a fucking Beats pill every 2 seconds. I never really sell out. No, that's the funny part. That's the joke part. I never really sell out. Like either you sell out or you don't.
Well, no, he did because he was wearing all name brand
That's
stuff.
the funny part about it.
And
Like
it's like, well, everybody else sells out. Why can't I? And then he did. That's what he did in this video.
that's
Because
the whole.
he got all these
Yeah,
sponsors.
I know, Cab. I know.
Well. Now you know how I feel. You got a lighter?
No,
Why?
because you take all my fucking lighters.
It's not true. There was a lighter over here. So I asked.
Cameron, please. Then take my cigarette and you can light your thing with my cigarette. How about that? I know, I'm the fucking devil. I know. I'm fucking just fucking sponsoring. Okay, yeah, I know. I'm the worst. I know. Like, oh my god, you can't be serious.
I don't know where the lighter went. It was there. I used it to light my cigarette a while ago. Need your cigarette?
Oh.
Yeah, you're hoping that they get around to it, especially as at least they. Hey, why is the air conditioner on?
If enough of us do our part, a ripple can become a wave. A wave.
Stop.
And the latest lawsuit related to Boeing 737 MAX has been settled. That's according to a Wall Street Journal report, citing sources who say the legal action taken against the company's board members by a group of shareholders will result in a $225 million settlement. Now, part of that agreement would also see Boeing increase its oversight by bringing in an outside official to monitor internal affairs and ensuring members of the board have experience in aviation safety. So joining me now to discuss the latest is former NTSB official Jamie happening. Now, I know when it comes to this lawsuit, we're seeing massive allegations here that the board members knew that there were safety concerns with the 737 MAX, could have acted, and they did not. When it comes to those board members, what is their responsibility in cases like this?
Well, the main responsibility is to help manage the oversight of the company. And fiduciary duty, the responsibility to the investors, make sure that their investors being protected and they're going to be working for making profits. They failed at this. And so that's what this law case is trying to do. So they sued the stockholders, the shareholders, sued the company, the board of directors, and former board of directors, for not watching out for them and doing their duties. So, and this included John Calhoun, who is now president. He was also a board member then. So it is really a slap in the face of Boeing, but quite honestly, it's a lower amount. I mean, it's getting paid out by the insurance companies. These people aren't going to be hurt for it. But I was just shocked to find out that they didn't have a board that was as thorough in aviation. You would think that it's Boeing that they would be then board members and having board members that were legitimately in that field and would know what to do.
Right, exactly. And it is interesting, you know, kind of like you said, it's almost a slap on the wrist to say, oh, well, the insurers cover it. And in addition to that, the board members don't really have to admit any wrongdoing.
Exactly.
I mean, when it comes to a company like Boeing, is that just kind of the expectation that those board members would know their stuff whenever it comes to aviation safety? Is it something from a regulatory perspective that is assumed that it's happening?
Yes. That's one of the requirements to be a board member. Yeah. And so it'll be interesting to, this story that keeps unfolding for the last few years, and just keeps bringing us gifts like this all the time. It will let us know what changes they need to make and any additional changes they need to make. They've made quite a few already, quite in my opinion, and also from my contacts in the aviation industry, not near enough.
Yeah.
And they also need to make some changes that they make.
Oh, absolutely. And you would think that a case like this would lead to those changes. You know, is this just that kind of thing where it's going to take time, it's going to take lawsuits for it to actually play out and for those long-term changes to be made?
Change will not happen unless there's pain involved or requirements and being forced to do it. So they're being reluctant, they're being slow. Change takes time, but we don't have a lot of time here. We have people that are dying. And this is very, very important, and we've got to make sure that Boeing survives, because we can't have Boeing collapsing.
Right, and you would want them to want to make those changes within their own company. Now, while I do have you here, I want to bring up the overall air travel that we're all experiencing right now. I know that, you know, you've seen companies like American Airlines, Southwest Airlines have had just thousands of flight cancellations. It has been crazy. How have you seen their response to that being? I mean, has that helped out when it comes to the travelers who are now stranded?
Well, my flight is a die. I've been joking about that. Yeah, but when you're canceling thousands of flights, I mean, that's something. That is a problem. What makes it worse is when you come out and you have some kind of sorry or you don't address it properly or head on and take a flight really. I mean, it just makes people matter. So you just, if you go in, take responsibility, apologize, and go up, and people are more likely to use you and still be loyal.
Now you're telling me I'm not cold? Now you're gonna tell me I'm not cold either?
Clear skies in their area, they're not looking at the overall picture. They don't have that on their end. Now, do you see some of these delays and problems continuing, especially as we get into the holiday season?
Well, I'm hoping that. I mean, there's going to be brand new remember, they had an old aircraft in the pandemic because they need them, they need cash flow, and they want to get rid of some of that overhead, and they cut back. They cut back on the flight, they cut back on the pilots. Well, all of a sudden, we have the shot, and everybody's about thinking, and everybody's like, get me out of the house. And so it was, people were going nuts. And so they just weren't prepared. It takes some time to ramp up like that, but I think by the holidays.
Yeah, you're hoping that they get around to
What is he eating?
Thank you so much for bringing us up to speed on
I think it's chicken on the floor. What is this?
I thought that was chicken.
Bone.
Can you eat it or no?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's that?
Snuggles.
Oh.
Oh, we gonna save that money. Oh, should get you a little bow tie thing like that.
One congressman is daring to hold a public panel on an issue which has become extremely taboo to talk about. The effects of the vaccine have become so much hush. Everyone from music artists like Nicki Minaj to athletes like Kyrie Irving are being given heat and pressure for just even questioning the effects of the vaccine.
Why are your nipples so?
And if questions though
That's the shirt. Some shirts are made like that, where it's made to make it alluring to your breast.
And if their ailments are
Yeah, it makes it look at as if it has nipples almost, but then you can see it's the creases.
And then they get all angry, like,
Are you
staring at my chest?
with others?
Well,
citizens.
It's more older ladies though.
because they want men to stare at their tits.
Well, I think the only thing they have going for them at that age, though. Everything else starts to fall.
Why not just tell the truth and wouldn't set them free?
They all want to be like this girl.
Emergency services are all getting reasons why they are having logistical issues. Are they being honest? And is the American people actually?
That's true. Oh, it was crazy. They were showing like when it started and like how they're praising the nurses and doctors in hospitals, saying that they're heroes, and like compared to now where they're just like they don't understand what kind of stuff it's like. That's why you went into the profession. Like, and it's just like they're fucking totally shitting on them, firing them without pay. Like,
I mean,
would you? Someone made a good point. Would you rather have no doctors?
Yeah, but why aren't they getting the vaccine?
You know, they
They
have various reasons though. I agree.
To work, that's working in a hospital.
I do agree.
To be vaccinated, to be giving.
But if somebody doesn't want to, they shouldn't have to. Is the main point. Like I don't know. I feel like you don't treat an illness.
At the same time, then if that's the case, then you should realize that you shouldn't be a frontline worker. Then
everybody else is already doing it. There's no going back to normal and no COVID, like not having COVID. COVID is a thing that we have to deal with, and it's here. And the vaccines aren't working. Not nearly like they said they would.
Experience serious adverse effects were left high and dry by FDA, CDC, the NIH, and medical professionals.
We got the Pfizer vaccine because I thought it was a protection. I thought it was the right thing to do.
We're unnecessarily traumatized due to our cases being overlooked.
They made billions. Pfizer and Moderna.
We aren't being believed.
Billion in just the third quarter. Like 18 billion. And they cannot be sued for whatever damages. People are starting to fucking say that they have like really, really bad like fucking adverse side effects that they're like, oh, it's just a one-off. Oh, it's just a one-off. And they're like fucking like 50 people who are like,
we're all just like fucking spread out all over the fucking country from like all different parts of the world, and we're all doing the same fucking thing, and you're saying is we all made it up. Like, you know, like.
Because it wasn't properly tested.
Oh, absolutely not. And the reason for them pushing it so hard was not for the benefit of the human race. It was for the benefit of people's fucking pockets.
This is additional
Because they have politicians by the balls.
and there's additional research to support some of these things. I think that's realistic and appropriate to have a discussion with medical experts who are actually backing things up with research and
Self-governing.
because you see a lot of claims.
You never hear about anything about self-governing, and I think that it's ridiculous to look to one human being to make all the decisions for all of us. Maybe at one point it was, but now it is ridiculous to even like think that's possible. And one guy could be responsible for the decisions that affect all of us. Like, it's obviously not just all of him that makes decisions, you know?
That does not necessarily serve as an indictment of the vaccine.
And people are like, oh, you have to have a government, otherwise it's fucking anarchy and it's fucking mayhem and it's like fucking, what's that, Sin City? It's like, no, I don't think that'll happen, no.
The government making police the case where that place is.
Yeah, Minneapolis.
Well,
But I don't think it will.
Like that, like you see how fast
But
everything
that's
goes.
not what happened. It wasn't that they just had no law anymore and the police were not there. The police were very much there. It was everywhere on the planet, every country is protesting their government.
You realize like, the amount of time that there was no police when they left the town, like, they completely left them waiting for the National Guard. You know how many people like
People were fucking.
lost their lives?
The neighbors were like fucking hanging water bottles and shit. Like,
Because I remember that guy who was sitting in front of his burning building and they dragged him.
yeah, and he'll get another one because that's what insurance pays for. You have to have insurance. If you have a building like that, you have to have insurance. Like, you're on a public block. You have a choice. Like, but you know what? He's crying, but a lot of other people have been crying for a long time. Like,
he was literally crying.
yeah, and you know what? Like, a lot of people will never even get to have the chance to have a building. Like, so you know what? I think it's kind of like about time that shit like that happens.
And then stupid ass people take it away because they can't control themselves.
Well, you should be part of the like. You should. Everybody should be part of what this is. Like, it doesn't have to be called communism. No, it's not. It's camaraderie. No, everybody should give a shit about their fellow neighbor and not only fucking want anything done.
They started burning shit. People were going in, putting gas on and stuff like that. And
Yeah, because that's how much they don't give a shit about their fucking shit anymore. Because it's not fucking amounting to anything.
More transparency is better. That's going to generate more trust from the American
Seriously, Cam?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, look, like, Cam, literally 2 seconds. 2 fucking seconds it took me to find a lighter.
Constantly are having to look at some of these companies, and there are actually problems that arise. Using their products. So there's doubts from history now coming to this point. But when they said the pharmaceutical companies would not be held liable,
Fucking hate all of you. Fucking God, I fucking use this fucking thing.
Did you get your? I guess you didn't get your food yet.
Alright, so,
Or you eat something else? What do you eat?
no, I just ate nothing.
Oh, you don't want like
No.
something? No. Because I got food in the fridge for myself. Or there's hash meat. I always make burgers.
Yeah, another later. Oh my gosh, fucking going. So cool. Jack, what are you doing? Hey! You better not be eating. I swear to God, dog. What are you doing? Jack?
Yeah. Fuck that. Oh, jeez. Oh my god, it's crazy. Okay. Well, those are good.
ever wanted to live on a private island? Who answered no? You in the back there? Right, that's what I thought. Everybody wants to live on a private island. That serene tranquility, the clear waters, and the incredible feeling of peace in a place that is all yours. No one can just show up at your doorstep. But is it actually possible for mere mortals like you and me to afford one? I mean, it's not like you can just pick one up off of Facebook Marketplace secondhand. You'd have to be a billionaire or an A-list celebrity to have your own island, right? Well, not necessarily. In today's video, we're going to be looking at 8 private islands that cost less than the average 2-bedroom home in the United States, with New Jersey being the 3rd most expensive state in the U.S. to buy a house. It will be our reference point for what your hard-earned money can fetch you back on the mainland. Maybe the Isle of Dave, or Susan, or Tom might not be so unachievable after all. Moto Matatai, Tahiti. Price? $249,000. Location? French Polynesia. In Washington, New Jersey, you could pick up this unfinished behemoth, giving out solid Amityville horror vibes for only $250K. Or, if you're looking for a perfect place to build your dream beach house, maybe this 1.8-acre undeveloped island is a better fit. Only 1 hour by boat from Rangiroa Airport, this Tahitian islet is the picture-perfect place to enjoy your time out while chilling under swaying palms on white sandy beaches. I'm having no trouble picturing myself with a margarita in hand, staring out over the waters. How about you? Frigate Key, Belize. Price, $225,000. Location, the Turneffe Atoll. This 1.4-acre piece of paradise sits on the eastern side of the Turneffe Atoll and is entirely underdeveloped. So it'll be up to you to make it your own. If you're up for a bit of fun, fishing, snorkeling, diving, and kayaking are very close, making this island a recreation lover's dream come true. I can picture you now, ripping across the bay on your jet ski. Maybe not. Still much better than this 2-bedroom apartment in Hackensack. The tiniest kitchen I think I've ever seen. Half Island, Canada. Price, $65,000.
What?
Location,
Half
Nova
Island?
Scotia. Located less than 1 mile out from the mainland, Half Island is in an area well known for its natural beauty, as well as world-class fishing and wildlife. The price includes an Airstream camper shell, perfect for building a tiny custom home to call your own. You can also camp out on one of your many beaches and watch the universe pass on by as the night sky comes alive. I mean, you could take the $65,000 you would put towards the purchase of this beauty, and you could purchase this lovely little 2-bedroom home in Stanhope. The only thing is, the owner has declared no more showings, so you'll have to make a decision based on these 2 photos alone, which, as you can see, leave a lot to the imagination. I'm betting you might lean towards the island instead. Own the best of Canada and have a piece of the land, sea, and sky. Crehan Island, Great Britain. Price, $106,000. Location, Northern Ireland. This 6-acre retreat is described as a nature lover's paradise. The asking price includes a beautiful wooden cabin that you can use for storage or camping. And you'll be surrounded by mature oaks, Scotch pine, and beech trees. You'll also have a private dock to hitch your sailboat to as well. No waiting around for you. It's also worth noting that the busy market town of Lisniskia, where there are schools, shops, pubs, and a medical clinic, is only a 15-minute drive away. Sounds lovely to me. Definitely better than this cozy $100,000 as-is home in Trenton, New Jersey, which comes sandwiched between 4 other homes, and without any air conditioning. Hope you like the neighbors, and the smells they make. Manion's Island, Ireland. Price, $290,000. Location, Dunmanus Bay, West Cork. This 4-acre retreat is a perfect budget-friendly oasis for buyers who don't have the need for tropical temperatures on their island. Since the island is entirely underdeveloped, get ready to put your personal touch into place in the form of a house or eco-friendly hotel. The island is within 200 meters of land and just a few minutes away from Duras Village, so you can mingle with the neighbors if you really feel like it. Certainly more idyllic than this homestead tucked away in Oak Ridge, New Jersey, right? At $290K, at least it looks like it comes furnished. So it looks like owning that private island of your dreams is maybe closer than you think. Bonefish Key, Belize. Price, $69,500. Location, 1.5 miles north of San Pedro. For less than the cost of this ready-to-move-in 650-square-foot cage in Pemberton, New Jersey, You can instead pick up Bonefish Key. Listening to your neighbors snoring through the walls? Or waves crashing upon your beach? Seems like a no-brainer to me. This tiny island, although just a quarter of an acre, offers more than enough space to build the home of your dreams. You'll just have to be prepared to put a little work into it. You see, the island is overgrown with mangroves, and some parts are just a bit swampy. So you'll have to fill those areas in before you can build on it. Good news, while you're there, you can enjoy fly fishing or bird watching. Added bonus, your mobile will get a signal there as well. So you can upload all those fish and bird pictures straight to your socials. Tierra Obscura Island Pair, Panama. Price, $120,000. Location, Bocas del Toro. Although the combined size is 0.3 acres, you'll be getting 2 islands for the price of a house in the US. Yeah, that's right, 2 islands. It doesn't get any better than that. You can have one for living and one for entertaining. The land is underdeveloped, so you can express your creativity and turn it into the Swiss Family Robinson tree fort if you wanted to. Now that would be something. On the plus side, civilization and restaurants are just a 30-minute boat ride away. Or you could instead pick up this little beauty located in Newark, New Jersey for around the same price. I see it comes with a melted satellite dish as well. What a bonus. So at $120,000, which one would you prefer? Leader Island, Canada. Price, $124,000. Location, Nova Scotia. We are back in Nova Scotia, where there seems to be an excess of private islands to go around. Leader Island is an underdeveloped gem that spans 11 acres and is just 1/4 mile away from the mainland. That means that food, liquor, building supplies, and even a bowling alley are just a mere 10-minute drive away. The purchase price also includes a place to park 2 cars on the land, a dock beside those cars to park your boat at, and a dock on the island. You could have this, or you could save a couple bucks and spend your money on this quaint Phillipsburg 2-bedroom, complete with neighbors' pool filled up and ready to ruin your peaceful Sunday afternoon. Coming in at the exact same amount it would take to buy Leader Island, you realize what a steal of a price this secluded gem really is. What would you build or do with the islands that we mentioned in today's video? Let us know in the comments below. And don't forget to like and subscribe so you can catch more of our videos. Until next time, aloha. In one of our videos, we showed you some of the cheapest islands for sale. Well, we probably did an excellent job since they already got sold. So in this video, we'll show you another, even cheaper, top 5 cheapest islands everyone can afford. You know how your friends brag about traveling to Belize? How about surprising those braggarts and buying a private island there? However scary may Dead Man Cay sound, it is a small and unique private island surrounded by nothing but clear Caribbean waters in the popular Turneffe Atoll area. Just an hour from Belize City, you can find a quiet and, most importantly, private place for your fishing adventures. You can turn this undeveloped 1-acre place into anything you want, and it will set you back just $149,000. No Man's Island is located just a few minutes from the famous Jersey Shore resort town in New Jersey, and now you can be its owner. This 19-acre private island is just a short boat ride away from the fully crowded mainland, but it needs a lot of work if you would like to vacation or live there. However, the potential buyer will undoubtedly be attracted by its price. For this private island, you need to prepare about $125,000. Want to own a dream house on a romantic private island? We have some good news here. Leader Island, close to Nova Scotia in Canada, might be the one you're looking for. It is located just a 1/4 mile from spectacular Jador Harbor, and with approximately 11 acres, has even its own cove. Although its previous owner is currently selling it, he had created a place for building land, so it is ready for a new landlord. Its current price is around 165,000 Canadian dollars, which is roughly 125,000 US dollars. Sounds good to me. And what about 2 tiny islands for the price of 1? Well, that is exactly what Tierra Oscura Islands near Panama offers. And trust me, these islands are a real dream come true. Snorkel off your dock, kayak to your neighbor's house, listen to the howling monkeys in the mornings, or enjoy the fantastic stars far away from any light pollution. All that on 0.27 acres and 0.1 acre islands surrounded by the ocean, only for $120,000. Or you can just get a used helicopter for that money if you want. Are you a fan of birds? Looking for the right place to watch them? Nah, you just want to see the cheapest island, don't you? Bonefish Cay gives you both and even more. For a minimal price, you can get space to build an off-the-grid home or a small eco-lodge. This beautiful lagoon offers gorgeous sunset views as well as access to world-class fly fishing, kayaking, and paddleboarding. With the size of a quarter of an acre, really close to San Pedro, this miracle is now available for just $69,500, making it the cheapest island on our list.
No. What is she doing?
She looks like a Head and Shoulders commercial.
Oh, because the
Sure, having a mansion is a sign of wealth, and owning a private jet lets everyone know that you're rolling in the dough. But there's one thing that rises above all else when it comes to luxury, and that's owning your very own private island. Lounging in the sun with a drink in hand, miles away from the nearest person may sound like a dream, but it's a pricey one. Today, we're going to take a look at how much it actually costs and search for an answer to the big question: is owning a private island actually worth it? The first big expense of buying a private island is, well, quite obviously, purchasing the island itself. Sure, you have fantasies about cabanas in the white sand, maybe even a golf course on the north side of the island, but all that starts with finding the perfect location to build a foundation on and make those dreams a reality. That being said, the cost of your island varies drastically depending on where you buy. In Canada, for example, which has the highest number of private islands for sale in the world, you can get islands for under $200,000. And if you're really pinching pennies, well, you can even scoop up an island for just under $100,000. Take this island in Nova Scotia called Half Island for just $65,000, less than half the cost of your average home. You can buy this 6-acre island that's located less than a mile away from the mainland. However, that price comes with a catch. Sure, $65,000 is great for your own little slice of paradise, in the summer at least. In winter, temperatures around Half Island can reach as low as -22 degrees Fahrenheit. The island is only feasible to live on during summer. Even during the summer, getting supplies can be a hassle. When you're thinking of a private island, chances are you're not thinking of cold, remote locations. You're thinking locations with sandy beaches and palm trees, where flip-flops are considered formal attire. Likely, you're picturing the Caribbean, made up of thousands of islands with hills, sprawling sand beaches, and crystal clear waters. The Caribbean is a breathtaking location to build the tropical oasis of your dreams. And there are plenty of islands to pick from. Surprisingly, the prices aren't actually that overwhelming either. If you're settling for a smaller chunk of land that's more remote, you can snag an island for between $1 and $3 million. But if you're looking for a larger island in the more popular, desirable areas of the Caribbean, well, that price can be anywhere between $30 to $100 million. Some of the popular island chains include the Exumus, the Abaco Islands, and the Berry Islands. Islands in these chains, in particular, offer an advantage that remote islands don't. They're close to bigger towns and cities, which eases access for visiting guests and owners. Take, for example, Spectabulas Island in the Exumus. The island stretches 460 acres, which includes dozens of white sand beaches, scenic hilltop views, and plenty of potential building space. And it's only 230 miles from Miami and a mere 60 miles from the capital. It's pricey, but it's easily accessible, and it comes with the added bonus of being able to say, yes, I have an island in the Exumus. Then there are the more remote areas of the Caribbean, like Little Ragged Island, a 700-acre island that's listed for $35 million. Compared to Spectabulas, you get almost double the land for, well, half the price. And that's not all. Little Ragged Island has 2 ponds, meaning you have access to fresh water, and it has 30,000 feet of shoreline, which is equal to about 5.6 miles. And you'll really have that 5.6 miles of shoreline to yourself, because the 110-mile-long ragged island chain is incredibly underdeveloped, with only one small town that has a population of 72 people. In other words, you might as well not buy this island if you have any desire to hit up a local nightclub or dine at a fancy restaurant. Across all these price ranges and locations, the islands we've looked at all have something in common. They're underdeveloped. At first, that may not seem like a big deal. If you have enough money to buy a private island, then surely building a house on said island shouldn't be an issue, right? Well, not really. Because when you buy a private island, you're not just paying for the land to build a house on. No, no, no. There's a lot more that goes into it. For starters, you have to find out if you even can build on the island. Places like the Caribbean have strict environmental laws on building because the ecosystem
Right,
of
where
the
you
region
at?
is so fragile. There, an environmental impact study is required before you make any changes to the island you've bought. And that environmental impact study doesn't come.
Hmm. Mm.
Hello?
Sorry, I totally forgot I was supposed to call you back later on.
It's okay. I'm in the middle of making supper anyways.
Oh, okay. I'm in the middle of what looks to be my apartment, but the Jacques Cartier bridge version. So we're like
oh my
a
God.
weird like 70s jacuzzi party.
Oh,
Or
Jesus.
80s, sorry, jacuzzi party. This thing is really cool, by the way. It's like $4.
It is fucking cool. It looks really sick, dude.
$4 at the dollar store, dude. And it's a light
pretty
bulb.
good.
You just fucking
Jesus.
screw it in. It's really cool. Yeah, anyway, so what's up?
Not much. I'm just in the middle of cooking supper.
What are you making?
What? Okay.
What does he want?
Because we're doing fried chicken sandwiches.
Okay. Fried chicken sandwiches?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know, I feel like it's a weird phrasing of it.
What?
I feel like it's just like a chicken burger. On bread.
No, it's like crusted and breaded and stuff like that.
Sounds like just my chicken burgers because they go on bread because I never have buns. Because fuck buns. I'm not gonna buy buns. I use like 2 buns and then the rest go bad. Or I feed it to the squirrels. So, does Katona Baloney hear me?
What? Yeah, he's here.
Oh, okay, cool. Hi.
What does she want now?
What? Talking shit, motherfucker.
That's how much trouble with Madison.
All I hear is mumbling. Mumbler! Mumble!
All I hear is bullshit out of that mouth.
I still can't hear a fucking word he's saying. It just sounds like fucking nonsense. I'm not even being an asshole. I'm genuinely like.
Sounds like bullshit to me.
Because I wish I could make a comeback. Oh, I heard that one. It sounds like bullshit to me, and you already know. Majority of what comes out of my mouth is bullshit. Sometimes cat shit, but
What's in and shit it out.
I'm just coming at shit out of all holes, you know? If it's not shit, it's blood. I don't even get the satisfaction of dying. I'm trying to clean my fucking spare room again.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just so tired of cleaning. Dumb. All I ever do is clean. No one ever wants to do anything fun.
What's up?
All I ever do is clean, and no one ever wants to do anything fun. And then people get mad at me when I want to do fun shenanigans.
Like, what do you want to do?
Like, I want to go fishing, and everyone was like, "You get the $10 on the fucking guitar." I'm like, no, like, no. I'm gonna do it late at night at some point, but now it's fucking freezing, so I'm gonna have to like fucking wait till it's either warm or like wear like a giant ass onesie.
Yeah, it's really cold now, honestly.
Honestly, I feel like we go out more when it gets colder. I feel like when it's like summer, we're just like, heat. To put on clothes.
Yeah, no, I like winter as long as it's not like a snowstorm.
I fucking hate winter. I fucking hate winter. Like literally the next 6 months, I'm gonna just be this. Cause I go outside, I'm like, meh, meh, for the whole time.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just being extra like mopey because I'm just fucking like, yeah, I'm trying to find a job, but like in between, I just like want to have a little fun antic. And chalking is no longer fun. What's with the fucking hat? Are you like a girl from Monkey Trouble? Should you be wearing like what are they overalls?
It was like a little monkey. So
That was a fantastic movie. They came in cereal boxes.
The cereal box.
You wear your fucking own company's clothes as regular clothes, so.
I would rather wear a company clothes.
Is it because you can't afford your own, Tony Baloney? I'll buy you some clothes. I'll get some out of the trash for you. I get some really nice ones, honestly. I have Zara clothes even. I've never even been into a Zara store, but I got Zara clothes.
Oh shit.
Yeah, I didn't know what they were. And then I looked them up and I was like, this shirt is fucking $60. It's a blue fucking button up. It's retarded.
Way too pricey, dude.
Yeah, but like it's office clothes. You wear it for like a short portion of your day that you fucking hate and are miserable during. So why would you spend that much money on your work clothes?
Yeah.
So, but like that's why I have so many fucking clothes now. Cause I'm like I've had so many jobs. I'm like I can't throw my work clothes in case like I get another office job. But now it's just.
No, yeah, I bought some too at like Tigers or somewhere, and I'm like
pants.
for the office. Like my boss brought it up today at a meeting, and he was like, November 15th, they want everybody back in the office. He's like, is everybody ready? And we're all.
Oh
like,
yeah. Oh my
no.
god. There's a fucking hilarious little spoof thing. 22 minutes. Wait, what? I think it's 22 minutes or something like that. But it's a Canadian show, and they make Canadian referred jokes. But yeah, there's like fucking comparing it to The Ring, 7 days, and like the HR department calling, and they're just like, "Hello, is this like Sharon? Yeah, who's this? Oh, it's just Dave from HR. We just want to let you know that we're going to be back in the office next week." No. And then she's like on the floor with the phone. Her husband, what's wrong? I have to go back to the office.
I mean, pretty much. Like, that's pretty much what it is. But my boss is like, no, we're not going to go. We're not going to force people to go back. He's like, people want to stay home for this year. It's fine, whatever.
Because
they're thinking of doing a hybrid system.
Honestly, why wouldn't you want your employees to be happy? If they're doing the same amount of work, like if your employees are happy, they're going to be wanting to do more work. Like,
I know, like I understand too. A lot of people slack off from home. Like there were some people that got caught doing that. Like they heat mapped.
But you get caught.
Like, one guy would go in the game and just fall for like the entire day.
Yeah, but you're gonna get caught, obviously. And if you want to fuck up a job that's a fucking. Everyone wants to play video games as a fucking and get paid to do it. Like that's basically what you do. They're not.
Do not fuck this job up.
That's what I mean, though. You have very limited responsibilities and tasks for your job. They're really like. It's not high standards, I find. So.
As long as you like do your job and you know.
Like, what are you doing? Just like fucking looking at porn all day long instead? Like. Well, no, because like you're already like, obviously this guy's sitting on his computer anyway, like all day fucking long.
Someone did that. Someone got caught watching porn on their work computer.
Ew.
Yeah.
Why?
That's what I said. I'm like, don't you have a phone or something, dude? Like, come on.
That's fucking weird.
The work computer, really.
Because I was on Malord. It's because I was on his team. It was like he was the like numero uno of like the team leads, whatever.
Okay.
His name is Malord, so it's his actual name apparently.
Wow.
But our team used to do literally whatever we wanted. And like people would like the whole fucking staff would walk past our aisle and just like stare us down violently, and I'm like, why is everyone so fucking angry at us? Like fucking the other Shane. He was a black Shane. And that troll Shane, and then I had like some other like black guy named Shane. Shane Wood something.
Why are there so many names?
Shane Blackwood or something like that. But he was really nice. But all he would do all day is check fucking sports stats. I'm like, do you ever actually do work? He's like, not really. Like, obviously, when someone's like standing behind me, I'll pull up and make it look like I'm working. I'm like, okay, so that's why everyone stares us down. Good to know. Yeah. That place was stupid. GMC was really fucking stupid.
It is really stupid. That's like the worst place that I hear.
Megan was able to be a manager, so there's that.
Yeah, Tony said they don't exist anymore. I think they might have somebody might have bought them.
Yeah, they did. Someone absorbed them.
Probably keywords, honestly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was actually. That's why everyone that was with Shane's company, I think, is now with your company.
Yeah, it's like keywords is buying up all the smaller like QA places, pretty much. I think they're like trying to be like the overlords of it.
Honestly, VMC, the only games they really had going for them was the Tomb Raider games, and the last one they put out was just fucking god awful. Like, I grew up with the computer CD-ROM Tomb Raider of fucking what's her name?
Tomb Raider?
Oh fuck.
Lara Croft?
Lara Croft! I have the army shorts, my little camo shorts.
Yeah.
And like my skimpy little fucking, what is it, halter top, and people are like, "You look like that girl from that game," and I was just like, "Yes." Well, obviously you're like, what? Nah, fucking. But then I'm just like, fuck yeah. I was hoping someone would say that. Are you guys eating?
No, I'm just doing some dishes.
Oh, okay. I thought you guys were sitting down eating. I'm like, you can call me back later.
I'm just doing up some dishes, and everything's pretty much like frying and stuff right now. I'm just doing like a little cleanup.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Well. Oh, it's Friday.
It is Friday.
I got 2 more tickets today.
Yeah, you told me this morning.
Yeah, because I thought it was Thursday today, and it's not. And Cameron, for the past like 2 months, has been reminding me every fucking time in the morning when he leaves, if he sees my car, like he'll call me over and over and over to wake me up. I'm like, I just fell asleep. I'm gonna kill you. And I actually have moved my car every fucking time. And the one time that I was just like, I was a day off, apparently, because I'm just not focusing because I'm too sad.
Well, when are they supposed to like take your license if you have too many tickets?
I'm afraid they're gonna fucking send me a summons for fucking court, honestly. Like,
like an arrest warrant.
You dumb? You know what? It's just like, I say it as a joke, but you know what? In the past, I have been really unlucky with especially cops and dealing with cops, because like I'll try to be like, hey, cute charm, and they're like, nope, not at all.
Oh my god.
It usually works, but cops a lot of the time are just like, that doesn't work on me. I'm like, okay.
Well, all right, lesson learned.
Cry without working. No, the 2 cops that pulled me over for my fucking license plate, or my license plate, they were gonna tow my car, they were gonna take my life, they were gonna fucking do all of it if Dom didn't end up driving behind me. And he saw me get pulled over, so he went and talked to them in French, and he kept being like,
yeah, I remember that.
He was just like, shut up, man. I was like, I'm sorry, it was, I just didn't know. I was just like trying to talk to the cop to try to make him feel a bit bad, because I just like was having a difficult time, and I was hoping he would like give me a bit of sympathy, and he was just like, absolutely, no, didn't even think about it, I'm pretty sure. Oh no.
I usually are dating with you thinking, Internet, why do you date up online? Some people are actually doing that still.
I didn't blame you for something you didn't even do yet.
Right.
I'll fight you. Put him up. I'll fight you with my eyes closed. I'll fight you with my back. Sorry.
That's cool. Yeah.
I just want to go like fish, or I want to go because I got golf clubs, and I just want to go onto that bridge on the canal and just like launch golf balls.
What?
I don't know. 'Cause I can't do things that are dangerous. I don't want to do things.
Yeah.
No, last time I had to message you right after because I was like, oh no, that was not just stupid. That was reckless and stupid.
Mistakes were made.
No, and I was just like, I need to tell somebody about it because I can't tell Cameron because he'll be like, I'm locking the door at night before I fall asleep, so you can't get out.
You're trapped.
No, I could have someone could have been in the bush in the fucking on the bike path, and it's just literally the canal and bush, and it's just all bush, and there's no lights whatsoever. I just had my phone light. It was like a horror movie of someone like fucking running in darkness, and they only have that little tiny light.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and I was going full speed rollerblading. That was fucking. I almost rolled over someone's fucking head. Because the guy was laying on the fucking bike path in the middle of the night. Because he was probably fucking high on drugs or some shit, like. But I fucking went onto the grass and I almost face planted because I was just like, yo, why would you put your face there?
Sir, please.
And it was right at the end because I was like, oh, okay, I made it. I'm fine. We're okay. And then I just almost rolled over someone and I was just like, why is there a person there at like 2:30 in the morning?
Then you have to ask yourself, why am I here at 2:30 in the morning?
Because I was feeling antsy and I wanted to go do something fun because I was upset because everyone else was out having fun. So my idea of fun was going rollerblading, and then I took the fucking bike path, and I was like, it's not that long. I'll just go fast. And I was like, oh right, no, it's not just the block. It goes all the way down. Yeah, and then at one point I was like, I should turn back, but I'm probably halfway down. And then I was like, I definitely was not halfway. I should have just went back. But no one would have known what happened to me. I just would have been gone one day. And someone could have just pulled me into the bush and raped me, and you guys would have never known what happened to me.
What the fuck? Yeah, what you don't?
Yeah, no, I'll admit, that was too stupid. But that's why I want fucking
an accomplice.
Yeah, PIC. But you're responsible and have.
We're gonna do a fucking B&E.
A bacon and egg special? I'm always down for that shit.
Yo, hell yeah.
I have a lava lamp. I have 2 lava lamps actually. And
are you gonna leave it in somebody's stuff? Good, let's do it, dude.
Well, this one's all moldy.
Actually, bring it to your mom's house.
Oh, I was actually gonna go to my mom's house today, but like, cause I figured like I already know she's just gonna make me feel so much worse, and I'm gonna be like, I regret coming here. But then I come back here, and then I'm like, things aren't so bad. It could be worse. I could be living there. Look, you see it? Isn't that weird?
It's weird. Why is it like that?
I think it has to do with the light bulb was too hot, so it didn't just like make it. Oh, look, it just sunk to the bottom. I think it made it too gooey, and then I have it next to a window, so I think like the back and forth between like hot and cold may have changed the the anatomy of the lava lamp. It usually happens with my lava lamps. I want a collection. It's just the light bulbs break really easily.
I love the pickles.
Sorry?
No, I was asking Tony how he wants his pickles. Pickles? Yeah.
How he wants his what?
His pickles cut. Takes care of me, Madison.
I'm sorry. Cameron ate my whole jar of pickles last time I got pickles, so we don't get pickles anymore.
If I can't have pickles, nobody can have pickles.
No, but the farts for the rest of the night are just fucking goddamn awful. You can taste the vinegar. It's so bad. And then I don't get blankets because then I have to choose either be cold or fucking go in his hot box of fucking stank.
Ew.
So cold. We still put the air conditioner on. I'm like,
I have my windows open right now because it's fucking hot. Personally, I find it very warm.
usually because everyone's heat travels up to our place, but like it's more for it's really stuffy in here. There's no fucking air circulation. And everyone's fucking like dog fur and dander and cat fucking shit and all that. Now they have laundry in their fucking apartments, and like every floor now smells like old fucking wet laundry.
Ew.
Yeah, and the public laundry that's fucking downstairs in the basement that is free like for the whole building. That's what they use for their fucking dog shit blankets and fucking cat like the nasty fucking laundry. They use fucking those machines now.
That's why I don't like using fucking machines in the buildings.
I don't think you should be able to have a building like this that has laundry machines in it because it's not made for fucking laundry machines. It's not a condo. Like when you walk, the floors are fucking loud. I don't know. Gentrification, yo.
Not fun. Coffee chuleño.
Was that Asian? Did you just speak some Asianese to me? Honestly, honestly, who comes into a restaurant and does this shit?
They don't understand. Oh man. Chill out, dude.
Okay, I made Cameron watch an Avril Living video with you today. Complicated.
Oh yeah.
Don, my style is Avril Living. It's so bad. And Cameron started watching it with me, and he was just like, "Oh shit, oh yeah, no, that's bad." Like he didn't do it intentionally. She doesn't even go here. You can't sit with us, Tony Baloney.
No, you can't sit with us.
Tony Baloney, the one. Okay, but yeah, you're wearing fucking.
Fuck off.
You're wearing your cool company logos, fucking representing, right? Where is it? Huh? Tony, can you fix my computer?
Computer.
My keyboard still won't fucking connect ever since fucking Windows 11 fucked all my shit up, and I get that. I know. Gonna have to back it up and then fucking reset the fucking whole computer, and it's just like I have to then pay $11 to fucking back up my shit, and I'm like, they're holding my pictures hostage too, and I'm like, fuck this. I'm gonna fucking live without a fucking keyboard. But it's like $500 for the shit, and I can't use the fucking pen now either.
It's fucking stupid.
It is fucking, and they're like, oh, you just have to re-download the driver, because like fucking when they redid the update to put it back to Windows 10, whatever, that driver didn't fucking go along with it. They're like, oh, just re-download the driver. So I did that, but then it wasn't reading it. It was still reading the old one. I was supposed to delete the old one after I had fucking downloaded the new driver, and I did not. So I downloaded like a fucking 50 driver links and shit. And now I just fucked it all up, and now I'm pissed.
Oh no.
Well, I paid a lot of money for this computer, so I expect it to just at least function.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all I asked for. But no. P-L-I-T-A-P. Wanna go get a coffee later, maybe?
You talking to me?
Yeah. Or I can bring you a coffee.
I have plans tonight, but if you want to get coffee tomorrow,
Where are you going?
No.
You going out?
No coffee. No coffee's allowed.
No happy, no fun. We know.
That's right. Not without me.
Oh god, I never thought there'd be someone who kills as much joy as I do, if not more.
About what?
Take the stick out of your bum, Tony Baloney, the one and only.
What's stick? There ain't no stick.
Ha. The way you said stick was funny. Because it almost sounded like dick. Yes. This is the best. Wait, where are you? Wait. Apparently. Yeah. How does this thing do? Window? Proto? No.
Can you back up? Back up. Back up.
That's super cool. Okay.
What's up, boys? So what do you guys want to do today?
Dude, you want to crush some off?
Nice.
You have no idea how happy this makes me.
By the way, Canadian? Is she Canadian?
I don't think so. Is she? Maybe she is actually.
Was she right? Like Jack Kroger?
I honestly, I really wasn't that into Avril Lavigne, to be honest. I think I was at first. I was more into Evanescence, I think.
I think we all were.
But she dresses like me now.
Avril Lavigne?
Kind of like the beater, the tie, the weird fucking like accessories on the arms, big ass fucking shoes, super fucking dark eye makeup. Like it's terrible and it's so unintentional, 100%. Anyway, that was my realization today. Was that my style is Avril Lavigne, apparently.
Want toaster bun?
Yes, please. Would you like me to assign somebody to butter your muffin?
What?
I heard toasted buns,
Oh, yes.
and I'm a toddler.
I'm
So
toasting bun in a toaster oven.
toasty buns. Sorry. Oh, why do you look so cranky?
What?
You look cranky or tired.
You feel cranky? You feel cranky?
I said you look cranky or like
No,
tired.
I'm a little bit tired, yeah. I'm okay.
So what was the big plans for tonight?
I'm just gonna do some streaming with people and stuff like that.
Why are Cameron's doing streaming too? That's why I was gonna come bring you coffee.
I'm a full gamer girl.
Yeah.
Hashtag cool.
I can see a halo. I really want to play Glover. I was thinking of that the other day. I love that game.
Glover or
Glover. It's like a little. It's an N64 game with the. That was a great game. Super underrated. Like.
I rented it from Blockbuster once.
It was like one of the most hated fucking games that, like, people in those days like probably played.
I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Like half the time, I was like, "What's the point of this game?"
The dynamics of it are so great. Once, like, now that I'm an adult and I understand like the fucking all the dynamics of different balls and shit. I'm a ball expert. Okay.
Tony, are you having both the burgers now? Let's take a big plate.
Okay, well, I'm gonna let you guys go eat your food, and I'll let you go hang out with your cool friends. Because it's a cool thing now.
Cool
You know what? I wish that were true. Oh, my cat thinks I'm cool. Wait, before you.
Well, your cat is right.
She's not. My cat's a fucking pain in the ass asshole. She fucking Gigi was fucking pissing my shit before because the litter box was like, Cameron was like on his way back with cat litter, and she's like going from room to room trying to piss on my stuff. Like, get out! Just go outside! Look at my kitty. Isn't she so majestic?
Did you tell me to get the orange juice?
Oh, it's cold outside.
It is cold outside. Thank you for that observation. Mama.
I was trying to clean up some too.
Mama.
Because I can't say the whole time I'm stuck breathing.
Mama.
Look at the cat. Yes, it's Mimsy.
She talks.
Can I have them?
Her name is Mama. Or Mimsy. Shut up, Mimsy. That's her actual name, but I call her Mama because Mama.
You have a cat.
Have a kiss?
Mimsy.
Mama.
A cat. Oh, bye.
I have two
I want a
cats.
cat.
Cameron almost came home with a kitten, apparently, like 2 weeks ago, and I was like, fucking, I will kill you. No,
I told you I asked
where
you.
the fuck are you?
You're gonna throw it out. No, I asked you to throw it out. I'm gonna throw it out. Are you serious right now?
No. See, we give kisses.
Are you being serious with me right now?
At least my cat loves me. And gives me boops on the nose.
Right here.
What? I'm sorry, Cam. Okay, I'll let you guys go. Enjoy your Friday night.
I'll call you later. I'll call you tomorrow.
Okie dokie, have fun.
Okay, bye.
Ah.
Ever since I flossed now, my gums hurt.
That's what happens to me every fucking time. That's kind of why I fucking started slacking on brushing my teeth.
I think I gotta start brushing my gums up again. You gotta like push up while you brush.
I just really don't want to talk about teeth right now at all. Because that's another shitty thing in my life.
A piece of gum though, it like it took whatever out of the tooth thing here, and now I don't have that hole anymore.
You know how much sugar's in gum?
Videos, we showed you some of the cheapest islands for
It's really
sale.
cold.
Well, we
Please hurry. Oh god, it's so fucking cold.
Have you ever wanted to live on a private island? Answer no. In the back there? Right, that's what I thought. Everybody wants to live on a private island. That serene tranquility, the clear waters, and the incredible feeling of peace in a place that is all yours. No one can just show up at your doorstep. But is it actually possible for mere mortals like you and me to afford one? I mean, it's not like you can just pick one up off of Facebook Marketplace secondhand. You'd have to be a billionaire or an A-list celebrity to have your own island, right? Well, not necessarily. In today's video, we're going to be looking at 8 private islands that cost less than the average 2-bedroom home in the United States. With New Jersey being the 3rd most expensive state in the U.S. to buy a house, it will be our reference point for what your hard-earned money can fetch you back on the mainland. Maybe the Isle of Dave, or Susan, or Tom might not be so unachievable after all. Moto Matatai, Tahiti, price $204.4 on the eastern side of the Ternate Atoll and is entirely underdeveloped, so it'll be up to you to make it your own. If you're up for a bit of fun, fishing, snorkeling, diving, and kayaking are very close, making this island a recreation lover's dream come true. I can picture you now, ripping across the bay on your jet ski. Maybe not. Still much better than this 2-bedroom apartment in Hackensack, which has the tiniest kitchen I think I've ever seen. Half Island, Canada.
No, it's not even that
Price,
bad.
$65,000. Location, Nova Scotia. Located less than 1 mile out from the mainland, Half Island is in an area well known for its natural beauty, as well as its world-class fishing and wildlife. The price includes an Airstream camper shell, perfect for building a tiny custom home to call your own. You can also camp out on one of your many beaches and watch the universe pass on by as the night sky comes alive.
And you get eaten by
you
a
could
bear.
take the $65,000 you would put towards the purchase of this beauty, and you could purchase this lovely little 2-bedroom home in Stanhope. The only thing is, the owner has declared no more showings, so you'll have to make a decision based on these 2 photos alone, which, as you can see, leave a lot to the imagination. Piece of the land, sea, and sky. Crehan Island, Great Britain. Price, $106,000. Location, Northern Ireland. This 6-acre retreat is described as a nature lover's paradise. The asking price includes a beautiful wooden cabin that you can use for storage or camping. And you'll be surrounded by mature oaks, Scotch pine, and beech trees. You'll also have a private dock to hitch your sailboat to as well. No waiting around for you. It's also worth noting that the busy market town of Lisniskia, where there are schools, shops, pubs, and a medical clinic, is only a 15-minute drive away. Sounds lovely to me. Definitely better than this cozy $100,000 as-is home in Trenton, New Jersey, which comes sandwiched between 4 other homes and without any air conditioning. Hope you like the neighbors and the smells they make. Manion's Island, Ireland. Price, $290,000. Location, Dunmanus Bay, West Cork. This 4-acre retreat is a perfect budget-friendly oasis for buyers who don't have the need for tropical temperatures on their island. Since the island is entirely underdeveloped, get ready to put your personal touch into place in the form of a house or eco-friendly hotel. The island is within 200 meters of land and just a few minutes away from Durrës Village, so you can mingle with the neighbors if you really feel like it. Certainly more idyllic than this homestead tucked away in Oak Ridge, New Jersey, right? At $290K, at least it looks like it comes furnished. So it looks like owning that private island of your dreams is maybe closer than you think. Bonefish Key, Belize. Price, $69,500. Location, 1.5 miles north of San Pedro. For less than the cost of this ready-to-move-in 650 square foot cage in Pembroke Greens, you'll just have to be prepared to put a little work into it. You see, the island is overgrown with mangroves, and some parts are just a bit swampy, so you'll have to fill those areas in before you can build on it. Good news, while you're there, you can enjoy fly fish fishing, Bocas del Toro. Although around the same price, I see it comes with a melted satellite. Swiss Family Robinson Tree Fort if you wanted to. Now that would be something. On the plus side, civilization and restaurants are a 30-minute boat ride away. Or you could instead pick up this little beauty located in Newark, New Jersey for around the same price. I see Leader Island is an underdeveloped gem that spans 11 acres. It comes with a... We are back in Nova Scotia, where there seems to be an excess of private islands to go around. Leader Island is an underdeveloped gem that spans 11 acres and is just 1/4 mile away from the mainland. That means that food, liquor, building supplies, and even a bowling alley are just a mere 10-minute drive away. The purchase price also includes a place to park 2 cars on the land, a dock beside those cars to park your boat at, and a dock on the island. You could have this, or you could save a couple bucks and spend your money on this quaint Phillipsburg
I don't
2-bedroom.
have anything nice.
Complete with neighbor's pool filled up and ready to ruin your peaceful Sunday afternoon. Coming in at the exact same amount it would take to buy Leader Island, you realize what a steal of a price this secluded gem really is. What would you build or do with the islands that we mentioned in today's video? Let us know in the comments below. And don't
I would
forget
do exactly that. Just be on it.
Where do you think the rich ones go on vacation?
With
Millions to spare, they certainly deserve an exotic getaway location of theirs. A private island can fit the bill. The purpose of a vacation is to enjoy your time. And when you are alone with your family and friends, only that enjoyment is guaranteed. Now, some
Why
can
do you
get that
sound
feeling
like a
visiting
creepy
beach or a
pedophile?
park. But that's not the case for those 1%ers. As they have loads in their bank, they ensure total privacy with their clients. And what could 40 developed acres? This exquisite island is located approximately 12 miles off the coast of the Placentia Peninsula in southern Belize.
It sounds like placenta.
A 700-acre private island with a brand new 5,700-foot asphalt jet airstrip.
That's stupid.
Have you ever wanted to live on a private island? Who answered no? You in the back there? Right, that's what I thought. Everybody wants to live on a private island. That serene tranquility, the clear waters, and the incredible feeling of peace in a place that is all yours. No one can just show up at your doorstep. But is it actually possible for mere mortals like you and me to afford one? I mean, it's not like you can just pick one up off of Facebook Marketplace secondhand. You'd have to be a billionaire or an A-list celebrity to have your own island.
4 years is
right?
founding a nonprofit
Not
organization
necessarily.
that forces the city to have a consultation. My background in law prepares me to actually create bylaws that are powerful, and a great example of this is this 2020 housing bylaw that should have affordable, social, and family housing. It's not just about being prepared as a politician, but prepared with a judicial understanding of how laws and rules are created and how to implement them in order to get what you want. And the housing crisis is upon us right now with 24,000 people waiting for social housing. A classic example of an administration and Valerie Plante, for example, we actually failed to create a bylaw that
Why
actually
are you attacking her though?
equaled what she wanted, which was affordable homes for Montrealers, and that was not the case. So my background as a community organizer, my legal background, also my education background, and working with people, working particularly with community organizations,
more than qualified to be mayor of Montreal. The majority of Quebecers might be against it, but the majority of Montreal aren't. And that's the difference here. As I am running for mayor of Montreal, Montreal has over 200 cultural communities. There are people in Montreal, growing populations that speak Mandarin, Arabic, Spanish, and we can go down the list of languages. So I believe that Montreal as a multicultural, multilingual city with an international economic presence and the business language of the world being English, we have to be realistic about the role of language in Montreal and that duality being English and French. All while protecting the French culture and language, we can still recognize our roots. 40% of all tickets go to the most vulnerable, particularly homeless people. So what we are saying is that how are you going to really solve those issues is by providing homes, having leisure, sports, recreation infrastructure, having interveners, social workers, to actually have the SPVM do their job, which is to fight criminals, to fight the proliferation of firearms. That is how we're going to stop the rise of violence in the city of Montreal. But on the other hand, we can also, through investing in communities, investing in people. So one of the great ways that we can do that is what we call as citizen-based policing, whereby you would have an individual who is not armed. This individual would simply be intervening in a situation where someone, for example, has schizophrenia, is going through a psychosis, and needs an intervention. This person does not need to have a police officer show up. They need to have a citizen who understands mental health, who understands drug abuse, who understands homelessness, and they intervene in the situation to help someone who's vulnerable and at risk of really dying in that circumstance. That's one very clear and concrete way where we can dismantle this power structure that's using force of arms to release someone who's vulnerable. The other way, and this is very, very clear, is that we need to once again change the culture in the SPVM. How do you do that? Providing more sensitivity training, more training on the realities of individuals who are from different ethnicities, different backgrounds, different socioeconomic statuses, to ensure they understand the people who are there serving, and hopefully that can build some more compassion, some more trust, and some more connections between police officers and the people that they're supposed to be serving.
You must have heard of helium. The gas is used in balloons, but it is also used elsewhere, like in liquid-fueled rocket tanks and supersonic wind tunnels. South Africa is now trying to cash in on its untapped helium reserves as the global market for the gas grows. Take a look at our next detailed report. This South African heartland used to be known for its gold. But while searching for natural gas to run a nearby gold mine, Stefano Morani and his partner found an even more valuable treasure, helium.
We came down, we got the gas samples, we took it up to Joburg, and that was when we discovered there were varying concentrations of between 2 and 4% of helium in our gas. And that was when we knew we had something special.
What was your reaction when you found out?
I can't say that on camera.
Helium has become a precious resource with the development of new technologies. Without it, there would be no electronic chips, smartphones, or medical scanners. It is even essential to cool down rocket engines.
So what we've got over here...
South Africa joins the small club of countries producing the rare gas and surpasses world number 1, the US, by far.
The United States produces at around 0.35%. Our average is 3.4%. So already we're 10 times higher than the United States, and that's our average.
Okay.
We have wells over here at 12%, which are completely unprecedented and never seen before.
Morani's firm Renogen plans to build a liquefaction plant, which will process natural gas for domestic use and liquid helium for world export. The site could provide as much as 7% of world production. The extraction process is also green. Renogen does not use fracking, a controversial process which contaminates groundwater and causes small earthquakes. That means that this helium may also be the world's cleanest. Beyond World is One is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the news updates on the move. Now, something really serious, meanwhile, is also happening in China. There is a run to the supermarkets. People are fighting for food. There is panic buying. Army biscuits and luncheon meats have become the most searched items online. Rice, soy sauce, chili sauce, and noodles are trending on Alibaba. The top search on an engine reads household stockpile list. Guess what's happening here? The Chinese are stocking up. They're buying cabbages, rice, sauce. Vendors are running out of stock. Begs the question, why? Why are people fighting for ration? Is China running out of food, or is there something worse in store? The government of Xi Jinping encouraged people to stock.
What the fuck is going
The
on,
Ministry of
dude?
Commerce issued a notice on the 1st of November. And here is the notice on your screen. It asks local authorities to ensure there are enough supplies so that people can stock up. Let me read out some portions from this notice. This is what it says.
I hate
The
you.
notice requires that all localities support and encourage large agricultural product circulation companies to sign long-term supply and marketing agreements. Storage-resistant vegetables should be purchased in advance, and the supply of goods should be locked in order to prepare local dishes and customer dishes. It goes on to say, and I'm quoting again, encourage families to store a certain amount of daily necessities as needed to meet the needs of daily life and emergencies. Strengthen the construction of emergency delivery networks. It does not say why. Why do the people of China need to stock up for an emergency? The government says winter or emergencies. Most countries experience winter, by the way. No country is free from the risk of an emergency. But governments do not ask citizens to stock up. Quite the opposite. Most governments advise against stocking up or hoarding. But China likes being an exception, and not in a good way. And we like to dig up the details. So let's try and find out why China is asking its citizens to stock up. Is there a food crisis? Is there a chance of a nationwide lockdown? Is China expecting tension with Taiwan to blow up? Or is the Met Office predicting an extreme harsh winter? China maintains it is not running out of supplies. A Commerce Ministry official told state broadcaster CCTV, and I'm quoting again, the supply of necessities, daily necessities, is sufficient everywhere, and the supply should be fully guaranteed. Well, this does not say very much, because when it's China, you do not take the government's word for it. That's the mantra. The truth is, vegetable prices are soaring in China. In many cases, they have become dearer than meat. Vegetables costing more than meat. Reports in Beijing, vegetable prices are up at least 50%. Why is that? Heavy rains have hit the agricultural province of Shandong. Crops have been ruined, supply chains have been disrupted, and now prices are soaring. Does that mean the stock up notice has nothing to do with the Wuhan virus? Well, one could hope. Except there is already a buzz in Chinese media about a potential lockdown. We know that the global ridicule has forced China to adopt what they call a zero COVID policy. And right now, Wuhan virus numbers in China are far from zero. China is in the middle of a Delta outbreak. Daily infections have touched a 3-month high. Several Chinese cities are under lockdown. Beijing has recorded its highest daily infection for the year. What are the chances that China will call for a nationwide lockdown? Here's what the state-run Economic Daily says. The notice to stock up was meant to prepare people for a potential quarantine. What about tensions with Taiwan then? Does that have something to do with this notice to stock up for an emergency? There's a lot happening on that front, and we'll talk about that later in detail on the show. But for now, remember that if it does come to a China versus Taiwan situation, Beijing will find itself globally isolated with its supply chains cut. So that is a worry. And finally, the cold snap. The fear of that too is real. Reports say temperature in some parts of China is expected to fall by as much as 15 degrees this week. That will make communication and transportation difficult, and prices of vegetables will once again go up. So I could tell you that the reason China is asking people to stock up is all of these: vegetable shortage, Wuhan virus, Taiwan, and an approaching winter. But that will be just half the answer. Something worse seems to be in store, and I'm afraid I cannot point to it just yet, but I will tell you why I think so. It is unlike China to push a panic button on food security, because food is a very, very touchy issue in China. In the 1950s and 60s, the country lost tens of millions of people to the Great Famine. The tragedy still haunts China, and Xi Jinping knows this all too well. Not too long ago, Beijing asked people to be frugal while ordering at a restaurant. It even asked people to report restaurants that waste food. It is very unlike the Chinese Communist Party to push the panic button on food security, especially at a time like this. It is very unlike the CCP to risk its position by sending any sort of signal that can be read as a food emergency in China. Consider this: China never asked its citizens to stock up, even when it put millions under a lockdown in 2020. No stock up notices were issued in Wuhan, none in Hubei. So why are they being issued now? And that too repeatedly. In October, the province of Jiangsu issued a list of supplies that people should be stocking, like instant noodles, bottled water, compressed biscuits, and luncheon meat. And this list has now resurfaced on social media, and that explains the fight over compressed military biscuits and the trending luncheon meat. But what it doesn't answer is what really is cooking in China, and what is it that China is hiding from the world this time? Why is it asking its people to buy in bulk? Why is China encouraging panic buying? We'll let you know as soon as we know. WION is now available in your country. Download the app now and get all the news on the move. And before we proceed any further, I'm going to show you some images. This is what Beijing looks like today.
Aurora private islands came from us. Very beautiful one. 20 million clients like Bill Gates. Johnny Depp bought an island. As you know, Robinson Crusoe, that is his original gun.
About 3 years ago, I had a client who wanted to buy not only a passport, but an island as well. At that time, I did not have a clue that such a business existed at all, or how it worked. This idea intrigued me, and I decided to investigate. 3 years have passed, and today I'm talking to the owner of a company he created 50 years ago. He is still the only one in the market. In fact, he created the market.
My business is a sale of privately owned islands around the world. I started it, the first island I sold was 1971. Put all the photos I gathered and the map together and sent it around in Hamburg here to people from whom I knew from the paper, so that they are pretty rich. And then one guy called and said, look, I'm interested, but I'll buy the island with 2 friends. Because I thought if I have my own island, then I have my own peace. Sovereign I have is the mother nature. And I have to subordinate the mother nature, and then I'm a happy man. I read books about Robinson Crusoe and treasure hunt and all these things, and that's why I found islands are very special. And then I read somewhere in the paper, I remember someone said he bought an island for 5,000 Deutschmarks. And then I noticed to buy a nice island, you don't need 5,000 Deutschmarks, you need 500,000 or a million or so. I knew that. Did you know Robinson Crusoe? That is his original gun he had on the island when he had been there, 1709. And Daniel Defoe.
That's fantastic.
Very novel. Nobody knew about
God.
it. Rented a plane with a pilot, of course, and I flew along the coastline. and looked at islands.
Okay, well, we'll come back.
We talked about this before the break. There is an island in Northern Ontario that you can purchase. It's a private island. Should we take a look at it before I tell you the purchase price?
Wow.
It's pretty big.
This
You can buy this whole island. This is Lake Nipissing, 7 acres. Okay, so there's oh look, there's a helipad. The helicopter does not come with it,
Okay.
but you've got a helipad option, which is basically looks like a dock on the land.
Sure.
It is a great cottage, and there's lots of.
What's the catch?
Well, how much do you think this would go for?
Wow, millions.
Okay, millions. And I'll tell you the average condo
You're
price in
bad
Toronto,
at
just to give you some
acting.
perspective, is $579,000. You can have this for $599,000.
The island and the cottage.
What am I missing
Yes.
here?
Nothing. Well, I guess you've got to figure out a way to transport yourself from mainland to there. So you'll need a boat
or a
helicopter.
Yeah.
You'll be saving enough money. Maybe you can, well, perhaps.
I mean, it's delightful.
Isn't it lovely? And the views are amazing.
How do you sell a place like that? Like, there's no Saturday open house.
You make appointments.
Yes, of course. And then you have to fly there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a 3-bedroom, 1 bath.
I wonder how far the boat ride is, like from the mainland to your island.
That could be a thing.
That might be because that seems like that's a good price for a cottage. It seems, and it's all that looks new.
It was built in 1996.
This doesn't look like
Ben.
Doesn't look like a fixer upper to me.
No,
this
it's
is
beautiful.
turnkey ready. So what is the catch for it? Because
I
that's
think
a
it's
big
gonna
property.
I think it's far away from the mainland.
Yeah.
This is where you could build a family compound where everybody could have their own house, right? So there's a lot of positives here, and it doesn't seem like it's very expensive.
No, so there you go. If you're in the market in Northern Ontario, that is an option.
See, I was thinking tropical when you first said island. I'm like, no, there's anything
Well, yeah,
wrong
but
with
you've
this.
been in it for a while. First you're in St. Lucia, and then you're back here dealing with Dorian.
But
So
right away, I was like, okay, well, that could be millions of dollars, but that's lovely.
It is lovely.
But you may have to row your boat.
It may take you all weekend to get there.
Thanks for watching. If you like this, be sure to subscribe here.
and you can check out more Your Morning videos right here.
What's up, everyone, and welcome back. If you're new here, thanks for stopping by. My name's Jordan, and this is
Jessica.
And this is our channel, A Tribe Called Owens. Normally, we're doing travel.
Are you pro with this?
Hi, Jessica.
just laying on his dog. He was literally just laying there. Button down, Mac. It's fucking Daddy Vito.
COP26 coming, Glenn. Stephen Guilbeault becomes the environment minister. He has gone from a climate activist to a climate actor. Here he is after.
The fucking music.
He has gone from a climate activist to a climate actor. Here he is after he climbed the CN Tower in 2001. Okay, he was arrested for doing this as part of Greenpeace.
Yeah.
Here's he was like 10 years ago.
Greenpeace is climbing the world's tallest building today to tell the world not to be fooled by the Liberal government. As the talk on climate change starts, we want to tell the world that the Bush and Canadian administration are out to kill the Kyoto Protocol.
Sorry, that was 20 years ago. Gosh, time flies. That's 20 years ago.
That's
Glenn,
fucking
what do you
crazy.
expect from him
People
now?
change. People change.
That was bad.
Look at. I don't think. Yeah, 20 years, a long time ago. I don't think you're going to see. I mean, he will be a very visible environment minister. I think they will put him out in front on a lot of things, but he
Holy
won't
crap.
be industry facing. And I think that's really the key here is that Jonathan Wilkinson moving to natural resources. He's the guy who's going to have to deal with the oil and gas sector. He's the guy who's going to deal with provincial energy ministers, especially in Alberta, Saskatchewan, Newfoundland, and Labrador. And I think Mr. Guilbeault is going to be the guy they send out to open the new Tesla charging station on the 401. I don't think, and I think they're going to be very cautious about the fact that he has had that history that will make him a lightning rod for a lot of people.
Although he will shore up support. Yeah, I got 10 seconds time to go.
I would just say they are portraying him not as the crazy protester that he was 20 years ago, that he's a uniter around the cabinet,
Okay.
That was a pretty quick 10 seconds. Got a whole lot hashed out there.
Anita Anand's first duty in
Duty.
COP26 coming, Glenn. Stephen Guilbeault becomes the environment minister. He is going.
Canada's new environment minister isn't getting a warm welcome everywhere in the country.
His own personal background and track record on these issues suggests somebody who is more of an absolutist than a pragmatist.
Stephen Guilbeault is facing questions about his activist past and the message his appointment sends.
I don't have a secret agenda as environment minister, so I'm willing to sit down and work with anyone in the country who wants to fight, to work with us to fight against climate change.
That work will start on the world stage with the UN's climate change conference kicking off next week. So, how will the minister be received abroad, and what does his reception at home tell us about the way forward? It's Thursday, and I'm here with At Issue for the second time this week. Chantal Hébert, Andrew Coyne, and Althea Raj. Good to see everybody. Althea, I'll start with you today. So let's start with some of the questions that the minister has faced since his appointment earlier this week, saying in that clip, "I've got no secret agenda," and now having to travel to COP26 to Glasgow and sort of make the case that Canada is taking climate change seriously. Is this already creating problems of baggage for him?
I don't think so. I think the government anticipated the response that Mr. Guilbeault's appointment was going to have, and that they actually kind of welcome the compare and contrast, if you will. They're fine with the Conservatives getting into knots with their disagreement over Mr. Guilbeault getting that position. They know that they've scored big points in Quebec, especially with his appointment as Environment Minister. The other thing is he has no secret agenda because the government has been very transparent. Even Jonathan Wilkinson on Monday, when he was still Environment Minister, was talking about no more incremental change. The government recognizes that they need to go much further and much faster, and that is the mandate, even though we don't have the mandate letters yet, that Mr. Guilbeault has been given. So on the one hand, yes, it's true, the Conservatives and some in the more center-right media, if you will, like the coverage and the pictures of Mr. Guilbeault when he had scaled the CN Tower. He has moved on from that. And if anything, we can say that, yes, he's an environmentalist, but he's also a practical environmentalist.
Yeah, those are the pictures that we showed there of him in an orange jumpsuit after doing that. Chantal, will the fact that he has this vast experience, this is his 20th COP, incredibly, will that help in any way Canada get past some of the criticisms that we still deal with from other countries about our own emissions?
Of course it will. It's hard to imagine anyone representing Canada there that has more connections to that world. And there will be some there who will think that Canada must have changed to appoint him as environment minister. Now, to go back to LTO's point, in Quebec, Stephen Guilbeault is not known as a radical environmentalist or an extremist. He's known as a half-full glass kind of guy rather than the half-empty version of environmental. If anything, in the environmental groups, even as they're happy about this appointment, often lamented is willingness to talk to people who are not necessarily part of the group, the sect, the club. So, and then bottom line, and notwithstanding Jason Kenney's reaction, I think it's clear that the Conservatives have paid a higher price for not taking climate change seriously than the NDP, the Bloc, and the Liberals for doing the opposite.
Jonathan Wilkinson's also going to COP26, as is, we just found out today, Chrystia Freeland. I wonder if, there's also a hope, Andrew, that the balance of Stephen Guilbeault and Jonathan Wilkinson will reassure some people.
That may be a hope. I'm not sure it's one that's likely to be realized. I certainly agree. Harping on somebody's radical past when they've chosen themselves to go into politics, signaling therefore that they want to work with people rather than simply yelling from the sidelines. I think that's vastly overdone. He's likely to be more pragmatic than he's been painted at. But at the same time, there's no doubt this sends a signal. And the signal is the government is putting the pedal to the metal, if I can use an outdated phrase. They are not going to be deterred by reaction in Quebec, in Alberta, I should say. And that's a Freudian slip. It's hard to imagine a federal government appointing someone who was as toxic to opinion in Quebec as Mr. Guilbeault is in Alberta, but they've only got 2 seats in Alberta. They don't much care, and 0 seats in Saskatchewan. It's a strange time, though. It's an interesting time to be having COP26, to be having these appointments, because there's a bit of a crisis going on in the energy sector. Oil is now at $80, headed towards $100. There are shortages emerging around the world, and public opinion, which has been pretty strong in support of this until now. It'll be interesting to see if we get into a real energy crunch, whether that's sustainable. At the same time, we may be able to reach our 2030 targets. We're a long way from the $170 a ton carbon price we can get there, but we're a long way on present policy from reaching net zero in 2050, and so frankly is the world. So this is a very nervy choice in a time, I think, of some uncertainty on that file.
COP26 coming, Glenn. Stephen Guilbeault becomes the environment minister. He has gone from a climate.
Canada's new environment minister isn't getting a warm welcome everywhere in the country.
His own personal background and track record on these issues suggests somebody who is more of an absolutist than a pragmatist.
Stephen Guilbeault is facing questions about his activist past and the message his appointment sends.
I don't have a secret agenda as environment minister, so I'm willing to sit down and work with anyone in the country who wants to fight, to work with us to fight against climate change.
That work will start on the world stage with the UN's climate change conference kicking off next week. So, how will the minister be received abroad, and what does his reception at home tell us about the way forward? It's Thursday, and I'm here with At Issue for the second time this week, Chantal Hébert, Andrew Coyne, and Althea Raj. Good to see everybody. Althea, I'll start with you today. So let's start with some of the questions that the minister has faced since his appointment earlier this week, saying in that clip, "I've got no secret agenda." And now having to travel to COP26 to Glasgow and sort of make the case that Canada is taking climate change seriously. Is this already creating problems of baggage for him?
I don't think so. I think the government anticipated the response that Mr. Guilbeault's appointment was going to have, and that they actually kind of welcome the compare and contrast, if you will. They're fine with the Conservatives getting into knots with their disagreement over Mr. Guilbeault getting that position. They know that they've scored big points in Quebec, especially with his appointment as Environment Minister. The other thing is he has no secret agenda because the government has been very transparent. Even Jonathan Wilkinson on Monday, when he was still Environment Minister, was talking about no more incremental change. The government recognizes that they need to go.
Yeah, that was your only pick. So fuck off, please.
The mayor of Montreal, whoever it is on November 7th, should be taking up that cause as well.
Language has been a hot button issue in Quebec for decades. Just this week, Air Canada CEO Michael Rousseau giving an almost unilingual English speech at Montreal's Chamber of Commerce and unable to answer reporter questions in French after living in the city for 14 years, had politicians from all sides condemning it and many in the public. But the province's English-speaking community has always felt like they're on an island of their own, and advocates say Montreal's mayoral candidates need to do more to support the minority language group, especially as Quebec's proposed Bill 96, aimed at reforming the province's language law, Bill 101, could impede some rights of Anglophones.
The current elected officials, and that's both at the provincial level, at the municipal level, but also at the federal level, are not putting into action views and policies that would actually ensure access to services in English. Jennings participated in the National Assembly consultations on Bill 96 at the end of September, calling on Quebec to withdraw the bill because they believe the government is preparing to restrict access for English speakers to public services and to schools, including English cégeps. At the only English mayoral debate on October 28th, incumbent Mayor Valérie Plante said while she recognized it's a passionate debate, she supported Bill 96 alongside Denis Coderre, who said despite his support for the bill, which boosts protection of the French language, minority language groups deserve to have services. Balarama Holness of Mouvement Montréal declared he was the only candidate on stage that rejects Bill 96 and would fight it at the provincial level. When you have such a significant portion of the city of Montreal population who are English speaking, or for whom the language, the official language in which they're most comfortable in conversing when it comes to matters that are, so fundamental to their well-being, is English.
The next mayor of Montreal should know that, French is the first language, but if I've been speaking English since I was born, that doesn't mean I have to entirely forget English.
A big part of the makeup here is also Anglophones too. And everyone pays taxes. So as long as you're paying taxes and you're part of the system, you should be entitled to some of the rights.
I think we need to look at equality between the French and English, because just as much as we want to protect French, we should also want to protect English. It shouldn't be one more than the other. For Jennings, the protection of the French language should revolve around bolstering education services, literacy, and accessibility to the language, rather than diminishing English services.
We could possibly have a mayor who doesn't get that and therefore
does, she
is not
can't.
a strong advocate for that is a problem, and it's worrisome.
In Montreal, Alicia Robertucci, City News.
With a 100-year-old building, a long time ago, both Billy Talent and P.E.D.'s Grace were, they have their spaces in the building.
Can I see you play a little bit?
Sure.
This unassuming building on Front Street in downtown Toronto has been a sanctuary for burgeoning musicians for decades. But now the building has been sold, and plans are underway to redevelop the property into condos, one of many residential developments underway in the area.
Oh my
This notice
god.
appearing a few days ago from Rehearsal
No,
Factory,
I
the
can't.
company that operates the space.
You gotta be kidding. Why you make some fucking
Leaders on the
opposite
campaign
too?
trail aren't mincing words.
It's time to face the facts.
Oh.
We have a housing crisis in Canada. The supply of homes to own as well as to rent is not keeping up with our growing population. Justin Trudeau's allowed this to happen, allowed this crisis to get worse. It's gotten worse while he's been in power. There's always more to do.
The average home price across Canada soared more than 30% during the pandemic. Historically low mortgage rates and a demand for more space fueled the frenzy. But even before COVID, affordability was increasingly out of reach for many in Toronto and Vancouver.
Not only the question of supply, it's also how a lot of that supply, whether it's certainly home ownership, but I think increasingly rental, seems to be disconnected or decoupled from local incomes.
The steep climb of home prices is due to many factors. Since the 1980s, Canada has welcomed more immigrants, most of them settling in Vancouver, Toronto, and Montreal. Many more international students have been enrolling in universities and colleges, something that often leads to citizenship, and new home construction hasn't kept up. Developers blame local governments, who blame developers.
Land for new housing is slow to come to market because of municipalities being very slow in going through the various kinds of planning approvals.
There are other factors too, like speculative investment in housing. With prices on a tear, investors, both foreign and domestic, have poured money into some of the hottest markets. Some of that money may involve laundered funds.
Canada's been critiqued for a number of years for our lack of anti-money laundering provisions.
What is increasingly obvious is the growing divide between older households that have been building up equity and younger workers priced out of the housing market.
Younger demographic, if you will, struggling to get into their first homes, while we have an older or, if you will, more established generations already looking at their second, third, or fourth home.
The youth vote and the affordability issue all potential wildcards in the upcoming federal election. Anne Gaviola, Global News, Toronto.
It's time to face the facts. We have a housing crisis in Canada.
Housing has been on the minds of many voters, and we've heard from you in droves. We've also heard from the party leaders.
I hear from people everywhere that they cannot find a place to live.
Political parties have decided that there's one thing they can promise that will suddenly fix everything in housing. Over the last 5 years, the average price of a Canadian home has gone up more than 50%. About half that growth coming in the last year. And it's pricing many Canadians right out of their own cities.
I was looking around to buy a house, but the most of them are more than $1 million.
For renters, prices have steadily been rising, about 5 or 6% a year for a 2-bedroom in Toronto.
I believe we are in the most expensive housing market that has ever been experienced across Canada.
The big issue we're facing is too many people for not enough homes. A big part of the issue is demographic. We've got this very large millennial bulge. In Canada, we've got lots of immigration, which I think is a good thing. But it does lead to crowding in the more desirable locations. And then, of course, COVID.
Yes, the pandemic has driven a spike in demand for larger living spaces, kept interest rates low, making mortgages more attractive, and disrupted the construction of new homes, all factors leading to higher home value. So, what solutions to the housing crisis are the federal parties proposing? We want to tackle this housing crisis in a serious way, and we want to build more affordable homes. Building affordable homes is in all the major parties' plans. Justin Trudeau's Liberals have committed to doubling down on the national housing strategy launched 3 years ago, which now promises $70 billion in investments over 10 years. The Liberals are also promising to commit $1 billion in loans and grants to develop a new rent-to-own program between landlords and renters, introduce a tax-free first home savings account to allow Canadians under 40 to save up to $40,000 for their first home, and invest $4 billion in a new housing accelerator fund for municipalities to apply to support faster housing development. Jagmeet Singh's NDP are promising to create at least 500,000 affordable homes over 10 years, create a 20% foreign buyers tax on the sale of homes to individuals who are not Canadian citizens or permanent residents, and waive federal sales tax on the construction of new affordable rental units. And Aaron O'Toole's Conservatives are promising to implement a plan to build 1 million homes in the next 3 years, ban foreign investors not living in or moving to Canada from buying homes here for at least 2 years, and release at least 15% of federally owned real estate for housing. 2/3 of Canadian households already owned a home before all of this, and their average wealth has grown. It's only the other third feeling the brunt of this crisis, and some experts say that breakdown explains a lot.
So much of Canadian housing policy has a kind of bias in it to support the interests of current homeowners. And from that perspective, any moves that are going to deflate the housing market substantially are going to be problematic.
That could explain why the federal parties are peddling more surgical solutions for the housing market problem.
We have brought forward measures on house flipping that will discourage people from fully benefiting from the capital gains on flipping a house in under 12 months.
Foreign investors are also making the situation worse. They are bidding up prices, and in some cases, they're sitting on their investments and actually leaving homes empty.
And it's that last issue that we've received many audience questions on: foreign ownership, whether it should be banned, and how big of a factor is it?
There's actually some dispute about how important foreign ownership is. There are plenty of researchers, and I think that they would have adherents in the government as well, who doubt that foreign ownership is systematically a very important force.
It has been important in some places, Vancouver being the most famous example, but after British Columbia implemented a foreign buyers tax in 2016, home prices went down only for a few months. While affordable houses are disappearing, so are affordable rental apartments. One reason, many of them were built half a century ago or more.
The federal government used to build thousands and thousands of rental homes for lower income families in Canada, which they don't do anymore. As a result, the conditions in the rental housing market have just been deteriorating more or less continuously for several decades now.
The private sector over that time focused on building condos, while efforts to develop dense rental housing often ran into another wall: NIMBYism, or not in my backyard.
People like trees better than they like apartments as neighbors, and so people are reluctant naturally to allow more density in their communities.
So, which party has the most feasible solution?
I would say is that the Conservatives are laser focused on homeowners, and I think that it's understandable politically, but I think it's a real problem substantively for their platform. The major housing challenges that the country faces are ones which either involve renters specifically or renters and places where renters and owners are kind of connected. I think the Liberals look a little better on this. Their platform, I think maybe it's doubling down a little bit on some aspects of their existing policy. They're trying to attract for first-time home buyers, for younger families who are kind of worried about their ability to get into the housing market. I think it's unlikely to rise to the magnitude of the challenge that the housing market faces right now. And then lastly, if you look at the NDP, I think you see a vision which is probably much more closely aligned with the realities of the problems, and maybe a little bit less in terms of some of the specific details of how they're going to get there.
Watsma says he thinks at the end of the day, Canada's housing problem has become so big, the proposed levels of federal investment probably all need a zero added to them to be able to solve this issue meaningfully and quickly. Do you have a question about the election?
You know
Email
what? Doesn't matter.
ask@cbc.ca.
Not my problem. I don't live there anymore. So they make it very clear that I don't live there anymore, and it is no longer my home.
Oh, really?
Well, no, they constantly try to throw out my, like, literally, it's, like, not even, like, that corner of stuff in the garage. Because Caitlin and the
Right out of the gate, all of the parties knew that housing affordability would be a core election issue, and that's why it's in all of their platforms.
Make the basement an apartment for, like, since I was a child, and they've been saying that. And there's still no walls, so. There's no floors, there's no walls, and, like, the house across the street is for sale, like, diagonal. And she was just like, fucking, she was saying that ours would be that much too. Oh, it's like the amount of renovations that have been done in that house. There have been not one, but two families that have been living in that house. And both of them were like contractors that flip houses, basically. So.
I looked at it. Oh, sorry. Actually, I mean, the floor's easy. You just, you know.
It's not my fucking problem.
It's just the vents.
I just don't care. We don't have central anything anyway, so we don't have central heating, we don't have central air, so. Yep. Because we got a guy to come look at it, and he just kind of laughed.
Welcome
and he was
back.
like, so
I'm
what
Jesse
did you
Baines
want
with
me
Yahoo
to do?
Finance Canada. You're watching
And I was like,
Editor's
"Fixing?"
Edition. And
It was
today
like,
we're talking
yeah,
about real
well,
estate during
there's no point.
COVID-19.
You
Today I
might
promise
buy
we're
new
going to
one,
get to your questions.
Not gonna happen.
We're going to look at where the markets appear to be heading going into the busy fall season. We're going to talk policy and much more with Real Osprey Realty's
like
John
fucking 30 years
Casalas.
old.
Thanks for being here, John.
Just fucking rip it out.
Thanks again for having
Take
me.
all the vents out.
And we have
Fucking-
Steve Sretsky in Vancouver of
Actually
Open Realty. Thanks for being here, Steve.
Go ceiling.
Thanks for having me on. Looking forward to it.
That's not the issue.
Okay,
The
before I
vents are fine,
ask you
honestly,
guys
like-
where you think markets are and where they're headed, let's have a listen to the Bank of Canada's Governor Tim Macklem. Have a listen.
That
Housing is slowing.
And
I think to some extent that reflects the fact that as the economy reopens, this demand for extra
There
space
was one day
is
it
diminishing.
looked like it was raining
You can
inside.
now
It was
go to
really
a
cool.
restaurant, you don't have to eat everything in your
I
own
don't
kitchen.
even to this day I don't know what happened, but I just went downstairs and it looked like downstairs it was like piss pouring rain, and everything was just like sopping wet.
Right out of the gate, all of the parties.
Go to Jerry, or the next door neighbor had to get Jerry. They come shut off the fucking main valve because mom didn't know what
It's
it was.
time to face the fact.
I'm not smoking anything.
Leaders on the campaign trail aren't mincing words.
It's time to face the facts.
Are you like?
We have a housing
like
crisis in
cruising
Canada.
on whatever that
The supply of homes to own as well as to rent is not
No.
keeping up with our growing population. Justin Trudeau's allowed this to happen, allowed this crisis to get worse.
Because life is difficult right now. Just like a doormat. To the fucking universe. I feel like I was literally put here just to be fucking a human punching bag for everybody's fucking bullshit emotions that they can't handle, like, which I kind of signed up to, I guess, in a way. But some days it's just a little more negatively effective on me.
Was it with Joanne?
No, she hasn't messaged me back yet, and I really don't want to go fucking hunt her down. I really don't, but something were to happen to her. I'm not saying I fucking expect her to quit or fucking even try to quit, but I just need to make sure she's not fucking dead. I'm fucking, why the fuck wouldn't she tell me? Like, I could have found her somewhere. Like, fucking stupid, fucking stubborn hard-headed.
See, now you know how women are.
Yeah, but fucking, like...
You see? Sometimes you just do things that don't make sense.
Sometimes if you feel like nobody gives a shit if you're fucking alive or not, you tend to be a lot less careful.
Okay.
Right now, like I know I'm just having a little tea party. And fucking, because it's a lot of work. You don't really know. I know. I'm just like.
Driving always helps.
Hmm?
So when I'm feeling like that, like when I'm by myself and stuff, like sometimes I just go for a drive or I go for a walk.
What usually I do is just like.
And then like I come home and I watch something new. Like just to put something new in my life.
I always try to do new shit though. Like.
I don't know. That's why I get caught up in stories and stuff like that. And that's why I kind of.
Well, do fun things that you do with your friends. Like, the only
Not all
friends
the time.
that I've ever had, all the fucking things they want to do that are fun, the only thing they think is fun is doing fucking hard drugs. So, can't. Never
Sad,
really
isn't
been.
it?
It is. It's so
It's
fuing
like-
lame. Like,
That's
if you
really
guys
the
didn't have
only
drugs, you guys
concern.
wouldn't even be able to be friends with each other. Like, it's so stupid.
At that point, is it really like?
I don't understand how you can't.
Just doing something just to be a part of the sadness
It's
of
not
everything.
even that. It's like you don't feel embarrassed to look stupid because like the kind of drugs they take, it's just like it doesn't look fun. Like I'm not even like even slightly curious on drugs that affect you to that extent, like Xanax and all those fucking Molly and all those fucking weird drugs. Like I'm like that does not sound fun. It does not look fun, and it sounds like another one of those things where you try it once and you're just like, what the fuck? Like, why would people want to do that? That sounds like fucking depressing sadness, not fun high times. Like, getting high is supposed to be fun and enjoyable. That just looks terrible. Like, those look fun. Oh, looks sad. People who are just depressed. Why do you? Oh, it's like you're okay with looking stupid like that. Like,
No, there's just a point where it's like a loss of senses. It's a loss of a sense, and it's like caring about things, and you don't notice like how you act towards people, what you say towards people.
But I was lucky.
That
I had people that called me out sometimes. Like Fury, actually. Fury used to call me out a lot, being like, hey, man, you're kind of being really not nice, and people are trying to help you right now, and I get that you're upset because of the situation, but, like, it's not because of us that you're in this situation, and we're just trying to help you, but you're kind of treating us like shit. And it's kind of like, oh, yeah, no, you're right. That's all I was trying to do with Joanne and her mom. Like, I wasn't trying to fucking get in her between her business or pick sides or whatever. But she doesn't see it that way, and I get it. But, like, I was lucky that I had people to once in a while be like, yo, get your fucking head out of your ass. Like, we get you're fucked up. We get you're going through stuff. And we're trying to be sympathetic, but it sucks when people burn out of sympathy. Like, that's because I've had previous history with, like, suicidal thoughts, I guess, and, like, depressed, like, fucking self-harm and shit. I guess people are more attentive to that. But I feel like with Joanne, she's very unpredictable, especially when she's fixated. She gets, like, in a
I know what you mean. Tunnel vision.
frenzy almost. Like, it's just like she's just so fixated on that one fucking thing and it's just destruction. Like, that's all she wants to do right now. She just wants to fucking search and destroy. Like, she's just fucking, that's all she is right now. Is a big ball of anger and sad and hate. And she just wants to fucking hurt.
One time one day you just gotta stop being sorry for yourself and actually, do something for yourself instead.
Yeah, but it's hard
Whether
to
it
do if
be-
you feel like you're not.
It's just something where it's like, what that saying where you just do it. That's one of those things. Like you don't know how it's gonna go,
right.
but like me, for instance, like I went to welding school.
You're very disciplined though, Cam. You have a lot of support systems. Like
it's not that I it's not like I used them though. It's just I had a place to stay. I ate.
Yeah, but your family was not fucked up. Your family was just like, well, they were not perfect, but not like how their families are. Like
yeah, but like it was still like my decision. No one forced me to do any of the things that I've done. Like
exactly,
I've done it myself.
You had choices. People like Joanne don't get choices. You get put in a situation, and you're just that. Joanne doesn't have a choice. She just has to deal.
What do you mean that she doesn't have a choice? Like, what does that even mean? Of course, she has a choice. She's just choosing the wrong thing. Like, I don't like that. When people
can't
are
do
like,
it by
oh,
herself.
you don't have a choice. Of course you do. You could just say, you know what, fuck this, and go do something else.
Yeah, that's not how it works, Cam. You don't think everyone would do that? If everyone who's in a bad situation, you don't think they would just be like, "Oh yeah, no, I'm sick of fucking being in this shit."
Bad
like,
situation where she has no choice of her own free will to do anything.
You know what? I had to do the same thing where it was like everyone was telling me like, "Oh, just stop being around those people." I'm like, so my mom, all my best friends that I've like been with for years and years, I'm like, yeah, go where? Like, just drive to like a couple towns over and find a nice little curb sit on. Like, and just be like, do you want to be my friend? Can I live with you? Like,
sometimes it's about just taking off for 3 months and
who's gonna feed you?
Yourself. You get a job and you feed yourself. Like
well, if you could get a job.
Of course, you can get a job.
Even
if it's just people don't want to do shitty jobs and think that they're too good for a fucking dishwashing job. Like, fuck off.
That's not
if you don't have the education and if you can't really do anything for yourself, then fuck, you deserve a dishwashing job. Like, and not even get paid just for tips.
That's terrible.
It's not though.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
I do though, because
you work a government job. Well, not government, but
don't start
you're
trying
a
to
city
trash
worker.
talk me now because
I didn't trash talk you.
went to school for the banking and accounting and all that, and she did it. She's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get a job and all that, and then she never even went to the place.
Okay, but you know what? Not everybody's NTW, okay?
She still is working at a dishwasher job.
Okay,
for
that's
tips.
That's not. I don't give a shit.
That's why I brought that up, because it's actually real.
Yep, that's great.
That's all I'm
That's not how you base everybody else, though.
No, but like some people gotta, like I said, pull their head out of their asses. Means get your shit together, like get your feelings in order. Get a little bit serious about what you want to do.
Cameron, it's like you did not think that we would want to do this if that were just like, oh yeah, like it's just like that.
Yeah, because I heard it over and over and over and over again, told to me over again, and it's like. Fuck.
And how do you deal with your feelings?
I fucking went and did something eventually because I got sick of hearing it.
No, but even you have problems dealing with your feelings.
As true as the story I can tell you about myself.
You would not last a day in customer service.
I worked in a restaurant.
In the back.
No. I worked everywhere. Like, I worked in the front. I fucking served people food. Like, a fucking delivery driver is a customer service.
Delivery driver is the easiest part of a fucking restaurant.
Call people on the phone and be like, "Yo, where's your house at?"
Yeah, because you guys don't have fucking streets or fucking numbers, dude.
Yeah, I just had that. Then I had more customer service experience.
You grew up in town. Imagine if you're white and have to navigate through town.
Fucking went to school out of town. I didn't know anybody in town. I had to learn by fucking a tree here, a rock here. Like,
imagine if you're white.
I dealt with
shit.
It
looks like you're fucking sneaking around.
I lost my license.
Well, good for you, Cam. It's not that easy for everybody.
For
like
a year just to work.
Not everybody's you. Like, some people fucking they.
I don't know. Like, I pulled my head out of my ass eventually. It took 5 years. That's what I call my 5-year vacation. But
it's not like she's there by like she's fucking in this state by choice. Like, it's not a fucking glamorous fucking view that people have on
with her parents. She's not doing anything.
She's never lived with her parents because they never wanted her. Since she was a child.
Her from applying herself. Why can't she do that?
Because she won't abandon her family.
Oh my god! What does that even mean? If she doesn't even fucking live with them, she doesn't do anything with them.
She does though. They're all best. Like they're all like super close with each other. All the girls in that family are.
What? Do they all fucking not have jobs or have a boyfriend that takes care of them? Like what? What's the deal here?
Well, that was the whole thing with Joanne, where she was like, I'm not going to be like them. Like, I'm not going to get knocked up. I'm not going to fucking not graduate. And she went to fucking adulthood, and she fucking did graduate. And she was like, I'm going to get my fucking license. And she did it all by herself. She did all these things that she wanted to do. And then as soon as she did them, she just fucking ruined everything. Like, she just fucking ruined everything. Like,
just sorry she fucking got caught and fucking.
I just wish I could take her out of it. I just wish I could put her somewhere. Just like away from all. I knew fucking moving in with her brother Sean, like volunteering in alternative. Like he was like in grade 5 and he would be like fucking trying to pretend like he's smoking joints and like grabbing straws, like pretending to sniff lines. Like, Sean, you are literally like 10 years old. Like, that's not cool. You really, like, need to stop doing shit like that because it's not fucking cool. Like, when a 10-year-old is doing it. If you're 17, that's different. Like, 18, that's different. But, like, 10-year-olds doing it, that's fucked up, Sean. Like, and he thought it was funny. Like, okay, whatever. And he ended up in Shawbridge. And, like, fucking, I fucking should have found something else for her. I knew I should have, but I thought maybe it would be better if she was with her family, like, in town, close to the people that she wants to be close to, but she can't be near them. They're all fucking just toxic. Even Jennifer, she's like, oh, I'm 3 days clean. I'm just like, that's why I give a shit about Jennifer. Because even though that she fucks up, she'll always have a little moment of being like, oh, I hate my life sucks, and then she gets back up, and then she wants to get clean again. She keeps trying. She'll always keep trying.
See, but 3 days clean is...
Any day clean is a good day. Any day clean is an accomplishment. I'm sorry, like.
Yeah, but see, this is where I think people are addicted to that, like, serotonin feeling from when they get from that.
It's
I
a
think that's
system
all
that
is.
It's a system that the rehab system puts you in to always bring you back into the system. That's supposed to be the cure, but really, Christianity is not the cure to addicts. So temporary fucking band-aid. Band-aids fall off, so, and they want it to stay like that.
I always find it's a certain type of person that has like a serotonin deficiency and would get it any way possible. Whether like, well, I don't know how she grew up.
This video is sponsored by
She craved attention.
Joanne, the opposite, the exact opposite.
Her mother, but Joanne, she did it, got her attention in a way that most girls get it, which is being as terrible as possible to other people.
And she stopped being like that when we started being friends. It was like no one had ever taught her to be polite, honestly. Like, because if I called her out, I was like, Joanne, don't be fucking rude. She would stop, and she started doing that again when we started hanging out. I'd be like, Joanne, don't be mean to me. Like, and she'd be like, okay, well, sorry. Like, I was just kind of like, I was kidding. I was like, I know, that's okay. You're starting to get mean to me.
Never say it's okay, because then they'll just keep doing it.
All I care is that they acknowledge it. Same with you, and when you have like when you're angry about something and kind of fucking you lose control for a little bit, like, or it just gets the better of you. Like, as long as you acknowledge that, yeah, I got angry and I got a little too angry about it, like, fucking, I apologize. As long as you acknowledge it, that's all I fucking care about. If you don't acknowledge it, you're like, I was completely justified. Like, it's like, no. Not doing that ever again.
Yeah, but what if I am justified and the other person thinks that they're justified? And then it's just like,
Personally, I think it's like not a like ridiculous concept of like there's no reason to like, I get swearing is like fucking, or like fucking fighting words, but like you don't call each other down. Like you don't call each other bad names. Like, what are you, a fucking retard? Like, that was something that we don't do in our family. Like, you can be like, you're being a fucking asshole, or you're fucking acting like a fucking bitch. Like, that's different. But
what did I say? You're acting like a retard.
yeah, I guess so. But like,
As long
you
as
know what I
use the
mean.
word acting.
It's like you don't belittle a person. You don't fucking call down their fucking who they are or anything like that. Like belittling them as a person. It's like if you want to fucking have an argument, you shouldn't fight it out, whatever. But you should never be hitting. You should never be fucking calling each other names. Everybody fights, obviously, but there's no reason to be fucking violent and shit. Like, if you feel like you want to be violent, you go for a walk. Or go do something else and then come back to it. Because to me, that means at least you're willing to work on it.
Are you willing to work on it? Or are you just waiting for me to work on it all the time?
Work it, girl.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Change the subject. Yeah.
This is so stupid.
That's stupid. The word pamplemousse.
That's a good word.
Vaccine mandates have become extremely controversial during the election, as you know. In the building behind you, which you know really well, there's now a mandate that all MPs have to be vaccinated.
Why? Pamplemousse. Hey, let's pamplemousse. I fucked the moose and stuffed it with berries.
Ew, that's terrible.
I don't know who said that. I think it was older. I was like 15 or 16. I remember me and Blake were on the roof drinking and we were just talking. And like, he said something. Oh, yeah, fuck the moose and stuffed it with berries. And I'm like, what? What the fuck? Like, fuck, completely, I don't know. I fucked the moose and stuffed it with berries. And you gotta say it like that. Or you fucked the moose. So you're talking like one of those like old like barflies from town, they have no teeth. I fucked the moose and I stuffed it with the berries. I'm actually gonna need this in a second. I have to poo.
Hello, I'm from the government with an urgent message about the coronavirus. We know many of you are confused. Some say it's no big deal. Italians are freaking out. The Chinese are hiding out. And Aussies seem to think the virus attacks your butthole. Medical experts have coined a scientific term to describe the situation we're now facing, a shit show. It's important to note that the shit show isn't caused by the virus itself, which we can manage, but rather by dangerous levels of egregious dumbfuckery spreading about the virus. Through forensic analysis, experts have traced the path of the dumbfuckery back to this malignant shit funnel, who said he's not worried about corona since it's no worse than the flu. One of the symptoms of dumbfuckery includes not understanding simple math, leading many to laugh off this virus for only having a death rate of about 2%. Since experts say the US alone could have 96 million cases, 2% of that comes to approximately a lot of fucking dead people. Of course, the death rate is much higher among older people. This has been largely dismissed due to another symptom of dumbfuckery, not caring about the elderly, or as experts call it, being an asshole. If left unchecked, this shit show can drastically worsen the impact of coronavirus by overwhelming a country's healthcare services. For example, the US only has 1 million hospital beds. Oh, and face masks will probably run out too. So as doctors and nurses get infected, there could also be a shortage of them. When you combine all that with a government that has no regard for science, a vastly uninsured workforce without sick leave, and millions of guns, you get what experts call a munted shit show. To avoid a munted shit show in your country, experts are now advising governments worldwide to be the exact opposite of America. If you're not already infected by dumbfuckery, we ask you to spread this graph among your friends and family instead of bullshit memes. It shows how by flattening the contagion curve, we can slow down the spread of the virus so our hospitals and carers can cope. You can help flatten the curve by practicing hand hygiene, avoiding large gatherings, and phoning your doctor if you develop symptoms. Delaying the spread even by a month could prevent thousands of deaths, and not just corona deaths. It also means fewer deaths due to any emergencies requiring hospital care, which could mean you or your loved ones. And remember, if you do run out of toilet paper, Rupert Murdoch produces a wide range of bog roll replacements worldwide. This has been a message from your local government franchise. Goodbye. Authorized by the Department for Responding to Global Emergencies when they threaten the stock market.
A fresh-faced politician, an adorable statesman, an athletic world leader, a fashion icon, and a ladies' man. We get it. This man is the political equivalent of a Disney prince. But the kind of media attention his hair locks and chiseled jawline evoke leaves one wondering if the media is so smitten by his never-ending photo ops that they can't seem to objectively analyze his actions in office. Hello and welcome to Gravitas Plus. I'm Palki Sharma Upadhyay and I'm here to talk to you about Justin Trudeau, the Prime Minister of Canada, a leader who's high on style, not so much on substance. Mr. Trudeau regularly breaks the internet with images of him cuddling pandas, hugging refugees, playing ice hockey, and getting accidentally photographed in the wild with his shirt off not once, but twice. Not a day goes by when Justin Trudeau does not feed the news cycle with a new shareable moment. Now, do me a favor. Do a Google News search for Trudeau and compare stories in the Canadian media with international articles that focus solely on his personality and looks. In fact, let me save you the effort. This is how most of the international media covers this leader. Reasons why the world is obsessed with Justin Trudeau. We need to talk about this picture of Justin Trudeau, the meaning of Justin Trudeau's tattoo, and this. Let Justin Trudeau in his pajamas brighten your Monday.
It's as if we are being forced to turn a blind eye to his policies by looking at his handsome smile and pajamas. So let me show you how the Canadian media covers their Prime Minister. Just some headlines from the past few months. Trudeau has failed the moral test of leadership. Trudeau drops into another pitfall of his own making. Trudeau's troubling climate evangelism, and how the Trudeau government is failing the world's most vulnerable despite its feminist aid policy. The point I'm making is simple. There's less to this leader than meets the eye. His global image is largely the product of people's fascination with the novelty of his personal brand. But in reality, the gap between his words and actions is too big to cope. Let's take this one at a time. The Canadian Prime Minister likes to present himself as a climate hero. In a motto passed in 2019, his government called climate change a real and urgent crisis. Before the ink was even dry on this motion, Trudeau and his cabinet approved the highly controversial Trans Mountain Pipeline Extension, a crude oil extraction project that is estimated to release 130 million additional metric tons of carbon dioxide every year. 130 million metric tons. This is equivalent to putting 28 million new cars on the road, or opening up 33 new coal power stations. So much for being a climate hero. Trudeau also likes to position himself as a proud feminist. He says he has no tolerance for sexual harassment. In August 2000, a female reporter accused him of having groped her at a music festival. Trudeau apparently apologized. The controversy died down. In 2018, 3 years after he became the Prime Minister of Canada, it resurfaced. Trudeau was questioned about this incident and his apology, and this is what he had to say.
If I apologized later, then it would be because I sensed that she was not entirely comfortable with the interaction we had. I apologized in the moment. I certainly feel that if again, I don't want to speak for her. I don't want to presume how she feels now.
We're not done with the apologies yet. Justin Trudeau likes to project himself as a champion of equality, but time and again, his carefully cultivated image of the poster boy liberal has been called into serious question by pictures and images like these. This is the righteous Mr. Trudeau dressed up as Aladdin in a turban and robes and brown face makeup at a party in 2001. And this is again the virtuous Mr. Trudeau wearing black face makeup and an afro wig, apparently singing a Jamaican song. This one's from his school yearbook. What did Justin Trudeau have to say about these images? No prizes for guessing.
I didn't see that from the layers of privilege that I have. So even though we've moved forward in significant ways as a government, what I did, the choices I made, hurt people who thought I was an ally. I am an ally, but this is something that obviously I deeply regret and I never should have done.
If I had $1 for every time Justin Trudeau apologized, I'd be swimming in cash. This man is the quintessential Canadian. He just loves to say sorry. He also loves to play dress up. How many of you remember his visit to India? His fashion diplomacy made quite the headlines. While some said that his wardrobe choices were a bit too much, choices like these, a golden sherwani, he looked more Bollywood than Bollywood actors themselves. We don't dress up like this every day, Mr. Trudeau, not even in Bollywood. And this is not the end of our Trudeau story. The Canadian Prime Minister also loves to wade into the internal affairs of other countries. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about here. Justin Trudeau tried to lecture India on the farmer protests. He tried to play the spokesperson for the protesters. Didn't the farmers ask him to do this? No, they did not. Did he help their cause with his statements? No, he did not. Nonetheless, Trudeau has been going on and on about fundamental rights. He says he will always stand up for the right to peaceful protest.
Canada will always be there to defend the right of peaceful protest. We believe in the importance of dialogue, and that's why we've reached out through multiple means directly to the Indian authorities.
Has he upheld this right for his own citizens? Let me show you some images. These are from February this year. Canada witnessed its own share of protests and blockades. Rail crossings were shut, train schedules were disrupted, there was violence in some places. The indigenous community in Canada was protesting against the gas pipeline project I just told you about. How did Trudeau's administration respond? It made the situation worse. It conducted raids. It carried out a series of arrests in British Columbia. What did Mr. Trudeau have to say about these protests?
Canadians have been patient. Our government has been patient. But it has been 2 weeks, and the barricades need to come down now.
When Canadian citizens protested, Trudeau asked them to respect the rule of law. When Indian farmers protested, Trudeau turned it into an issue of human rights. Aini would have shot itself and died 1,000 deaths. And just in case you still think that he's fighting for the farmers of India, then let me ask you a question. What exactly do these farmers want? They want legal provisions to ensure MSP, minimum support price. What has Canada done vis-a-vis these demands? For years, Canada has challenged this very MSP at the World Trade Organization. As recently as October 2020, Canada slammed the government of India for giving farm subsidies. In other words, Justin Trudeau, who claims to support India's farmers, has challenged the Indian government's farmer-friendly policies at the World Trade Organization. Then what explains his activism over the farmer protest? One word: politics.
Okay. The service is ended. Go in peace. The door's frozen shut. And it's the only way out.
Lisa, this is neither the time nor the place.
That was Johnny Calhoun with Another Idea, cheating with a magic bikini. Johnny's next record was a spoken word album of his right-wing political views. It kind of killed his career. If you can tell me the name of that album, call our contest line now. I know that.
Hello, this is over 50.
Over, did you bang that title?
This things I believe.
Did you check that?
Woohoo!
How's that door coming, Willie?
Miracles are your department, Reverend.
While we're waiting, why don't I read from the Sunday Bulletin? Card table for sale, top badly damaged, light missing, otherwise fine. $1 or best offer.
Must be the three copper prices I sent for. Now, start manipulating my spine. And no, we don't know nothing about manipulating.
Heard the lady? Grab a spine and get cracking.
Mo is their leader.
Play that, please, Christian. Don't push.
Excuse me, pardon. Hello, Drew. How you doing? Love that happens.
My TV, give me some of that sweet, sweet turf.
Let's define our terms. Are we talking about redistricting or are we talking about reapportionment?
Oh, well, can't win them all.
We interrupt this public affairs program to bring you a football.
You don't love my gas. No, that's too much. No, I think would help. What would help? Nothing.
98-yard triple reverse ties the score at 63-63. We have seen nothing but razzle dazzle here today. 3 visits for Morgan and the Kissing Bandit, and the astonishing return of Jim Brown. Woohoo!
That's what I think it is. I found a penny! Could this be the best day of my life? Looks like we have a new champion. Ah, my beloved family. How is church? I, on the other hand, have been having the best day of my life, and I own all the skipping church.
That's a terrible thing to say, kids. Your father doesn't mean.
Like fun I don't, Mark. I'm never going to church again.
Are you actually giving up your faith?
No. Well, yeah.
can't believe you're giving up church, Homer.
Hey, what's the big deal about going to some building every Sunday? I mean, isn't God everywhere?
Amen, brother.
And don't you think that the Almighty has better things to worry about than where one little guy spends one measly hour of his week?
Tell it, Daddy.
And what if we pick the wrong religion? Every week we're just making God madder and madder.
Testify. Lord, my husband is by no means perfect, but he's a kind, decent man. Please show him the error of his ways. No, Homer. He doesn't mean to be sacrilegious, Lord. He just likes to sleep in on Sundays.
Marge, come to bed, Marge.
Oh, I was gonna say, do you want some of this? But I could see yours is bigger than mine.
Mine's also shittier than yours.
Better, you said?
Shittier.
Oh, well, do you want some of this one?
No, I'm good. My teeth hurt. Fucking. All I ate was cheese and crackers. Huh. Huck.
He said a lot. But now Justin Trudeau has gone silent. Fingers are being raised at his own government. The government of Justin Trudeau spent billions of dollars of public funds in the name of pandemic aid, but there's no accountability. The Trudeau government refuses to say who got this money, and we're not talking about a small sum. We are talking about $240 billion here. $240 billion. The investigation has been carried out by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, or CBC, the National Public Broadcaster of Canada. They have been probing how the Trudeau government distributed financial aid during this pandemic. According to this report, $240 billion have been distributed, but no one knows who got this money. Here's what the report says. The Canadian government has launched more than 100 programs since the pandemic began, but only a few departments have released details of how they're spending this money. There are no details of the individuals, groups, or companies which have received government funds. CBC tried to gather this information, but some government departments have been fighting the broadcaster, quote unquote, tooth and nail. The Trudeau government is denying them this information. In other words, billions of dollars have been spent from the public exchequer. The question is, where has this money gone? And the answer is the government's silence. Does it sound like a scam? The Canadian press is not calling it a scam just yet. They're still investigating the programs, but big numbers are being thrown up.
That's just tyranny.
Listen to this. More than $16 billion was given to government agencies and departments. The Canadian government expects to hand out more money. Like I said, $240 billion has been given out so far. By March next year, the Trudeau government could spend well over $300 billion. Let me give you one figure that shows how big this relief program is. The Trudeau government has been spending, on average, $40 million every hour. $40 million every hour since March this year.
On our bridge.
The money has gone in all directions. It has been spent on personal protection kits. It has gone towards supporting those who've lost their jobs. It has even been given to businesses to help them survive, and that's where it gets murky. According to reports, the Trudeau government has not shared which businesses got this money and how much. What about oversight? Doesn't Canada have a system to keep government spending in check?
Yes,
What about the Canadian Parliament? Canada's House of Commons has committees to investigate government spending programs. And quite conveniently, they are just not available to investigate right now. The Parliamentary Finance Committee has been disbanded. The spending without accountability spells trouble for Canada because the country's borrowing is at a record high. The Justin Trudeau government wants to borrow more money. Reports say a bill is being planned to raise Canada's debt ceiling to $1.4 trillion.
This will be an increase of 57%. So the Trudeau government could borrow well over $1 trillion. Maybe it wants to spend its way out of this pandemic and the economic recession it has created. But the question we started with still remains. Where is this money going? Who is getting it and how much?
Well,
Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is so busy supporting protesters in faraway countries. He seems to not have found time to answer these questions. Thank you for watching Gravitas on Rion's YouTube channel. If you want to stay up to date with what's happening around the world, then subscribe to our channel and don't forget to
have someone nice and big to fucking supply all that fucking fat ass. No. Children exposing themselves on TikTok is fucked up. Where the fuck are your parents? Like, I didn't know. Kind of the whole fuck point why you're there.
We've never seen an entire health network system, and now almost more than one system in Newfoundland, go down to a persistent attack of this scope and nature ever before. And when we talk about the severity of cyber attacks, losing personal information is bad. Canceling chemo patients' critical therapies is horrible. It has all of the fingerprints of a ransomware attack. But the way that the messaging is flowing out of Newfoundland also indicates that this is a live situation, that we're talking about something that's still happening. Like, this fire is still burning and they're trying to get it contained. And we also don't know what kind of duress the ransomware actors may have placed on the province under, as in too much public attention on this may cause the group to just go to ground. And in which case, if they have done as much damage as they could have done, could make data unrecoverable. So the Newfoundland government right now and officials are damned if they do and damned if they don't. And I do not envy the position they find themselves in today. If they're back up and running in days after this attack, it will be through nothing short of superhuman effort. The stress that the pandemic has been huge for all healthcare workers. And we have just amped it through this situation by about tenfold on healthcare workers. That is unimaginable. This is not a unique Newfoundland story. Every single health network in Canada is under the same siege as Newfoundland. And the attackers, you have to understand, they just have to get it right once. The defenders have to be right 100% of the time. And that's like trying to field an NHL team where you can only put your goalie out. And the best day you can have is a 0-0.
I swear to God.
Having that conversation with them and talking about the risks of using this type of technology.
A shocking trend is on the rise involving young children exposing themselves on the popular social media app TikTok. The RCMP are reminding parents the simple press of this button could expose your child to hundreds of thousands of people across the internet.
What we're seeing isn't necessarily exploitation, rather self-exploitation.
The RCMP say children under the age of 12 years old are posting explicit videos on the app.
If the platform states you need to be 13, you wait to 13. And the terms of service of TikTok state you must be 13 years of age or older to use it.
Fuck it, you won't be able to get it.
It's just children
You gotta be 13.
acting out, not realizing or not understanding exactly what they're doing.
The RCMP are urging parents to sit down with their kids to talk about internet safety. Online and social media safety experts offer these tips.
Real human contacts, real friends that they've met from school, home, sports clubs. All the technology they're using when they are online at the appropriate age has to be used in the common area of the home.
Understand a little bit about the settings. And when they're creating the accounts, when the kids are creating the accounts, actually walk through those steps with them so that they can Ensure that the highest privacy settings are placed on the account itself.
Although most of these cases aren't believed to be criminal activity, one RCMP sergeant says
It's still child pornography on the internet, and it's something that we're responsible to investigate.
And the safety of our children
and definitely
starts and ends with the parents, guardians, and caregivers.
in Calgary. Jasmine Vicarious, City News.
God, you guys are fucking.
Hello, I'm from the Australian government. Many of you are wondering, how did we manage to go from zero COVID and being the envy of the world to being an experiment in what happens when the Delta variant rips through an unvaccinated population? Well, it wasn't easy. It took concerted effort between federal, state, and loco shitheads to undermine elimination. But we did it. So now you can enjoy your freedom. Freedom to fucking die or get long COVID. Yes, we know these endless lockdowns are hard for you, your family, your mental health, but they're hard for us too. We've had to put on pants twice this week to give presses to make sure you keep thinking these lockdowns are caused by your freedom-hating premiers, rather than by us cocking up the two jobs we had, quarantine and vaccines. Let's take a look. Quarantine is our first line of defense against foreign parasites like COVID and Katie Hopkins. It's also a federal responsibility, which is why our praying minister has been working hard to ask what would Jesus do instead of experts. Experts have been telling us that COVID is airborne. It's airborne. Which means the dumbest thing you can do is put healthy and infected people together breathing the same air and call it hotel quarantine. In Belgium, where they've stopped fucking around, it's now mandatory to install meters to warn venues of poor ventilation. Meanwhile, we haven't even updated guidelines to recommend opening a fucking window or build the air-gapped quarantine facilities we've been told we need to stop airborne transmission. Queensland has one ready to go. Heck, even caravan parks would be better than our current system, but we said, nah. Hotel quarantine has a 99.9% success rate at keeping COVID out of the country, which is true if you count all travellers, even those without COVID who couldn't have brought it into the country anyway. Of course, the number that really counts is how many infected travellers result in a breach, and that's 1 for every 44 infected travellers. And with over 300 of those arriving monthly, that's 7 breaches each month. 7-star accommodation. You might think these breaches are just one cause of outbreaks like the one that's currently fucking Sydney sideways, but they're actually the cause. Genomic analysis of Melbourne's second wave shows 98% of all cases were caused by a single hotel breach. Remember that success rate we mentioned earlier? You have to marvel at how our prime marketer can spin a 98% fail into a 99% win. Hotel marketing! But don't worry, after a whole year of fingering our chin folds, we've finally agreed to fund 2 properly air-gapped quarantine facilities. It might take a while though. While you wait, get vaccinated. Vaccination is our second line of defense, and yep, we fisted this one up too. That's why other countries are over half vaccinated, while we're dead last in the OECD. Lucky it's not a race, unlike Matthias getting the top job at the OECD so he could further delay climate action, which is definitely a race. So we picked up phones and scrambled jets to make sure he won it. But if you need us to pick up a phone to call Pfizer and ask for enough doses for all of you, you can eat a bag of dicks. Oh, and young people, watch this ad we made to scare you into getting a vaccine we failed to get you enough doses of. The vaccine trollout. And now you know why we're in this shit show. So next time you feel the need to blame someone else for it, remember that plays right into our sweaty little handshake grabbers. We love it when you peasants blame each other. It means we don't have to fix the actual causes of outbreaks and lockdowns, like our quarantine system, which is a reminder that in this pandemic, your fight is less against the sneaky virus than it is against our scapegoating, slackness, and shit-faced smirks. Australian Government. Authorised by the Department for Shirking and Smirking and Jerking on Desks.
There is a new warning about the pandemic in Europe. The World Health Organization says European countries are once again the epicenter of the COVID-19 crisis.
Yeah, we know.
Trent Murray is with us on the story. He's live in Berlin. Good morning, Trent. And I'm going to start my question, I guess, with where you are, right outside in Berlin. What is the situation there in Germany?
Cool.
Yeah, well, Heather, health authorities here in Germany are really sounding the alarm about this next phase of the pandemic. Over 30,000 new cases have been recorded today. Now, to give you some context, that is the highest Germany has recorded, not just this month or not just this year, but throughout the entire pandemic. The health minister here is saying that we now are in a pandemic of the unvaccinated. That's how he describes it. And he's really trying to push people to come and get their shots. Now, around 67% of the German population have received both of their doses. That's not as high as the government would like, and of course trails not just some of Germany's European neighbours, but also countries like Canada. So the real emphasis now is to try and get people to get their vaccination. Intensive care admissions are also up. So just as the weather starts to cool down here, winter arrives, there is worries about how the healthcare system will manage not just a COVID surge, but also the regular winter surge that comes this time of year.
So a new surge there, but not just there. The WHO saying all of Europe, dozens of countries are now at what it called a critical point. So, Trent, what is happening elsewhere? And I'm also wondering why and what the WHO is urging governments to do now.
Yeah, absolutely right. It doesn't really matter which corner of Europe you look in right now. There are worrying headlines. I mean, in France, we've just heard in the last couple of hours, French lawmakers have approved the use of the vaccine passport there through to July next year, clearly foreseeing that this situation is not going to die down anytime soon. In the Netherlands, mask mandates have just been brought back in. Anyone on public transport or inside will have to wear a mask. And in Romania, just east of where I am, the healthcare system is so stretched that critically ill patients are now being airlifted here to Germany to try and get help here. So it really is a critical juncture for Europe with the COVID-19 pandemic. As you say, the WHO is now sounding the alarm about that. I think we've got a clip that we can listen to.
We are at another critical point of pandemic resurgence. Europe is back at the epicenter of the pandemic, where we were 1 year ago. The difference today is that we know more and we can do more. We have more tools and means to mitigate and reduce the damage to our communities and society.
Ventilator, I think.
And it's against that backdrop that the health minister here has convened a special meeting today of his state counterparts, Germany's 16 state health ministers, all gathering to discuss what to do next as this phase of the pandemic really takes a worrying turn. High on the agenda is the use of those booster shots. Right now in Germany, only people aged over 70 are eligible to get a vaccine booster shot. We expect, though, that could change as many voices here are now starting to line up saying those booster shots need to be rolled out more widely and fast.
Isn't that sobering, Trent? In many ways, back to exactly where we were in Europe 1 year ago. Thank you very much. Trent Murray.
So fucking pretentious.
In the day's other news, the October jobs report showed a new surge of hiring after the latest COVID-19 surge. Employers added a net 531,000 workers, and unemployment dropped to 4.6%. President Biden hailed the numbers and touted his policies.
Forecasters said it would take to the end of 2023, to get to 4.6 unemployment rate. Today, we've reached that rate 2 years before forecasters thought it was possible. I would humbly suggest this is a significant improvement from when I took office.
We'll take a closer look at all this after the news summary. Pfizer announced strong results today for an oral medication to treat COVID. Trials show the pill cuts infections and deaths by nearly 90% in high-risk adults. Pfizer said it will apply soon for FDA authorization. Also today, at least 26 states, nearly all of them led by Republicans, sued to block a federal vaccine requirement for large companies. 3 white men accused of murdering a black man, Ahmaud Arbery, formally went on trial today in Brunswick, Georgia. The prosecutor charged they jumped to conclusions that Arbery was a burglar before chasing after him. The defense argued that they were defending their neighborhood. They spoke in opening statements.
All 3 of these defendants did everything they did based on assumptions, and they made decisions in their driveways based on those assumptions that took a young man's life.
There was probable cause to believe a felony had been committed and that this man was attempting to escape or flee.
Off of what?
That's why citizen's arrest is in this case.
The case is being heard by a nearly all-white jury. Authorities in Mexico are condemning a new eruption of drug violence along their Caribbean coast. 15 gunmen stormed ashore Thursday near a luxury resort just south of Cancun and killed 2 rival gang members. Tourists and resort staff took refuge in a hotel and waited for the shootout to end. The attackers escaped by boat. Thousands of young people demanded stronger action on climate change today outside the ongoing Global Climate Summit in Glasgow, Scotland. The protesters marched carrying signs and calling for world leaders to do more. They warned that the summit is falling far short of what's needed. The U.S. State Department is moving to heed appeals that it do more on an illness called I'm just going to stop for a bit. Can't. Fuck, man. I don't even know if that is fucked up. Like, your children will fucking poster children. Fucking brainwashing. Oh right, you guys are all Christian. Fuck that. Hello, bonjour, futsak, salam, kami, banjingam. I'm from the Australian government with a message for the world as we gather in Glasgow for this crucial climate summit. Fuck you. Over the coming days, our prime marketer will be there trying to shake a lot of hands and saying a lot of blah, 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 like we're reducing emissions and net zero by 2050. But for those of you not fluent in Cantonese, the official language of the Australian government, what he's saying is, fuck you. We'll keep digging, burning and exporting fossil fuels, let you do the hard work and then take all the credit. Fick dick inskani. We have lots of experience at this because that's what we do back home, where we let the states and territories build renewables, subsidise EVs and retire coal plants, while we obstruct renewables, shit-talk EVs and subsidise coal plants, and then take credit for reducing emissions. We even take credit when those reductions are due to policies the opposition introduced when it was in office. Policies we scrapped, causing emissions to rise again. Sometimes we even take credit for things nobody does, like carbon credits for not clearing land that wasn't ever going to be cleared anyway. If a tree isn't cut down in a forest, does it make a sound? Why, yes, cha-ching. All that might sound like we do nothing, but we're actually very busy. Our environment minister just opened 3 coal mines in a single month, whilst appealing a court ruling that she has a duty of care towards children over climate change. And our minister for emission reduction, yes, that's really his title, is supporting massive new gas projects that'll contribute a cubic shit ton of emissions to the world not meeting the Paris target, the equivalent of 46 more coal plants. That's 3 more than the 43 new coal plants China's planning to build. We really are overachievers. Or as you Italians might say, siamo dei gran stronzi. What's that? How can we be expanding fossil fuels now that we've announced net zero by 2050? Oh, sweetheart, we can precisely because of net zero by 2050. Does it come with a policy? Nope. Is it binding? Nope. Does it rely on technologies that work or even fucking exist? Nah. But does it distract from what we're doing this decade? You betcha. And don't think we're the only ones. Am I right, Norway? Nice huge gas exports you got there. Hey, Canada, America, loving that Line 3 pipeline you guys just expanded. UK, nice new oil rigs you got ready to go there in the North Sea. Russia, baby, we see you doing fuck all. And to all the other governments attending, we know you want to punch us in the face for obstructing every COP since Kyoto. But hey, as long as you keep buying our coal and gas exports, we know you secretly love us for it. Most Australians are profoundly ashamed of our climate shitfuckery, so don't blame them. Well, except the dickheads who keep voting for us. For them, we reserve our biggest fuck you of all with our technology, not taxes plan, which means you pay for bullshit technologies that greenwash fossil fuel companies and they keep paying no taxes. That's the Australian way. We hope you enjoy this summit. And if it fails, don't forget to thank Scotty from Coal Fondling and all of us here at the Australian government. Allez-vous faire foutre? Alo ai gai. Jesteś majkujowi. Authorized by the Department for blah blah blah.
And my water has a level of contamination that's not okay. Allison lives less than 16 kilometers from the Pickering nuclear power plant. She's calling for a transition to renewable energy.
We've never seen an entire health network system, and now almost more than one system in Newfoundland, go down to a persistent attack of this scope and nature ever before. And when we talk about the severity of cyber attacks, losing personal information is bad. Canceling chemo patients' critical therapies is horrible. It has all of the fingerprints of a ransomware attack. But the way that the messaging is flowing out of Newfoundland also indicates that this is a live situation, that we're talking about something that's still happening. Like, this fire is still burning and they're trying to get it contained. And we also don't know what kind of duress the ransomware actors may have placed on the province under, as in too much public attention on this may cause the group to just go to ground. And in which case, if they have done as much damage as they
It's just a matter of weeks, not months, now that younger kids in BC will be able to get their COVID-19 vaccines. Mid to late November, and hopefully get at least one shot to our little ones before the end of 2021. The next big hurdle, family Dr. Wallach says, is combating concerns and misinformation of parents whose kids are next in line, those 5 to 11 years old. These vaccine conversations, they're going to be a bit harder. So a lot are actually more prepared for that, and a lot of parent groups are prepared for that. So hopefully we can try to get that message across. Already, she's fielding a lot of questions, she says, from the families in her practice. By and large, the first question I get asked is, because my patients know that I'm a parent as well, is, are you getting your kids vaccinated? And absolutely. Some tell her it's unnecessary because younger kids don't get as sick or sick as often, but some do. And she says, unlike the virus, the vaccine's rare side effects are easily treated. Because of these concerns, she thinks it will take longer to get to 90% uptake for this cohort, but expects the rollout will be smooth. We're very well-oiled now in this. It's a very well-oiled machine, both with getting shots in arms and getting this new vaccine where it needs to be.
As I understand it, the vaccine has been obtained.
Not months now that younger kids in BC will be able to get their COVID-19
garbage. Useless. Just fucking useless.
According to reports, India's Covaxin vaccine has been approved by the World Health Organization for emergency use. The WHO is in the process of evaluating Covaxin's clinical trial data for emergency use listing. It has been considering that data. Covaxin demonstrated 77.8% effectiveness against COVID-19 and 65.2% protection against the Delta variant. Now, India has administered more than 118 million doses of Covaxin. This means that over 59 million people in India have received the jab. The WHO had earlier asked biotech for more data on Covaxin. India had raised the issue at the G20 as well. And here's a list of the countries that use Covaxin: Guyana, India, Iran, Mauritius, Mexico, Nepal, Paraguay, the Philippines, and Zimbabwe. That's 9 countries that are already using the Covaxin vaccine. Let's go. We got people moving home. This is really good for us.
And ABBA is back on top of the charts.
They genuinely try.
Here they go again. We're
Please,
back
yeah.
in
No.
2.
Shut up, please. For the love of fucking Christ. I really genuinely try to listen to you fucking people.
Big Pharma is getting a big payday as the latest data shows the companies behind the approved vaccines just in the third quarter of this year. That's even more than they earned in the entire first half of 2021. But it's a company like Moderna that profited heavily off of taxpayer dollars in order to make the vaccine that is now being scrutinized as mandates roll out across the country. So joining me now to discuss it all is host of On Contact, Chris Hedges. Chris, it's great to have you on the show today. Now, what does it say about the U.S. government when a company like Moderna specifically is given the funding to create a vaccine using taxpayer dollars, but then also gets to keep the billions of dollars in profits?
Well, once again, it exposes the distortion of the entire for-profit healthcare system in the United States, one of the most expensive and least effective in the industrialized world, because it's about making money, as this newest report about Moderna shows, not about solving health issues. So the reason the government poured tremendous amounts of money into Moderna, and the COVID vaccine is the only product that Moderna, which is a new company, actually has on the market, is because these for-profit pharmaceutical corporations don't like to produce vaccines. They're not as profitable as the production of drugs that deal with chronic, especially lifelong illnesses like diabetes, Crohn's disease, or something else. So our whole vaccine production when COVID hit was weak. And yes, the government, through a partnership with the National Institutes of Health, poured money into companies like Pfizer and Moderna. They actually hold a patent.
Oh yeah, and if anything goes wrong, well.
I don't have to tell you all that our country and our world need a lot of fixing right now. We need peace, we need clean water, clean air, free health care for all, and most importantly, we need more videos of baby hedgehogs. I dare you to tell me that's not fucking adorable!
It's not.
If you had one of those, I promise you, you would go oochie, oochie, oochie goo right into his little belly.
It's freaking boring shit.
Point being, there are some very important things that need fixing, and almost no one is talking about the fact that we, as a society, spend billions of dollars of advertising each year for exactly the opposite. We literally have promotion for the destruction of our planet and almost no promotion for living happy, sustainable lives. And advertising is incredibly impactful. Even though we all think, we personally are above being influenced by ads, we are not. There's a well-known cognitive impact called the illusory truth effect, which describes how, when we hear the same false information repeated again and again, we often come to believe it's true. Troublingly, this even happens when people should know better. That is, when people initially know that the misinformation is false. This explains why the corporate media will tirelessly repeat falsehoods like the now debunked Russiagate garbage or that Iraq had WMD. If it's repeated enough, people start to believe it, even when it's proven false. Both Tucker Carlson and Rachel Maddow have argued in court that their viewers know they don't provide the truth. Just recently, a court ruled Maddow's own viewers not only expect, but desire that she will not provide the news in factual form, but will exaggerate and even distort reality in order to shape her opinion-driven analysis. It doesn't matter if people know it's false at first. Eventually, they will conflate familiarity with truth. We are easily influenced. Are you really going to argue with me on this? Really? If you don't think we can easily have thoughts put into our heads, tell a 16-year-old that elbow skin feels like an old woman's nipples and see if they don't play with it for a while. Point is, we are manipulated by confusing familiarity with truth. The same goes for bullshit advertising. And this is why it's so horrifying that a 2014 study found Americans' average number of advertisement and brand exposures per day, per person, is 5,000. And almost all of that machinery, that energy, is not promoting a better world. For example, we desperately need free healthcare, right, for all Americans. But there aren't any ads for that, not really. Yet there are infinite ads for every kind of big pharma company, pill, powder, jab, and cream to be rubbed on your cock 10 times a day. In fact, you should quit your job right now because you'll need time for the cock cream rubbing. According to Cantor Media, a firm that tracks multimedia advertising, 771,368 pharma ads were shown in 1 year, 2016. The United States is the only country besides New Zealand that legally permits direct-to-consumer pharmaceutical advertising. But there aren't ads for free health care, eliminating big pharma, supplying everyone with what they require, and giant vats of free cock cream. No! The force of this system, of the 771,000 television ads per year, all of that big, nasty fucking energy is toward creating, keeping this system and not helping people for free. How about housing? If you want free housing for all, as you should, if you have a soul, you won't see an ad for that at all, will you? But you'll see ads for real estate markets, real estate agents, house buying, house flipping, house renting, house stooping, house loans, brokers, mortgages, reverse mortgages, upside down mortgages, a tireless parade of garbage. But no 30-second spots for putting a roof over every goddamn person's head for free. Now, no promo for that. None at all. Never gonna hear. This episode of the podcast, True Crime Involving Quadrupeds, is brought to you by Housing Everyone. Why the shit haven't we done that yet? Now back to Pet Assassins. Never gonna hear it. The entire force of our incredibly influential advertising machine is put toward the opposite of a better world. We have to end fossil fuel now, right? If we want any chance of a future on this planet, we need to end fossil fuel. But there aren't any ads for criminalizing Exxon and Chevron, BP and Shell. Yet we have constant ads in support of those companies killing our future. Can't take a piss without hearing the sports announcer over the radio say, "This game is sponsored by Chevron, helping you drive your car as fast as possible off an ecological cliff. Chevron, say goodbye to your grandkids' future." Ads for big oil or other polluting motherfuckers jump into our head holes all day, every day. But almost no ads for sustainability, or at least not real sustainability, not the greenwashing bullshit. Won't hear ads for locking up the CEOs of the big oil companies and plucking each of their body hairs out with a rusty electric egg whisk from the 1970s and airing it all live on prime time. Want one more example? Most of us want peace, right? Most of us don't just wake up in the morning going, "I hope my tax dollars are used to kill an Arab kid today." No.
Oh my God.
But how much advertising do we see for creating peace? None. Ads for getting rid of nuclear weapons? None. Ads for beating our swords into plowshares? If anyone had swords anymore or knew what the holy hell a plowshare is? None. Okay, every once in a while, you'll see a billboard at the bus stop that shows a black person and a white person holding hands and has the word community at the bottom, and it's sponsored by the Ad Council. That's the closest you'll get. Breadcrumbs on the advertising landscape. And even if I saw that billboard and then went running out that minute to hold a black person's hand, something tells me that's not going to have a massive impact on our drone bombing campaigns. I don't see the crusty 4-star generals at the Pentagon going, "Did you hear? A guy named Jamal and a guy named Whitford held hands today. Well, we better stop dropping fucking bombs. What are we waiting for?" No. So essentially, zero promotion for peace, and camaraderie. But on the other hand, there are endless ads for weapons contractors, Boeing, Raytheon, General Dynamics. There are ads for the military recruitment and the Marines and video games devoted to it. And half of our Hollywood movies double as ads for our military. Promotion for endless war seeps into our consciousness every damn day. Promotion for peace doesn't exist. Neither does promotion for sustainability, equality, health, camaraderie, national cooperation, and more baby fuck hedgehogs. None of it gets promoted by the giant corporate ad machines. But at least some people are fighting back, reclaiming these manipulation spaces for something positive. Such as this billboard, which was changed to read, "Discover why Jesus created anal." Just call 83 butt truth. And apparently the cops were called to deal with it.
That's fucking the best.
Not sure if they plan to shoot at it or what. I think it's clear the police are saying they can't handle the butt truth. Although I doubt it was Jesus who created anal. I do have a problem with the white rewriting of history. Yeah, Columbus discovered America and white Jesus discovered butt sex. Why do white people have to claim credit for everything? Point being, I would much rather have ads for sex than ads for war, killing, domination, and discrimination. Sex is the most positive ad I've seen in a long time. As long as our world is based on profit over humanity and sustainability, then almost all the promotions, ads, and commercials will support profit over humanity and sustainability. And our culture will keep heading in that direction.
First, do no harm. We assume that scientists and doctors are the good guys in society, and by and large, they are, except when they're not. So, why do certain people cross the line of ethics, cruel experiments on animals, people, and an unspeakable history? of mad medicine. I'm William Shatner, and I don't understand the history of the dark side of science. My guest today is Sam Keane, a New York Times bestselling author who has written 6 books. His latest book is The Ice Pick Surgeon: Murder, Fraud, Sabotage, Piracy, and Other Dastardly Deeds Perpetrated in the Name of Science. The book explores what pushes men and women to cross the line and commit crimes and misdeeds in the name of science. Sam has agreed to join me to help me understand why some people practice unethical science. So, Sam, unethical science. Doctors are given the admonition, do no harm, but are other scientists educated in ethics anywhere else? If you're a scientist looking into, I don't know, bugs, are you told you have to be ethical?
They do get some training on basic things like, don't fudge data in your paper or things like that. So, yes, ethical precepts are part of scientific training. In the book, though, I kind of look at the things that they maybe wouldn't be trained in.
No, I understand.
Not just
I
presenting the
understand.
material.
But, you get into ethics in all kinds of scientific endeavors. Talk to me about the ethics involved in a doctor who has to say to 2 people who have COVID, I'm going to help you, but I can't help you.
That is a tough decision, and with limited resources, people have to make those kind of tough decisions, sort of triage decisions you see in, probably starting in wars and things like that.
I was going to say, I remember reading about it in the Civil War, but it must have happened from time immemorial. Save that guy, don't save that guy.
Yeah, just looking at what you can do. The famous triage where you just can't help certain people.
Right.
And I would say medical scientists or people who work with other human beings, they probably do get more training in ethics because human beings are.
So you're talking about scientists who don't work with human beings per se.
Mm-hmm. Well, the book is a mix of them. They probably are more people working with scientists, or people working with people, psychologists, medical scientists, but there are paleontologists in there. There are natural historians, biologists in there, physicists. So it kind of runs the gamut.
Right, and so I'm curious if there's any relationship between the doctor in a IR room who is saying to 2 people, I'm going to put you on the ventilator, but I'm not going to put you on the ventilator based on age, the color of their skin, whether they're pale and dying or not. And the ice pick doctor who thought that by putting a pin in that person's eye, they could cure them of what? Fits, madness, psychological experiences. What were they trying to do when they did a?
Essentially, the theory at the time was that people's emotions were getting so revved up that it was sort of taking over the rest of their brain, and they were unable to think properly or function in society. So the idea was, if you could sever the connections between the emotions, which are in the center of the brain, and the front part of the brain, which deals with reasoning, planning, logic, if you could sever the connections between them, then the emotional parts of the brain would not be able to overwhelm the other parts of the brain. And we now know that theory doesn't hold much water, but that was the idea at the time.
How much did they know about the brain when they didn't have the kind of equipment we have today and how we're measuring what the brain does in the centers of the brain? They didn't know too much about the brain.
Yeah, I actually was in a different book of mine, the Dueling Neurosurgeons. What they basically had to do was wait for people to get injured in different parts of the brain, and their personalities would change in these very drastic but very specific ways. Then they would say, oh, well, this person got hit in this part of the brain, and suddenly they can't recognize faces anymore. That part of the brain must deal with faces. So they did have these anecdotes where they knew some things, but it wasn't, as you're right, it wasn't nearly as in-depth.
So was that fairly precise, that if you got hit in the back of the head and you couldn't see, you know, well, that's an occipital lobe and that's where the brain is? So you mean that's sort of experiential rather than experimental, wasn't it? I mean...
Yeah, it was a bit of a crude measure, but they had some idea.
So they had some ideas of the location of functions of the brain.
Yeah, some idea.
So what prompted this, what's his name, the doctor who did it?
Walter Freeman.
Freeman. What prompted Freeman to think, and was it a narrow pin or was it a large? I mean, what?
It was actually an ice pick.
It was literally an ice pick.
He opened his kitchen. He was looking for an instrument that could reach from the eye into the brain, couldn't find one. He started off trying to use needles like they give for spinal taps. It didn't work. It wasn't strong enough. He was in his kitchen. He opened the drawer one day, saw the ice pick, had an epiphany, and brought that into his office and started sneaking patients upstairs and performing neurosurgery in secret in his office. That's literally what he did.
And he did that. What were his emotions? What was he doing that for pure science, or was he? I mean, what have you been able to discover what he was thinking and feeling while he was?
Yeah, I mean, partly it was science. It was he wanted to understand about the brain, but he really had a messiah complex in that he had worked in an asylum before, and there's no bones about it. Asylums were pretty terrible places. And he wanted to essentially empty them out. He thought he was going to cure every single person in an asylum and free them from the misery of asylums. So that's what I think is interesting about the cases in the book, is that these people in some ways did have good motivations. They just took things way too far. And it was sort of the you got to crack a few eggs school of ethics.
Right. But, that phrase, take things too far, that's essentially what you're talking about. In the morality and the ethics of a scientist. What does that mean? Take it too far. If you discover, and then in case of Jonasson discovering polio, he didn't take it too far. But say it was smallpox or some dreaded thing. Mengele, the Nazi scientist, the Nazi doctor, who did uncountable and unspeakable experiments on human beings. What's going on? What is going on in their head? You say a messiah complex. What's the messiah complex? I mean, I know what a messiah complex is, but what does that mean?
For Freeman, he thought he was going to be the savior of these people. He thought that he would essentially cure mental illness throughout the world and that he would be revered in history. He was convinced he was going to go down in history as one of the great doctors
Does
of all
that
time.
not sound mentally ill to you?
Yeah, it does.
It's certainly grandiose, yeah. Narcissistic,
well,
definitely.
I mean, narcissistic messiah complex is I am the Messiah, and I am the chosen one, and I'm here to empty the hospitals. That's crazy. So now you have a crazy man attempting to uncrazy other people.
That's a good. I hadn't thought about that, but you're right. That's,
So
that's
why couldn't imagine the guy is going to put the ice pick in and says, well, wait a minute, doctor, let me put the ice pick in you because you've got a messiah complex. I mean, let's trade blows. And the first one it's inane and insane. I mean, he was insane, Friedman.
Yeah, and it was a time too when people deferred much more to doctors. A doctor said, do this, and you said, okay, doctor, you just listen to them. They have much more moral authority.
Do you think, in terms of the ethics, that the people who said, oh, all right, doctor, I mean, even today, a guy has a PhD in medicine, a doctor, and he's afforded a great deal of respect because of the education, because of his choice of that he's there to help humanity. He's got noble motives, whereas in fact, he may be like Friedman, insane.
Yeah, I think that was a big problem right after World War II because a lot of money was pouring into science and there wasn't a lot of oversight. Nowadays with scientists, they do have what they call institutional review boards, which essentially, if you're working with human beings in any capacity, you have to go to another board of scientists and they have to approve it. That is not foolproof and you still see ethical things.
At least there's some basis there. What about?
Yeah, there's something.
What about the ethics of working with any animal, let alone a higher animal, a higher consciousness animal like a chimpanzee? What are the ethics involved in working with an animal who says, no, don't touch me? And there's no question that that's what they're saying, although they're not verbalizing that. What are the ethics involved in there?
I think you can look at it in some different cases. So in the book, I actually talked about Thomas Edison, and I don't think a lot of people
I wanted
know
to get to that. Yeah, let's use him as an example. So what was he trying to do with electricity and dogs?
He essentially had patents on direct current, which is a type of electricity. His rivals had patents.
Nope, can't.
Where are the kids? You must be a good disciplinarian, Snook. I don't hear any kids banging off the walls in the background.
Oh yeah, so they're all downstairs. I'm hiding in my closet with my glass of wine and my bottles here to show you. And it's little me time right now.
Snook, tell me about the grape. Is it all red, or do you have red or white, or what do you have there? What are you serving today?
I am so excited because I'm basically known. Well, my brand is known for drinking. Like, I like to have my drinks. I like to have a good time. And I was always so upset, that I never actually got into, like, the liquor or the wine business. So I'm glad that I waited because now I'm a classy mom. And, instead of, like, doing shots of vodka and tequila, I like to have my glass of wine in bed in my jammies, watching movies that swear. When my kids are sleeping. And yes, so I'm excited now that I have my own wine. It's called Messy Mama, and I'm doing a red and a white. So the white, we like to call it Tantrum Chardonnay. So Messy Mama, it's dedicated to hot mess moms like myself, but also like if you're a dog mom or if you're just mama. Like I call everybody mama. So it's Messy Mama, and this is Tantrum Chardonnay. It is the best white wine ever, and I tasted a lot. Trust me, I know my wines. So I tasted this one, and I was like, yes, this is it. Let's go. So it's perfect for the holidays because it has apples in it. You taste cinnamon, you taste honey, and I like my wine to be, what's the word? Not strong, but when you swallow it, you're like, like you get like a little chill.
Little bite.
This gives it to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah, a nice kick to it. So this is good for. I would drink my white wine for day drinking. If I'm doing like a nice brunch with the girls, we're gonna drink the Tantrum Chardonnay. But then I have my nice Chaos Cab. So Chaos Cab is literally for the mamas that like had a horrible day or like a crazy day, or they just want to, let loose a little bit. So this is a Chaos Cab. And I prefer reds just because I like how it goes with cheese and everything. So we have this one, but it has your dark fruits. So it has hints of vanilla, but also you got your cherries, you got your blueberries, and like I said, when you swallow it, you go like, nice little chill, and then you're ready to go. So I already poured myself a glass, even though it's not 5 o'clock yet. It's fine. And yeah, I'm really excited about my wines. I am very proud of this, and I feel like everybody's gonna love it.
You know what, Nicole? I tell you what, I don't know where you got it when you were young, but when they tasked you with being a reality TV star, you completely inhabited it. And now that you're an entrepreneur, I must say, for you to roll out like that, it's a beautiful melding of it's like a nice middle sell. It's not a soft sell. It's not subliminal. It's not a hard sell. You have a nice conversational manner about you where I can see where people would want to push chips into the snooki column. You know how to do this, don't you?
No, yeah, I just like to be relatable. I don't like to try and be like so professional and classy, because I'm definitely not. But I like to be relatable in a sense of like, I like to drink my wines, and this is gonna get you drunk. So enjoy yourself.
Now, when you're in bed at night in your PJs, do you have a Jersey Shore, or do you always just watch, as you said, movies that swear, or do you have a reality show that has smitten you as your show smote the youth of your day?
Well, I prefer not to watch old Jersey Shore shows and episodes because it's just so embarrassing. It's like watching you in your college years and you're like throwing up in a toilet. It's not my best work. So I like to watch my Netflixes. I like horror movies. So once the kids are in bed, that's like my time to drink my wine and to just relax, because 3 kids is a lot. It's not easy.
We're talking to wine entrepreneur Nicole Polizzi, and that's her husband and her little baby boy who looks as cute as a button. She now has her own wine called Messy Mama that will launch later this year. And Snook, I'm wondering, where are the rest of the guys? You still friends with them? You still cronies with them? Or do you ever talk to anybody else from the Jersey Shore show?
Oh, yeah, we're actually still filming. So it's called Jersey Shore Family Vacation now. So everybody brings their family and their kids. So it's kind of like a bunch of us, being parents and our kids playing. It still gets a little chaotic sometimes. But yeah, we're still together.
It was always going to be a risky assignment, but Australian construction engineer Robert Pether thought helping rebuild war-torn Iraq was an important and noble job. He doesn't think that now. In April, Robert was thrown in jail. An overcrowded Baghdad prison cell will be his home for at least the next 5 years. After that, he'll only be freed if he pays a $12 million fine. And his crime? Well, it seems to be nothing he's done. Rather, the building company he works for is in a dirty business dispute with its client. And Robert, caught in the middle, has become collateral damage.
Good.
What have you been doing?
I went to the park.
You went to the park? Which one?
For the past 6 months, this has been the extent of the contact between Robert Pether and his cherished family.
Raj sent me a kite.
Did he?
Sporadic phone calls from a Baghdad jail. In late August, the 46-year-old Australian engineer was sentenced to spend the next 5 years behind bars. Robert's wife, Desiree, had to break the shocking news to their kids, first to eldest son, Flynn.
I just said, Daddy just got sentenced to 5 years, and just the look on his face and like a punch in the stomach, and we just couldn't believe it. And we didn't get to speak to him until the next afternoon, and he was just devastated.
to imagine Robert's dream job of the past 4 years would end this way. He was the lead engineer on the near-complete headquarters of the Central Bank of Iraq, a billion-dollar architectural feat towering above Baghdad. But thanks to a contract dispute, Robert's prize job would prove a fast-track, indescribable hell, as he and his Egyptian colleague, fellow engineer Khalid Radwan, were suddenly arrested, convicted, and sentenced to jail and fined a whopping $12 million US. I can't imagine that you ever imagined he'd land up in jail.
Oh, no, a million years. These guys are employees, and the idea that employees are being held accountable for a dispute between two companies is just astonishing.
Can you update us on any interaction that we've had with the UN Working Group on Arbitrary?
Robert's jailing over a business deal turned sour is also unthinkable to London-based lawyer Peter Griffin.
Unfortunate recent developments in the case.
He's gathered together an international legal team, all working pro bono, to get
Oh. Hey, baby. Mm-hmm.
and you're tuned into In Question. We're live at RT America headquarters in Washington, D.C. These are the top stories of the day. First, just days after Russia suspends its mission to NATO, the alliance unveiling a master plan to defeat Russia in a nuclear war. We'll discuss it. Then, missionary lives at risk after the leader of the Haitian kidnap gang issued an ultimatum if his demands are not met. Those details next. Then, comedian Dave Chappelle is in the hot seat after his controversial Netflix special is being called transphobic. We'll discuss it with a special guest next. All right, it's time to boost your news IQ. NATO's new master plan dealing with Russia includes a strategy on how to defeat Russia in a nuclear war. And while NATO officials say no such attack is imminent, Moscow says the move proves it was right to cut ties with the alliance. RT's John Huddy has more.
NATO's concept for deterrence and defense in the Euro-Atlantic area, as it's called, is essentially a plan on how NATO forces would deter and fight Russian forces in the Baltic and Black Sea regions. It includes not only military, but cyber warfare, and involves a worst-case scenario situation, that being nuclear war. NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg stressed that no such attack by Russia is quote-unquote imminent, and that the plan is meant to be a deterrence more than anything. But the adds to the growing contention between Russia and NATO, with Russia cutting all communications with the European alliance and pulling its mission to NATO and NATO's resources in Moscow. Even Stoltenberg said Russia-NATO relations are their most difficult and lowest point since the end of the Cold War. But as defense officials wrap up their meetings in Brussels and tout some of the objectives achieved, such as a $1 billion innovation fund for technologies used for defense and security operations, there are rifts even within NATO that have become more transparent. Just a month ago, for instance, headlines were made when Australia agreed to a massive submarine deal with the U.S. instead of France. And this week, a top Turkish defense official threatened that Turkey would buy Russian fighter jets instead of U.S. fighter jets if the U.S. doesn't make good on a deal to sell Turkey F-16 jets to make up for its loss of F-35 stealth fighters. All that said, though, NATO Secretary General did his best to try to downplay NATO's reported rifts.
What we have demonstrated today is that, yes, sometimes there are bilateral differences, disagreements between allies, but NATO is always able to unite around their core task and continue to work together and to strengthen the alliance in a more competitive world. And if anything, the challenges we see in the Asia-Pacific, the rise of China, just makes it even more important that Europe and North America stand together in NATO.
And he said that includes stepping up the cooperation and partnership in the Asian Pacific region with New Zealand, Australia, South Korea, and Japan. Meantime, U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin, speaking of Russia, said what President Biden wants out of any kind of relationship with Russia is, quote, predictability and stability. That said, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov criticized NATO's quote-unquote master plan when it comes to dealing with Russia, saying that such a concept by NATO confirms it once again was not created for peace, but, quote, designed and created for confrontation. For RT, John Huddy.
And here to discuss all of that, our panel today, former UK MP George Galloway and veteran war journalist and researcher Elijah Magnier. George, over to you first. NATO General Secretary Jens Stoltenberg says this is just an effort to strengthen the alliance and modernize contingency plans. Other officials added that they don't believe an attack is imminent, but they just want to be prepared. But that only explains the defense part of the title of this program, George. What of the deterrence part?
Well, either I'm going mad, Manila, or these people have gone mad. If you just dissect what that statement means, it means that they have a plan to destroy, annihilate, remove from the map the very places that they say they intend to defend. It's the old Vietnam adage, This village will have to be destroyed in order to save it. Because nuclear war, which is the final position of this pronunciamento today, means the end, literally the end of life on the planet. Life on the planet as a whole, or at the very least, in the case of short and medium range nuclear missiles, the end of life as we know it, the turning into ash of the very Baltic republics they say they are intent on defending. And of course, they say that there is no such threat to the Baltic states in any case. And of course, there isn't. If you forced Stoltenberg to say what it is that has reduced relations between NATO and Russia to the lowest level since the Cold War, he would not be able to give you a single example. All of the aggression is going the other way. It's NATO that's having the war games. It's NATO that's moving its tanks closer and closer to Russia. As I say, either I've gone mad or these people are barking mad.
And Elijah, on that note, the Kremlin press secretary, Dmitry Peskov, fired back at the decision to adopt this program, saying, quote, "This alliance was not created for peace. It was conceived, designed, and created for confrontation." Obviously, the inception of NATO was during the Cold War. The question now is, why does the bloc still exist?
Well, that's a very good question. When we see the trade exchange between Europe and Russia that mounts in 2020 to $174.3 billion, we see a very good collaboration between Russia and Europe. And then we hear President Emmanuel Macron saying that NATO is brain dead. What's the purpose of having NATO and we don't have a strategy? We understand that NATO is mainly the US, it is forced upon Europe, and Europe is not an enemy of Russia and doesn't know what to do with NATO. Therefore, when NATO commander-in-chief is saying that we have a good collaboration among allies, we hear the allies saying we don't need NATO and NATO doesn't have any strategy. And then we hear a very important NATO member excluded or punished by NATO, that is Turkey. And we see the confrontation between NATO members in Syria, that is Turkey and the US. So basically, NATO is an arm of the US that has been imposed on Europe to convince that Russia is an enemy, but Europe seems not convinced at all.
Now, gentlemen, in the world of diplomacy, is it foolish or more fruitful to act out of good faith, if you will? Meaning, if you want friendly relations with Russia, should you first behave in a friendly manner, George?
I was a grown man, Manila, before I learned that NATO had been formed years before the Warsaw Pact. Everyone younger than me imagines that NATO was a response to the Warsaw Pact military alliance of the former socialist countries led by the USSR. But in fact, NATO was established years before the foundation of the Warsaw Pact. And that's what Peskov is really saying from the very beginning. This NATO was an offensive, aggressive, belligerent military agglomeration, as our friend just said, imposed upon the people of Europe, not chosen by the people of Europe. But even if it had a logic in the Cold War, it has none now. And what we're seeing is a series of belligerent moves against Russia on the pretext that Russia is somehow a threat to people. It is no threat to whatsoever. Becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, all of this, Manila. The more you ramp up aggro against Russia, the more Russia will feel that it has something to fear from this group of countries. So yes, of course, Georgia is better than World War, but we don't do Georgia much anymore.
We have to leave it right there. George Galloway, Elijah Maguire, thank you so much for weighing in. The leader of the Haitian gang suspected of kidnapping 17 members of the missionary group from the U.S. and Canada has threatened to kill the hostages if his demands are not met. Wilson Joseph, leader of the 400 Mawozo gang, issued that ultimatum in a video posted to social media. The hostages were abducted after leaving an orphanage outside the capital, Port-au-Prince, on October 16th. 16 of those abductees are Americans and 1 is Canadian, 5 of them children, including an 8-month-old infant. And there is a new development over in California with that shipping crisis. A state trucking boss believes officials should consider declaring a state of emergency to help ease clogged ports. Earlier this week, the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach hit new records with 100 vessels floating off the coast, waiting to dock and unload. Of those 100 ships, on Monday, 97 were container ships carrying cargo that could miss the holiday shopping season. Containers that have been stacked up on the docks for weeks are now waiting to be unloaded, but a shortage of on-dock workers and truck drivers has led to long delays in that process. Officials in Benton Harbor, Michigan announced a state of emergency to ensure that lead pipes contaminating the city's water supply are replaced more quickly. For 3 years now, water tests from houses across Benton Harbor showed lead levels well above allowable EPA limits. The state estimates it'll cost around $30 million to replace all the lead pipes in Benton Harbor. Officials have distributed some 71,000 cases of bottled water across the city since September 30th. The city of nearly 10,000 people located in western Michigan is about 84% Black, and almost 50% of the residents live in poverty. All right, Netflix and Dave Chappelle are facing backlash from trans supporters, both inside and outside the company. Comedian Kayvon is on standby to discuss this and the future of comedy with us. And later at the Sports HQ, Steve Christakos takes us back to Belgium for a European Open thriller in the round of 16. And keep your news IQ sharp 24.
Johnson & Johnson's trying to fight talcum powder lawsuits by declaring bankruptcy. It's a common move for corporations nowadays who are trying to escape paying for their crimes, and their conduct is absolutely criminal. It's manslaughter. I have Farron Cousins from the Trial Lawyer magazine to talk about this. Farron, the short list is unbelievable. The opioid case that's going on, they participated in killing 150 people a day. Their product was part of the problem. Their shareholders have sued them time and time again for fraud, for bribery of foreign officials, for phoning up clinicals, making stuff up, just completely changing. It goes on forever. And then, of course, baby powder. Pick it up from there, the other stuff.
Yeah, whenever we talk about these corporate problems, this company did this company did that. Johnson & Johnson has basically done it all, seen it all, perfected it all. And that's what we're looking at here. And especially with these talcum powder lawsuits, where you've got these fibers in there, the asbestos fibers. The company knew this was happening. And instead of doing anything about it, they came up with deceptive marketing practices where they targeted, minority women in poor neighborhoods. That is a huge part of this. But overall, they knew their talcum powders were causing ovarian cancers in women, did nothing about it, and now that they're facing just a couple billion in lawsuits, really.
It's a $130 billion company that has declared bankruptcy.
Exactly. And they're making just $500 million a quarter on just the COVID vaccine.
And Congress allows it to happen. And our president, I don't know whether Sleepy Joe just is completely out of the program. His advisors, I'm sure, are telling him, I would not trust a Johnson & Johnson anything. I've been to trial with them. I've seen how they phony up clinical data. It's like just part of their culture. If I go into a case, and I've been in 6 cases against this company, major cases, where they have absolutely phonied up clinical data. And our president says, this is my choice. Really? I can't even understand it. I can't even get my arms around it. It's like he's so disconnected with issues like this.
Right. And we have, plenty of other decent vaccines out there that we could be going with instead of sending 17 million of Johnson & Johnson's over to Africa. But you know what? That's typically what we do here in America. Whenever we have a bad pharmaceutical or one that we're not so sure of, we send it to Africa.
Exactly.
And you've tried cases on that as well.
I tried one. It was called Factor 8 that was killing people by the thousands.
Wow.
It was infected with HIV virus. So after they took it off the market here, they shipped it to Africa. They shipped it to South America. It killed thousands of people. This is just not a look. I told my entire family, do not get Johnson & Johnson. Do not get that vaccine. There are plenty of others. Get a vaccine, but don't get Johnson & Johnson because they have such a nightmare history. And that's just the truth.
Yeah, and their vaccine is the least effective out of all the ones out there anyway. So there's much better alternatives right now, especially as people start with their booster shots. Go to Moderna, go to Pfizer.
Oh, for sure. The only person paying attention to this big scam that these corporations are doing, kill a bunch of people. You can have $130 billion like Johnson & Johnson has, and you can declare bankruptcy, and you don't have to pay for it's manslaughter.
Yeah.
They knew it's equivalent of manslaughter. There's no difference. These cats should be locked up, not declaring bankruptcy and trying to avoid their liability. But you know what? It's business as usual in America. President Biden's approval rating is getting worse by the week. It's abysmal. The Democrats need to figure out how to stop the bleeding before the next cycle. I think it's bigger than that, okay? I think the Democrats need to be looking for a new presidential candidate. It's not Harris, I can promise you. This whole cackle thing that she does, she cackles about everything. The media's just they've embraced that everywhere from Saturday Night Live to CNN. It's ridiculous. She's not the candidate. Biden, I'd be surprised if he makes it through this. I really will be surprised if he makes it through this for these 10 years.
Yeah.
It's just a town hall meeting. It says everything you need to see.
That was a truly bizarre spectacle, to put it mildly, with him. He's standing there.
The rigidity. I talked to 5 doctors about that. 3 of them said it is a sign of dementia. If you'll go, it's just one of the signs. It's this rigidity. I mean, he was didn't know what to do with his hands. So my point being, look, we got rid of Trump. Hallelujah, we got rid of Trump. But that doesn't mean we have to stop with this guy who President Obama would not even endorse. I mean, think about it. He was with President Obama for 8 years, and Obama, kicking and screaming, had to come out and endorse the guy. He is a scary little guy. I don't know how else to put it.
He really is. And I think the public obviously is waking up more and more to that. The shock of having Trump as president has worn off. And that's what attributed to a lot of his early high approval ratings. Yeah. But now that the shock has worn off and people are starting to finally calm down and look, and they say, well, wait a minute, what's changed though? What's changed? And the answer is nothing. In regards to just about everything, there's nothing different from this point this year and this point last year, pandemic excluded, obviously. But in their daily lives, the dining room table issues, those haven't changed for anybody. They've gotten worse in many instances. They see the dysfunction of these Democrats in D.C. right now arguing over what we can and can't do in a budget bill, but it all falls back on him, and it should. He's in charge, and he's not doing a good job with it.
There's no way to avoid his liability here. This man, I mean, all you got to do is watch the guy and understand there is something really wrong here, okay? And that kind of scares me just a little bit. It ought to scare everybody. Am I glad Trump is gone? Absolutely. I'm delighted that he's gone. But this guy is really scary to me. And if I don't care how, Democrat you are, I invite, we're going to get, how dare you say that about Joe? I don't give a damn anymore. Somebody has to say it. They have to say it. Look, they're yelling and screaming F Biden at football games all over this country. I don't know if you follow the story.
Yeah, I've seen that.
F Biden. I mean, you hear them in droves. F Biden, F Biden. The media handle, what did they say?
They said, no. They're saying, let's go Brandon. And so now the let's go Brandon has basically become the statement. It's what even Ted Cruz posted a picture of himself with somebody with a poster that said, let's go Brandon.
Which means F Biden.
Right. And so it's become a big thing.
Well, Okay, we can dig ourselves out of it. We got to find a candidate. Yeah, we got to find a candidate. The Republicans don't have a candidate either. I mean, they don't.
Yeah.
So you dig yourself out of it. You find somebody that is maybe still lucid.
Yeah.
And somebody who has some charisma and appeal. And there are a lot of people out there. Let's go looking is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Congressman Matt Gaetz isn't out of the woods yet as the investigation into possible sex trafficking took an interesting turn last week. I want to tell you something. I have gotten more people that have called me and emailed me and said, your reporting on the Matt Gaetz issue is the best that they have found across the board. And I'm not just talking about one or two. I have gotten letter, email, phone calls. So you tell this story, okay?
The big bombshell last week, and we got new Matt Gaetz news almost every day this past week. Biggest one is the DOJ's added 2 prosecutors for the case that are experts in psychological manipulation of trafficking victims. So we don't know for sure, obviously, but what is being speculated by these experts is that they brought these prosecutors in to talk to the witnesses, to talk to the women that were paid by Matt Gaetz and other men, to find out if they use those payments like Matt Gaetz did for tuition or gas money as a form of coercion to perform sexual favors on them. And that is a huge, huge thing.
We'll grab 2 of them right away. In a hallway. Outside.
Here we are, Mr. Tones. Let's take that one there. Good job. I'll leave this one over here for you.
They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. Take your hand, my dear, and place them both in mine. You know you stopped me dead while I was passing by. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my, I like your style. Ooh, you make me wanna try. And now I beg to see you dance just one more time. So they say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, hey, hey. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. I say, oh my God, I see you walking by. Take my hands, my dear, and look me in my eyes. Just like a monkey, I've been dancing my whole life. But you just beg to see me dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my, I like your style. Ooh, you make me for me, oh, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, eh, eh. And when you're done, I'm back to do it all again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, 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 oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, eh, eh. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. Dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, eh, eh. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. They say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, 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 oh. I never seen anybody do the things you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, eh, eh. When you're done, I'll make you do it all again.
This is terrifying. Is it times? Oh my god!
And I said to my friends, I was like, I'm gonna play here one day. And now I'm fucking here. You guys, there's a lot of bullshit happening in the world right now. I'm not gonna talk about that. All I'm gonna say is, you guys are the exception. Just love and be loved, be happy, and support others and be supported. So thank you so much. This song is called Dance Monkey. They say, oh my God, I see the way you shine. Take your hands, my dear, and let's them up in mine. You know you stopped me dead while I was passing by. And now I'm begging to see you dance just one more time. Ooh, I see you every time. And oh my eyes, I like your style. Ooh, you make me wanna cry. And now I'm begging to see you dance just one more time. So they say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh, oh. I never seen anybody do that thing you do before. They say, move for me, move for me, move for me, eh, eh. And when you're done, I'll make you do it all again. They say, oh my God, I see you walking by. Take my hands, my dear, and look me in my eyes. Just like a monkey, I've been dancing my whole life. You just beg to see me dance just one more time. Woo! I see you every night. And on my high, I like your style. Woo! You make me wanna cry. Now I'm begging to see you dance just one more time. So they say, dance for me, dance for me, dance for me, oh.
Hmm? Fucking Krog!
And I said to my friends, I was like, I'm gonna play here one day.
Oh, fucking.
And now I'm fucking here. You guys, there's a lot of bullshit happening in the world right now.
I've been on the low, I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. It feels like my life ain't mine. Who can relate? I've been on the low, I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. It feels like my life ain't mine. I don't wanna be alive. I don't wanna be alive. I just wanna die today. I just wanna die. I don't wanna be alive. I don't wanna be alive. I just wanna die. Well, let me tell you why. I'm talking about they think they know it. I've been praying for somebody to say me know what's heroic. And my life don't even matter. I know it. I know it. I know I'm hurting deep down, but can't show it. I never had a place to call my own. I never had a home. Ain't nobody calling my phone. When you been, when you at, what's on your mind? They say every night precious, but nobody care about me. Say, I've been on the low, I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. It feel like my life ain't mine. Who can relate? I've been on the low, I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. It feel like my life ain't mine. Say, I want you to be alive. I want you to be alive. You don't gotta die today. You don't gotta die. I want you to be alive. I want you to be alive. You don't gotta die. Now let me tell you why. It's the very first breath when your head's been drowning underwater. And it's the lightness in the air when you're there chest to chest with the lover. It's holding on though the road's long. Seeing light in the darkest things. And when you stare at your reflection, finally knowing who it is, I know that your pain got you. Yeah. What's a day without a little night? It can be hard, it can be so hard, but you gotta live right now. You got everything to give right. Say, I've been on the low, I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. You feel like my life ain't mine. Who can relate? I've been on the low, I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. You feel like my life ain't mine. Come on. I finally wanna be alive. I finally wanna be alive. I don't wanna die today. I don't wanna die. I finally wanna be alive. I finally wanna be alive. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die. Pain don't look the same. Another lane I travel feels alone. But I'm moving to my left, give out. And I see my tears melt in the snow. But I don't wanna cry, I don't wanna cry anymore. I wanna feel alive, I don't even wanna die anymore. I don't wanna, I don't wanna, I don't even wanna die anymore.
I just want to take a moment right now and thank you all so much for giving me a platform to talk about something that mainstream media doesn't want to talk about. Mental health, anxiety, suicide, depression, and so much more that I talk about on this album. From racism, discrimination, sexism, domestic violence, sexual assault, and so much more. I don't give a damn if you're black, white, or any color in between. I don't care if you're Christian, you're Muslim, you're gay, you're straight. I am here to fight for your equality because I believe that we are all born equal, but we are not treated equally, and that is why we must fight. We must fight for the equality of every man, woman, and child, regardless of race, religion, color, creed, and sexual orientation. So I say here and now, if you believe in this message and my message of peace, love, and positivity and equality for all, then I demand that you rise to your feet and applaud not only for yourselves, but for the foundation we are laying for our children.
We end tonight with an international hit song that's making a big difference in people's lives. Michelle Miller sat down with the rapper Logic.
I've been on the low, I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. It feels like my life ain't mine. A song about a desperate caller contemplating suicide is resonating with millions of listeners. I just wanna die today. I just wanna die. And saving lives. That's because the song's title, 1-800-273-8255, is also the phone number for the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. This is about so much more than entertainment. Logic, a rapper and songwriter originally from Gaithersburg, Maryland, came up with the single's concept, a person in despair reaching out to the hotline for help. I just want to die. In an upcoming segment for CBS Sunday Morning, Logic told us he's never thought about committing suicide, but he has experienced firsthand what it's like to feel hopeless. You said that you struggled with anxiety. Yeah, for sure, 100%. I was in the worst place of my life. I had made more money than I could have ever dreamed of. I bought this home that we're in right now. I was happily married, and yet I was unhappy. Suicide Prevention Center crisis line. Since the single's release back in April, calls are up 33% at crisis hotline centers around the country.
This is the second highest call volume that we have ever seen.
John Draper is the director of Lifeline.
If you show people positively coping through suicidal moments, research has shown that that can actually save lives and reduce the suicide rate.
Lifeline's call volume soared even higher after Logic's recent performance at the MTV Video Music Awards. He shared the stage with dozens of people personally affected by suicide. Rosie Chin was among them.
It was so moving. It was very powerful.
Chin's ex-boyfriend committed suicide 2 years ago, and she struggled with thoughts of taking her own life.
So many people are suffering of it, but people don't talk about it.
I just wanted them to know that they really weren't alone.
The hall was like super dark at the same time flashlight.
Michelle Miller, CBS News, Los Angeles.
You are not alone. That's the CBS Weekend News for this Saturday. Later on CBS, 48 Hours. I'm DeMarco Ward in New York. Thanks for watching. Good night.
And as I turned, she was just literally right in my face. And I was like, oh my God, like, holy shit. And I got scared.
I heard.
And then I tried to play it off all cool, like, I was like, oh, and then I was like, God damn it. That was so cool.
I've been on the low, I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. It feel like my life ain't mine. Who can relate? Ooh. I've been on the low, I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. It feel like my life ain't mine. I don't wanna be alive. I don't wanna be alive.
I've listened to this for a long time.
I just wanna die today. I just wanna die.
Play it many times.
I don't wanna be alive. I don't wanna be alive. I just wanna die.
That's the cat.
Let me tell you why all this other shit I'm talking about, they think they know it. I've been praying for somebody to say me know what's heroic in my life don't even matter. I know it, I know it, I know I'm hurting deep down, but can't show it. I never had a place to call my own. I never had a home. Ain't nobody calling my phone. Where you been, where you at, what's on your mind? They say every life precious, but nobody care about mine. I've been alone, I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. I feel like my life ain't mine. Who can relate? Woo! I've been alone, I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. I feel like my life ain't mine. I want you to be alive. I want you to be alive. You don't gotta die today. You don't gotta die. I want you to be alive. I want you to be alive. You don't gotta die. Now let me tell you why. It's the very first breath when your hands be drowning underwater. And it's the last in the air when your legs just with the lover. It's holding on to the rules, no one can see a light in the darkest things. When you stare at your reflection, finding hope and hope with things I know that you'll take guide you. I know where you been, where you are, where you going. I know you're the reason I believe in life. What's the day without a little night? I'm just trying to set a little light. It can be hard.
I was gonna do it tonight.
It can be so hard. But you gotta live right now.
I'm not being tired. I
You
know
can
I'm
get
doing.
right now. I've been on the low. I've been taking my time. I feel like I'm out of my mind. I feel like my life ain't mine.
Cleaning. Fucking everybody around me partying on a Friday night.
I feel like I'm out of my mind.
No, I don't want to party. I need to be dumb. I just don't want to lose everybody else.
I finally wanna be alive. I don't wanna die today. I don't wanna die. I finally wanna be alive. I finally wanna be alive. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die.
They don't actually do videos. They nobody watches. It's just for me for later. No, they don't. That's the whole reason why I started doing it, is because I was testing the algorithm. Because I used to do videos, but way back in the day, when you used to be a director. I did like probably did 2, maybe 3 videos by then. Someone from Billings or something that actually knows me was just like, oh yeah, hey man, what's up? Also, you're full of shit, by the way. I was like, yep, yeah I am. I was making a persona. And then I deleted all my videos. I even had a celebrity that commented on one of them.
Oh, really?
Ray William Johnson.
Oh, yeah?
And he was like, you're pretty funny, or you're kind of funny, or something. It was like 3 fucking words. And I was like, oh my god, that's a real account. That's crazy. And then I accidentally deleted that video, because I deleted all my videos because I was upset.
I'm tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface.
Yeah, but you know, it's like sending a town.
Don't know what
Everybody
you're
talks to each other. It's
expecting
just like
of me.
next day, you're like fucking. Everybody's doing fucking cold shoulder shoving.
Every step that I take is another mistake to you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. Can't you see that you're smothering me? Holding too tightly, afraid to lose control. Cause everything that you thought I would be is falling apart right in front of you. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. And every
second I waste is more than I can take. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. And I know I may end up failing too, but I know you were just like me, with someone disappointed in you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming this. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Try to be what you want me to be. I've become so numb, I can't feel you there. Try to be what you want me to be.
Yeah, I'm sure. I totally forgot how good this song is. I was saying out loud. I totally forgot to sing the song. No, sing a part.
Finding the answer. Won't stop. Won't stop before I find a cure for this cancer. Sometimes I feel like going down and so disconnected. Somehow I know that I'm haunted to be wanted. I've been watching, I've been waiting in the shadows of my time. I've been searching, I've been living for tomorrow all my life. In the shadows, they say that I must learn to kill before I can feel safe. But I'd rather kill myself than turn into their slave. Sometimes I feel that I should go and play with the thunder. Somehow I just don't wanna stay and wait for a wonder. I've been watching, I've been waiting in the shadows of my time. I've been searching, I've been living for tomorrow all my life. Lately, I've been walking in circles, watching, waiting for something. Feel me, touch me, feel me, come take me higher. I've been watching, I've been waiting in the shadows of my time. I've been searching, I've been living for tomorrow all my life. I've been watching, I've been waiting, I've been searching.
is this garbage? Please? Why is this a thing? Get away.
From anesthetic gases to certain inhalers, medical care can produce a surprising amount of emissions.
We know that healthcare contributes about 5% of Canada's greenhouse gas emissions in total. So we can do a lot within healthcare to lower those emissions.
This week, international anesthesiologists released a
Like, if you
consensus
didn't get a
statement
vaccine,
calling on
fuck your pump.
anesthesia providers to use gases with the lowest global warming potential.
We use this to either deliver oxygen and or anesthetic gases.
Not go
This
after
Toronto
fucking, like,
anesthesiologist says
Amazon
some
that
commonly
fucking
used
ships
gases
out
are
fuck ton
falling out of
fucking
favor.
nonsense all
For
day
those that are
long.
environmentally inclined, want to choose the least offensive to the environment. Of course, we use these all day, every day.
Here's how two anesthetic gases compare.
I
An hour using
care fucking
desflurane
less.
equals a
I gotta tell you.
There are few who deny at what I do. I am the best, for my talents are renowned far and wide. When it comes to surprises in the moonlit night, I excel without ever even trying. But the slightest little effort of my ghost-like charms I have seen grown men give out a shriek. With the wave of my hand and a well-placed moan, I have swept the very bravest of the feet. Yet year after year, it's the same routine. And I grow so weary of the sound of screams. And I, the Pumpkin King, have grown so tired of the same old thing. Oh, somewhere deep inside of these bones, an emptiness began to grow. There's something out there far from my home, a longing that I've never known. I'm a master of fright and a demon of light, and I'll scare you right out of your pants. To a guy in Kentucky, I'm Mr. Unlucky, and I'm known throughout England and France. And since I am dead, I can take off my head to recite Shakespearean quotations. No animal, no man can scream like I can with the fury of my recitations. But who here would ever understand that the Pumpkin King with the skeleton grin would tire in his crown if he only understood he'd give it all up if he only could. Oh, there's an empty place
echo that calls out for something unknown. The fame and praise come year after year, does nothing for these empty tears. What have I done? What have I done? How could I be so blind? All is lost. Where was I? Spoiled all, everything's gone all wrong. What have I done? What have I done? Find a deep cave to hide in. In a million years they'll find me. Only dust that breathes here lies dark. But I never intended all this madness. Never. And nobody really understood. Well, how could they? That all I ever wanted was to bring them something great. Why does nothing ever turn out like it should? Well, what the heck? I went and did my best. And my God, I really tasted something swell. That's right. And for a moment, why, I even touched the sky! At least I left some stories they can tell. I did. And for the first time since I can remember when, I felt just like my old self again. And I, Jack, the Pumpkin King. That's right. I am the Pumpkin King. And I just can't wait until next Halloween. Because I've got some new ideas that will really make them scream. And my God, I'm really going to give it all my might. Uh-oh. I hope there's still time to set things right. Santa Claus.
Nope. No.
My legs start tangling off the edge. The bottom of the bottle is my only friend. I think I'll slip my wrist again and I'm gone. My legs are tangling off the edge. My stomach full of pills didn't work again. I put a bullet in my head and I'm gone. Going too far, yeah, I'm gone again. It's gone on too long, tell you how it ends. I'm sitting on the edge with my two best friends. One's a bottle of pills and one's a bottle of gin. I'm 20 stories up, yeah, up at the top. I polished up this bottle that was pushing me off. Asphalt to me has never looked so soft. I bet my mama found my letter, now she's calling the cops. I gotta take this opportunity before I miss it. Cause now I hear the sirens and they're off in the distance. Believe me when I tell you that I've been persistent. Cause I'm more scarred than my wrist is. I've been trying too long with too dull of a knife. But tonight I made sure that I sharpened it twice. I never bought a suit before my life. But when you go to meet God, you know you wanna look nice. So if I survive, then I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. My legs are tangling off the edge. The bottom of the bottle is my only friend. I think I'll slip my wrist again and I'm gone. My legs are tangling off the edge. My stomach full of pills didn't work again. I put a bullet in my head and I'm gone. In the sky, there goes the light. No more sun, was it all this night? When you can't sleep, well, you can't dream. When you can't dream, well, what's life mean? We feel a little pity, but don't empathize. The older get know that what
watch a young man die. A mother and a son and someone you know smile at each other and realize you don't. You don't know what happened to that kid you raised. What happened to the father who swore he'd stay. I didn't know, cause you didn't say. Now mama feels guilt, yeah, mama feels pain. When you were young, you never thought you'd die. Found that you couldn't, but you scared to try. Looked in the mirror and you said goodbye. Climbed to the roof to see if you could fly. So if I survive, then I'll see you tomorrow. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. My legs are tingling like the edge. The bottom of the bottle is my only friend. I can't slip my wrist again, and I'm gone, 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 gone. My legs are tingling like the edge. A stomach full of pills didn't work again. I put a bullet in my head, and I'm gone, 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 gone.
I wish that I could fly way up in the sky, like a bird so high. Oh, I might just try. I wish that I could fly way up in the sky, like a bird so high. Oh, I might just try. Oh, I might just try. Can't stop, I need some help. Oh. No. Embarrassment. Okay.
Wise men say only fools rush in, but I can't help falling in love with you. Shall I stay? Would it be a sin if I can't help falling in love with you? Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, so we go. Some things were meant to be. Take my hand, take my whole life too. 'Cause I can't help falling in love with you. Like a river flows surely to the sea, darling, shall we go? Some things were meant to be. Oh, take my hand, take my whole life too. 'Cause I falling in love with you. 'Cause I falling in love with you. But I can't help falling in love with you.
I can't. Oh my god, what? Okay, what? I can't hear. I didn't hear a word you just said.
You know the vampire movie? I know I just said this before and you told me what it was and I forgot. It's the one where she's like a super white like vampire girl with like the leather jumpsuit.
Oh, Underworld.
There you go. See?
It's an off. Your parents were even watching it one weekend when we were there. So I actually don't think I've even fully seen that movie. It just so happened that I got stuck watching it multiple times. Oh, shit's fucking clean. I just want to do some fucking things. What are you doing? Playing with an axe? Cool. My teeth hurt. I didn't even fucking eat anything. Not even fucking fair. Oh. Yeah, no. Yeah, but I really, okay, I'm not in a good mood. Like I'm in a really fucking shit mood and just sad. Like, thank you, baby. Alright, come on. Yeah. I left you the pack. What are you supposed to do? Here.